like when I've
When
had to
I
like
go
really
there,
trudge
I'm
out
like,
into
oh, I
the
don't
wilderness.
Okay. Welcome back to Judging Day 2. We're going to start today with the News and Issue Team category, and I'll read the description. So this is serious stories about national and local news events and issues such as climate change, immigration, healthcare, education, economy, gun control, abortion, infrastructure, politics, and policies. And this is the team entry. So we have 6 videos to look at, and we can start with our first one. Are you okay?
Alright. So this entry, the description says, we investigate the failure of police in St. Louis to solve murders and hear from families who lost loved ones to violence as they search for answers.
I'm choking on nothing.
You laugh?
I'm okay.
These lights are on. Nice.
Oh.
But I can still see.
I want to read to you a letter. It's from my son Mario, and it was sent from Missouri Eastern Correctional Center. And he says, "Hey, Mama, I know you want me to do better for myself, and I promise I will when I come home. You have done enough for me, and I ain't gonna be able to ask you for help all the time. I just got to make something happen, you know. I can't die in the streets, Mama. That ain't for me. God bless you, Mama. Love, Mario." When Mario was almost 4 years old, I wanted to get away from the inner city where there's drugs, where it's just poverty, so that my son can have a chance. Buying a home was the best thing that I did for my family. Mario had cousins, he had friends from the city. It's like he was living in 2 worlds. He was trying to get back on his feet and getting back to work, but that never happened. To lose one to what I was running away from, it's just heart-wrenching, you know.
Mario Fox was located in the 5300 block of Shreve, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. He was pronounced deceased at the scene.
The detectives pulled up and they told me, "Ma'am, sorry to inform you, but Mario was killed last night." And I lost my feet. You know, I hit the ground. I just could not believe this. The whole family was just turned upside down.
Lord, we thank and praise you for Mario's life.
Thank you for everybody that's here today. And I ask that you just keep your loving arms wrapped around us and see us through this time that we're going through right now. And son, rest in peace. Yes. We love you. Yes, we love you, big bro.
I used to call the detective. Sometimes he would call me back, sometimes he wouldn't. And I always ask, is there any changes in my son's murder investigation? Are you close to making an arrest? Now it's been 6 years and we're still waiting.
St. Louis sees a lot of people killed every year, and we wanted to know whether those families were getting answers from the department. What we found was that the St. Louis Police Department just really isn't particularly good at solving these homicide cases. Over a period between 2014 and 2023, there were a little more than 1,900 people killed in the city of St. Louis. And police were able to make arrests in about 50% or less of those cases, and that's below the national average. When you start breaking it out by the race of the victim, the difference is even more stark. When the homicide victim was white, police solved the case more than 2/3 of the time.
So part of our analysis was to look at locations of murders and where they were solved and unsolved. The data shows us that murders are clustered in certain neighborhoods, and particularly unsolved murders are clustered in certain neighborhoods.
Neighborhoods like Jeff Vanderloo, Wells Goodfellow, Hamilton Heights, Fairground, all of those areas are more under-resourced concentrations of poverty and mostly Black or other minority communities.
If you live in a neighborhood where if you look outside, you could point to several spots where someone was killed and it was never solved, are you going to feel safe helping the police?
Yeah, they be shooting down here and shit. So that's why you have to watch yourself down here. We in the JVL. This used to be one of the worst parts of the neighborhood. Like, this is where I grew up at on Benton. All this, it used to be houses and stuff. Ain't number lots now. My little brother was murdered and my father was murdered. So I think that kind of pushed me towards violence prevention. Me and my team, we go out and we report shootings. We do intervention work. We do de-escalation work if we see something going on in the street. You know who I am? I'm Jade mama, Tiger baby mama.
Oh, so you do look real big.
Yeah. We down here, I was telling them about when Tiger got killed down here. Yep. Yeah.
That was the track.
You ready to go see where my brother got killed at? Okay. Yeah. You know his death date is coming up. So he got killed in this building right here. I pass by here all the time though. We just kept calling the police, but they never gave us an answer, you know. They protect downtown, but they ain't gonna protect the Black community. You know, I got a problem with that shit.
Tonight, a 19-year-old is dead after being shot near a church in Florissant.
You know, I lost two grandsons, Antonio and Meech. in both of my grandson's case. And just looking at them, I see the difference. Antonio was shot September of 2021.
Real STL News got reports of a shooting near the intersection of Natural Bridge and Belt.
Demetrion was murdered in Florissant, Missouri, out here in the county.
I know Florissant Police Department is doing everything they can to process the scene and this investigation in general.
Now, Demetrion gets murdered. Within 3 to 4 months, they had the boys locked up. On the Antonio case, we were talking to the police officer on a regular basis, never got the people who did it. I see it all the time. There's no sugarcoating it. They treat cases in the city, especially the north side, the poor parts of St. Louis, they just treat it different.
If Mario would have been murdered here in Florissant where he lived, the murderers would be in jail. But in the city, it's like a different world. It's like you're a black man, that's expected of you to be murdered. And we don't care. We don't have the manpower to keep trying to run after every black man that get killed.
We address crime, and it requires building trust. And we got to start establishing those relationships because there's so many people that support the police and what we do, and we both need each other.
A lot of people don't want to come forward because they don't have no trust with the police.
When police fail to solve crimes, it delegitimizes the police in the eyes of this community. The community loses faith in the police, and that makes them even less likely to cooperate, which makes homicides even less likely to get solved, and it just starts creating this feedback loop.
The St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department encourages anyone with information relative to the murder of Mario Fox, of Tyron Maurice Dilworth, Tyrell Thompson,
Demetrius Thomas,
Whitney Brown, the murder of Ramon Gibbs, Lionel Brinson, Rashad Farmer, Trayvon Ritchie,
Damian Baker,
Tonio Martin, to contact the homicide section. Homicide detectives are still searching for the suspects.
Where? I can see it. I can see it. I love it.
Every month we have a kickback that's for the community. Oh my God, I'm so happy to see everybody out here.
The move's back there.
I don't know where we gonna move it. Where we gonna park it, y'all? Way down here?
Way down there or something.
So those kickbacks are really for neighborhoods where there's previously been a shooting and we coming in, we wanna do some healing. This is what we do. We try to come back and try to help heal our community. They say violence is a sickness, and so we coming out here to help stop the spread of the disease. I just got hope for St. Louis that if we keep on doing the work that we're doing without the police, then maybe things will get better. And maybe we could build a better relationship with the police. We're not there yet. I got hope. I know I say it is what it is, but I still have that little simmer of hope. It's right there. It's there.
Do you want to watch all of them through and then go back for comment? Or do you want to?
I think so, but it's up to you.
Yeah, I think that works.
It'll be all second to gather your thoughts, and then we'll move on to the next entry. Alright, so this next project is from the New York Times, and the description says, When the police dismantled a pro-Palestinian encampment at the University of Virginia, several professors put their own safety and job security on the line to protect student protesters. Now, faculty members give us a closer look into what happened.
In student-led protests around the country, university faculty have stood in support of demonstrators, risking arrest.
He's a professor! He's a professor!
At the University of Virginia, the Times got an inside look at faculty's role
I can take you through the blow-by-blow of the day if you want.
and how their negotiations with police broke down at a crucial moment.
In a wanton fashion, they allowed the Virginia State Police to come here fully armed, rifles, mace. One of my colleagues was standing right there trying to talk to the Virginia State Police. He got arrested. The other one standing next to him got pushed back behind the line and he got partially maced. It didn't have to happen this way.
The night before police raided a pro-Palestinian encampment, a few University of Virginia professors tried to de-escalate the standoff and recorded their conversation with the university police chief, Tim Longo. The Times agreed to blur the faces of faculty who had concerns about their job security.
You have my word, this isn't a ploy to brain everybody off grounds and we'll take the property. We just want the tents to come down, that's all. And everyone can stay where they are. It's just that simple.
Protesters had refused to engage with the university, so a handful of professors stepped in to be intermediaries. This at times frustrated administrators, who told the Times the process required a leap of faith.
We basically took shifts, 2-hour shifts being here. We had these yellow armbands that we wore to distinguish that we were faculty liaison. And our job really was just to communicate between the administration, the police, and the students.
Hours later, Professors Walter Heinecke and Mark Sicoli, who documented the incident on his phone, approached the police chief again, stating confusion about what the campus policy actually states for use of smaller recreational tents.
That's not how the policy's been interpreted by general counsel, so that's an issue that we can resolve at a later time. But I appreciate you bringing it to my attention, Walt. Thank you.
Within half an hour, before professors and police could come to an agreement about the tent policy, Chief Longo called the Virginia State Police. Troopers soon arrived with pepper spray and M4 assault rifles to help dismantle the encampment. In all, a few dozen protesters in about 20 tents. University officials say they warned protesters for days that they were in violation of school policy. 27 people were arrested, including at least one professor who declined to speak with us for the story.
He's a professor! This is a professor!
We were in front of the camp students, and then in front of us were faculty, and then the Virginia State Police were here and moved in. I was hit with a riot shield, which is when I got this bruise. They pepper sprayed me. I was detained for about 10 minutes, if I had to guess, and then eventually they just cut off my zip ties.
The heavy police response raised alarm across campus. And now, several faculty members, including Heinecke, want to hold the university accountable for what they say was a violent clampdown on free speech, protesting Israel's war in Gaza.
I've got to show you one thing where they hit around on you.
If they would have just said, let's negotiate, let's leave the tents up for a couple more days and we'll negotiate this out. It's not like you're robbing a bank or anything. You put a couple of tents on. Why couldn't we have just done this a different way? Because the stakes were so low.
The university president and campus police chief did not respond to requests for comment.
And then I'll turn to Chief Longo.
But in a virtual town hall on May 7th, university police and administration defended their actions, citing unidentified outside agitators as a primary concern.
The police were met with physical confrontation and attempted assault and didn't feel equipped to engage given the situation. That's when the decision was made to call on the state police.
I was afraid that myself and the assistant chief would be surrounded and that we would be put in a position to have to defend ourselves. It was clear to me by word and action, this was escalating.
In front of the historic rotunda.
In response, Heinecke and several other faculty members held their own town hall to try to show that the police action was unwarranted. Then, on May 10th, the UVA Faculty Senate held a hearing with President Ryan to discuss the university response to protests.
I, for one, am thankful for him that he prevented us to get into a situation which would be similar to a Columbia.
While there was support, most of the speakers were critical.
My heart broke because of what took place.
to the condemnable call of the Virginia State Police in full gear and the use of excessive force to terrorize our students in their own backyard.
If all of you decide I'm not the right leader, that's your choice.
In a vote, faculty called for an independent review of his and Chief Longo's decisions on May 4th, but stopped short of condemning the police action outright.
All right, once again, I need people who are just here for court.
On the same day, across town, supporters of protesters facing trespassing charges gathered in solidarity at the courthouse.
It's first hearing for everybody who was charged with trespass, which includes our 2 students.
On May 15th, many of those arrested at the protest encampment had their charges dismissed by the public prosecutor. A UVA spokesman told the Times that the university has not yet agreed to an independent review of its decision to call in state police.
Thank you.
Who's next? I had a coughing fit. I had a sneezing fit.
My sneezing is always more than 1, too.
Alright, so this next project, the description says, North Carolina-based Samaritans First delivers aid and surveys damage in isolated areas a week after floods from Hurricane Helene devastated the state.
Entire towns are gone. I mean, that they're totally gone. You know, you can learn more from an aerial reconnaissance in, an hour, 2 hours than you can 2 weeks on the ground. This is a type of activity that we normally only do in other countries.
All right. You going to the airfield?
Yeah, right now.
All right, I'll see you down there.
All right, bye. We're here. It's our home neighborhood. We can't ignore it. They told me that there are roads up in that area that are washed out, and there's like 20 and 40 families. So any questions? Today, we're going to particularly search for isolated people in closed off areas, and we're looking to take supplies over to them.
Today is the first day that we've really got an influx of anything. On Sunday we all kind of felt pretty hopeless. There was nobody coming. There was nothing, because people they were running out of food, clean water, and just being able to get that to everybody. That it's been emotional. Hey, bud. Pretty cool, huh? Isn't that cool? There's so many people missing. We're not getting names or counts, or we have no idea. And for us, we're just seeing our own little communities, and I know that it's much more widespread, and that everybody's desperate for help.
We are furnishing food and water and generators and medical equipment and supplies, and we're pushing that out where thousands of people are coming every day.
We're trying to get our feet under us in terms of organizing the system.
Yeah.
We're creating a system like everybody else is that we don't do on a regular basis. So it is getting smoother every day. People are donating stuff to us who haven't had a shower in a week.
Oh,
so
everybody's giving out of their own abundance.
And they don't have power.
We have some canned food coming, like a lot, not a little lot. You want
canned food is important.
Beans, corns, peas.
Those would be very helpful.
Staple items.
Yes.
All right,
yes,
we'll get you. I'll get you at least a tractor and trailer load up here. I've been doing this for 35 years. I've seen a lot of things in the world. I've been in the middle of a lot of them. The magnitude of this hurricane in North Carolina is really breathtaking.
Maybe the wrong file.
Oh, I see.
Radio
Journalist.
journalist is misspelled and missing.
Journalist.
Also, it's only one. This is team, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, journalists. Okay.
If there's a separate editor, is that?
Yeah,
like
I
about the
mean,
team?
I
Yeah.
think that team is
Is
just
that what-
interpreted
Okay.
different ways.
Yeah.
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 Like,
I mean, I think if it's individual, it means that person filmed and edited.
That's
Okay.
what I would think. Yeah.
That's how I would interpret it, but I know this is slightly different than like
Yeah.
the TV side.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're halfway through these.
Alright, so this next one is also from the Washington Post. The description reads, more than a week after Helene devastated communities across North Carolina, search and rescue teams continue to painstakingly look for missing individuals.
We're on Mount Mitchell, where Buck Creek experienced flash flooding and some landslides. Here, the whole tree slid out of the hill, root ball and all. Sadly, we recovered a victim here 2 days ago in the debris. It took a line of people handing the basket up so we could get her into an ambulance. Her family no longer has to wonder where she's at. That family has been reunited. The people that are affected by these emergencies, they need accurate information of who's where, how they can get help, what kind of help they're getting. Getting up to these communities to access them and provide the search and rescue efforts has been extremely challenging. Cell phone coverage and infrastructure has just been absolutely devastated. Getting a true count of how many people are missing or not missing has been a really big challenge for this one. The not knowing part, the wondering part, that it has to be excruciating. That's probably the biggest value in the work that our dogs are doing, is they're giving us that chance to make that recovery.
Do that. They just pull down. I'd stop and talk to them and say, before you get out of your car, let's go.
Perfect. All right, I'll
That
grab
way
them.
they can work out of their cars.
All right, thanks, Jay.
McDowell County right now has multiple agencies, state, federal, local.
So we just need to go down.
A lot of these things that we do are technical rescue stuff that they don't have here. You're talking volunteer fire departments and things like that. They're a lot smaller in these communities, and they do not have that type of trained personnel or the equipment. We're working with them to make sure that we meet their expectations, to help them to where they can handle it from there.
Is this the correct spot here? Slow down.
We have about 80 people that are with us, and we're on day 12, I believe, of our deployment.
I want to hit that one spot again.
We got to Florida before the hurricane hit and then relocated here.
No interest at all, right? Correct. He had a frustration bark there.
They're long days. Some of it is spent just accessing these communities.
Okay, I'm going to start heading down.
The longer we go, depending on what we are finding, may create extra work for us to help the locals with.
We are aware there's always misinformation with every disaster, every emergency. There's a deliberate effort to make sure that the correct information is going out. At the responder level, we have to focus on the work that we do. There's people that need help, we're here doing it, and I don't care what any of that misinformation says. We know we're on the ground here doing it.
next project has quite a long description, but it is by the Associated Press, and it's a story covering volunteer body collectors in Ukraine.
Я не знаю, куди вже звертаюся до вас, якщо можна, допоможіть мені його забрати. Допомогу надавали медичні бойові дії. Він був живий, як ви трьохсотих вивезли. А ті, хто летіли, і за тебе мені розказуєте, що він за них як керують, а ви на даний момент живої не хочете, але поможете.
Ну дивіться, скажіть, як вас звати? Людмила, дивіться, бувають такі ситуації, ми просто були в дуже багато ситуацій, дуже багато попадали під обстріли і під бойові дії. А є люди, які не можуть просто забрати, тому що івак заповнений, і вивозять, і виносять як можуть. Давайте не будемо зараз горячитись, да? Ви ж бачите, в якому емоційному стані матері, близькі, що надії нема, ні на що надії нема, просять допомоги. А для нас це дуже важливо, щоб кожен воїн пам'ятав, що як би там не було, то якщо сталося таке лихо, ми обов'язково за кожним з них повернемось. Тут саме на цьому місці, тоді, коли ми шукали загиблого хлопця, нам повідомив брат та мати. Вони нам писали, щоб ми допомогли їм знайти їхню дитину. Де вона закінчується десь? І ми почали пошуки. Ми 3 дні шукали наявність цього. Через 3 дні, на 3-й день, ось ми пішли вже, я почув щелчок. І я разом з цим щелчком автоматично стрибнув, і такий був величезний вибух. Я такий впав. І от на 3-й день, коли ми там працювали, це вже був десь, це було десь вже 7 вечора або 8 вечора. Ми працювали вже під фонариками. І цей котик крутився постійно біля нас, і от залазить на мене і на шию, і пригає на одне місце. І я говорю, слухай, щось він хоче показати. Ну давайте, ми вже нема. І це саме був цей хлопець, якого ми шукали. І цей котик, ось я пам'ятаю, він так заліз на мене зверху і так от крутився. Отак. І я говорю, душа прийшла. Прийшла показати, де він лежить, щоб знайшли, додому хоче. Додому, мати жде, брат жде. І ось отак от ми його повертали, і ми з ними були на зв'язку, на постійному. Говорю, ми знайшли. Ми його знайшли. Тазова і стегнова кістка відбита. Він тяжкий був, ми його закидали, він... Ух. В принципі, тут теж. От бачите, і у цього військовослужбовця також мається особистий розпізнавальний знак. І ось, дивіться, то ці тіла вже будуть встановлені і будуть передані російській стороні на обмінах на українських солдат. Коли враг загиблий, то ми не користуємося тим, щоб над ним знущатись. Це не по-людськи. Все, хлопці, зачиняйте.
Our last video, right?
Yeah.
One more.
Yeah, our last video is from the Washington Post, and the description says, Evelyn's repeated attempts to have an abortion were thwarted by Texas's 6-week ban. This is how she gave a home to her baby.
When the medicine didn't work, I was in shock for the most part because I didn't know what else to expect. I was just under a lot of stress, especially, after thinking that I wasn't pregnant anymore or thinking that it worked.
I remember calling my caseworker to say, hey, do you think the abortion ban will increase the number of adoptions? And she said, it's too early to tell. I said, okay. And then I got the call about Olivia in November.
Can I get your face? I know you might be cold. I'm gonna wrap you up. I'm gonna wrap you up.
I remember every detail about being there in the hospital and like holding her for the first time, and I was just, it's crazy like looking back and realizing like it's been that long.
When I saw the pregnancy test, I was just in shock. I started crying. My immediate decision was I need to have an abortion. That was what I decided right away. I went to a clinic, I think it was Women's Health Clinic. I was so nervous, to hear like how far along I was, and he told me I was like 6 weeks and 4 days. And at that point I knew that I had to leave like the state.
We hide and seek together, and we jump about and play, and we roll around and giggle, and we love playing games all day.
I called 2 adoption agencies here in Houston, and they asked me, are you married? And I said no, and they're like, sorry, we don't take anyone but married couples.
You want to turn? Here. Good girl.
It was already a barrier to be in this position in my early 40s and not married, but wanting to be a mother. So then it was like, okay, adoption may be an option, right? And then it was just another barrier. But thankfully, a friend of mine reminded me that a couple of coworkers from my company actually adopted through Gladney in Fort Worth, and that was the agency I ended up using.
After they did the ultrasound, I remember seeing the look on the doctor's face, and he was like, I'm sorry, we can't go through with abortion. You're too far along for us to do it. And that's when it hit me right away that I was gonna have, my baby and stuff. And they had a lady there that was there to help, kind of like a counselor in a way. So I talked to her for a few minutes, and I told her I couldn't take care of the baby. Like, I knew I wasn't gonna be able to. I chose Gladney because I already knew about them. I already knew about Gladney Adoption Center through my parents. I mean, as I grew up, my parents told me about Gladney and the fact that I was adopted when I was a baby. So I knew that they were the right place to go through.
Tears today. No tears today. You got it, Bubba. You got it.
We were kind of processing the call with Evelyn and her family. And I told my sister, I said, I hope she chooses me. If she doesn't, it's okay. I'll be matched with another family. I believe that everything works out for a reason. And literally 1 minute later, my caseworker called and said, Evelyn would like to choose you as the adoptive mom. And so I just started crying, and I felt like I won the lottery when I got the call that I was chosen.
Tell me what happened.
It was exciting, but then it also felt reaffirming, in that I knew that this was a path I was supposed to walk. The day of placement, we were all together in the room, and then eventually the caseworkers cleared out and said, let's give Carolyn and Evelyn some time for them to just connect, the two of them. So that was when I asked her just, about her life, the birth father, and I didn't want to be intrusive, but she was very open. And she mentioned to me that she tried to get an abortion. And she said, I hope you won't judge me for that. And I said, I would never judge you for that.
All done? All done.
Yeah, with stock and wipe here.
All done.
One of the reasons I did give her for adoption is because I knew I wanted to and needed to finish school. And so if I would have made the decision to keep Olivia, then I would have to put off school for a long time. Now a lot of the things I do is going to be for her, so she can have somebody to look up to.
We did a contract at Gladney, and Evelyn and I sat down and we said, okay, what's realistic? She wanted to go to Prairie View, and I was like, okay, great, you'll be in Houston. And we both decided that October of this year would be the time that we wanted to meet up. And so we've been planning and waiting for this day since we made a commitment to each other, and we're gonna keep it.
Who's that? Say cheese.
I don't know if I'm nervous, but excited definitely, and I know I'm going to cry. So seeing the pictures and videos of her growing up over the months, it's exciting to look at, but now I get to see her in person and hold her and touch her and hug her, so that really means a lot to me.
Let me see. Let me check underneath the couch. Hey. Hey, there you go.
Yep.
You gonna stand up?
A child is supposed to be surrounded by love, no matter the lineage. And so what's beautiful about this is that because we did an open adoption, Olivia's going to be surrounded by so much love. My family, Evelyn's family, Evelyn.
Happy girl. Look at that happy girl.
Aww. Her dimple is so cute.
Oh, girl.
Aw, this is a smile.
Yes, you're gonna have to start walking
Look,
pretty soon.
there's Grandma.
Olivia's adoption has not changed how I view abortion bans. What it has done is just highlighted to me that it might put women in a situation that they may choose an unsafe route to get an abortion.
Okay.
Well, it's so nice to see you.
Yeah.
It's nice to see you too, Carol. You're a blessing. I'm so glad that God brought us all together.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Even though I wanted to have an abortion, even though I was so set on making that choice, after all of this now, it's like, I'm glad that it didn't happen that way, but I still believe that women should have their own choice whether they want to have abortions or not.
so just a reminder, because we watched a lot of videos, we just watched 6 videos, so I'm just going to go through them as a reminder of what we watched, especially for people watching. So the first one was failure of St. Louis police to solve murders. The second, police dismantle pro-Palestinian encampment at UVA. The third, Samaritan's Purse delivers aid to people in need after Hurricane Helene. The fourth, rescue teams look for missing individuals after Hurricane Helene. Then a look at a team of body volunteer collectors in Ukraine. And the one we just watched, how a failed abortion fulfilled another woman's dream. So for the judges, what were the videos that stood out to you or rose to the top?
The last 2 stood out to me. I thought they had the most, you connected with the people the most in depth. I thought both of them humanized the issues really well. I liked that in the Ukraine story, like, we got to know the person he's looking for. I haven't seen that in a Remains film before. I got chills at the photos that like allowed me to process everything. And then when I heard that a lot of the bodies were Russians and that they are able to use them to get Ukrainians back. And then I thought the abortion one was balanced and showed both of their, like, it's complicated. It showed how deeply they are connecting.
Yeah, I agree with the on Ukraine, that first shot of the man walking in the field, and then underneath you hear, I think it was like them talking about like searching for the bodies. I mean, the audio wasn't super strong, but I was reading just that first introduction to this story felt very like eerie, and I thought the whole piece had like a weight. It really brought me to the scene. Them collecting the remains, like, I've never seen that before. And I did like that they focused on Sasha for a moment. I thought that's what I would have wanted to see from the other search and rescue story, where they sort of mentioned the women's who they found, and then that was and then the rest became about the team and the crew on the ground. It's totally different circumstances, but yeah, I was really impressed with the AP story, and I would say that for me was at the top.
The Ukraine one was the only one that I was leaning forward and leaning in the entire time. I was waiting for the next shot, waiting for the next subtitle, and like watching TV at home, can't stand subtitle like that one. Every single word that popped on screen, I was just waiting for the next one to pop up. Yeah, it's heavy, but that was the one that drew me in the most.
Yeah, I thought it was very intense. There was good access, and the subject matter was like, I hadn't seen a story about that. I wish the audio wasn't so low at the beginning.
Yeah.
Why was it so low?
My first note was like, is all the text all subtitles? Because I think he was on the phone, so I think some of it was like phone audio coming then through a GoPro or whatever body cam they were using. But at first I couldn't tell if it was like they were adding text or if it was all subtitles. It was so quiet.
It was so quiet, especially for like the intro of like setting the tone and the subject matter of a story. It was like, I mean,
could have raised it.
Yeah. And I liked that one too. It kind of had a lot of text slides. I don't know if we needed them all, but that's just like nitpicky, I feel like. And that just kind of kept going with text slides. But I thought it was really strong. I also really liked the St. Louis unsolved murders. I thought it was like well reported and had strong characters who kind of took you through the more personal, intimate parts of the story. And it was like zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. So I thought it really like humanized it. And it was just like, well shot. Yeah, and good use of, you know, other audio that they incorporated, different news footage and stuff.
The structure of that one, like you said, zoomed in, zoomed out, it made it hard for me to like figure out the connection between all of them until like the very end. I was like, oh, okay, now I see what they were doing, but like the structure was confusing on first watch. And they kind of tied it back. There was also that weird like false ending there. Like we're building, it gets dark, and then like it's like, oh, and we also throw kickbacks. And I was like, where did, like, it felt like it ended, and then it came back out to another part of it. And it ended where it kind of felt unfinished.
I made the same notes about it. It was the edit for that one that threw me off. I wanted to get to know her sons more and have them, like, their humanity carry us, and it was more like the unsolved cases issue carried, but then like started to carry, but then there was a flip-flop back. And I also thought it was ending after that drone shot.
Yeah.
I did like with that one, there was a moment where they were reading the names, and it was just shots of the empty streets. Yeah, I feel like there were moments that were really poignant in that doc. I agree with you. It's well shot. I thought the graphics were pretty helpful too, just like just like the amount of production that was put into like thinking about how to illustrate the numbers. Yeah, I can see how it was like the structure was confusing, but I did like following like the individual characters, even just for like a beat. They all sort of placed. You know,
I also
story.
love the reading of the letter to open that up.
Yes.
Because it starts it off with such a human element, and like it does draw you in a little bit.
And that
Like,
interview was really good.
The interview was really good.
I wasn't like that much of a fan of like the sort of like punching in on a 4K interview for like interview cuts. I think for such an interview heavy piece, like set up 2 cameras kind of thing.
Team shoot,
because it just gets very, you know, jump cutty.
Since it is a team category, the only one to me that felt like it's like, okay, I get why they had a team shoot was the baby adoption story at the end. We're following one get ready and the other get ready, and we get the kind of reunion at the end. That was the only one that to me felt like it really had like the elements to show I'm like, okay, I see why there were more than one person shooting. And I know editing is also counted in team, but that was the one where it's like, okay, they maximize the fact that they can have more than one person.
Yeah,
but it also felt like it took way too long to, like I didn't know that it was going to be a reunion story until way too long into it. And there was that one, a little bit nitpicky, but that one soundbite talking about the Gladly adoption thing, and I was like, is it a commercial for Gladly? Like what, like I get that they're an important piece of this, but like they kind of hit on that beat a couple times. It felt a little weird to me.
Yeah, and you don't actually hear that much about the adoption agency, but like they mention it by name a bunch of times, like several times. So it's like, am I supposed to be like clocking that?
Am I supposed to know what this is? Am I supposed to know who Gladly is?
Yeah, like is this some sort of like special kind of adoption process? I did really like that piece. It was very emotional and intimate. I wish that the audio for Evelyn's interview was better, especially it being the first thing you hear.
I thought it was a Zoom at first.
I think there was probably a technical problem with the lav mic, and they had to use like an onboard mic. That's what it sounded like to me.
And they cleaned it up as best as they could.
But the other interview sounded so good, so then it's like.
And I don't know if I caught this, but did Evelyn say she was adopted too?
Yeah, she did at the end. It was sort of like.
I was like, whoa, that was like a big piece. That was
I think
so
through
quick.
Gladly is
It
what.
was
Yeah.
That's why she went with the brand.
Went with them, and it was just like, but again, it was an aside. It was just like, oh, and I was also adopted by Gladly. Anyway,
Or like, was it a reveal? But then it wasn't like.
Didn't get punched.
Yeah, it wasn't like enough of a reveal.
Yeah. And also, but with the St. Louis one too, to your point on teams, they had someone do the graphics.
That's true.
So
Yeah.
that's adding
That
to
one
it.
felt very like there were a lot of contributions and it was polished. Yeah. Even if the edit didn't have such a smooth narrative arc to it, it was very much like it was like a news story almost, pretty much.
I also
how
did
you would
write
write it.
the reporter coming in so late though, like we see the reporter like halfway through for the first time. To me, that's almost a little jarring. Like if they had done just some sort of setup early for me to know like, okay, the reporter's gonna be featured in this, but they kind of came in the middle and then they were there present through a lot of it. It felt a little,
How long was the St. Louis one?
For St.
Almost
Louis
10
one?
minutes, I think.
It was 9:59.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Can you go to the very end? 'Cause
9:59.
I
They,
think
like,
it was-
they
I think
chopped
they
off the
cut it.
credits.
I think it was longer, 'cause- and I said that it felt unfinished.
Oh,
and
do
like,
you think they cut it?
I think
early?
they cut it like it was probably a 12-minute story or whatever.
Yeah.
Because if you go to like the very end, like the 9:50 mark, it pops up with this drone shot, and it has a graphic, and it feels like there's another part to it, and it just ends on this. So it feels like it might have been 10:30, and they're like,
Yeah.
this still feels like somewhat complete and again comprehensive,
Yeah.
like we talked about, but it felt like to get it under the 10 mark, they chopped, which I know they're allowed to do, but made it feel unfinished when we're watching. Just so we talk about them too, Virginia protests, my biggest complaint is I felt like the reporter track was way too heavy. It felt like overwritten, like reading a newspaper article over video, as opposed to writing like a script to your video and writing in and out of your sound bites and things like that.
Yeah, my notes on that one were it's well reported and thorough, and like good use of various sources of footage to build out the story. But yeah, it was a bit dry and very reporter track.
And then the first North Carolina flood one with the supplies, I wrote it felt sterile, especially for a flooding story. Because we've seen other ones that we've watched just this weekend or other stories that I've seen in the past where like they're in it, they're with them. Even the next one, there's a little bit more like we're along for the ride. I like the chopper at the beginning of the supply story, but then it felt real sterile from then on out. Like I kind of want to be in the mud.
Yeah, both of those to me were flat. Like there was a storyline just kind of was going nowhere.
Same.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they were well shot. It's like this ongoing, difficult situation to film in, and you know, there were scenes unfolding, but yeah, it was sort of not like stories. They were like little vignettes, I would say.
Is Ukraine our number one?
yeah, does everyone agree on Ukraine as number one? Okay. And then what about number two? I feel like it seems like the abortion adoption story rose high, as well as for some people the St. Louis police. Kind of like the ones I hear you all talking about.
I think those are 2 and 3 for sure.
Like abortion too.
Yeah, that's where my
Abortion.
gut is, but I can see St. Louis murders as 2 and not feel like we missed something, you know? But I would lean abortion too.
Yeah. I wish the audio in the interview was better. It's like such a bummer.
Don't give me a reason not to like it. I want to.
I could be pulled either way. I think the abortion one has more feeling, like learning something, like a window into an experience I don't see those experiences very much.
And like a nuance approach to a really like divisive topic. Yeah.
Those 2 are really close though.
I feel like they're very simple. I mean, they're tough. It's not tough.
They have similar positives and negatives about
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, that's true. You guys good with abortion adoption as 2?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then St. Louis police, 3rd place.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's an honorable mention in this category or not? So what's left is the police dismantle pro-Palestinian encampment, Samaritan Purse delivers aid after Hurricane Helene, and rescue teams look for missing individuals after Hurricane Helene.
Of the 2 hurricane stories, I liked the missing people search team better. I don't know how I feel about honorable mentions for.
Yeah, I guess I didn't comment on it earlier, but the UVA story, I didn't. I guess the narration didn't bother me because I was so into. It was a play-by-play of like what happened. So I guess in a way I was like waiting for a moment or for an arc, but it sort of just followed the story, right? Like from
The timeline piece.
the timeline of like them setting up the camp, and then the meetings that happened afterward, and the president and the police chief kind of talking through why, and so I don't know that it like left this like big mark on how I felt about the story. It just sort of played out what happened that day, which, you know, exists as like a piece of news. So I thought it was like engaging enough where I thought it did a better job reporting out one story. I agree with like you on the WAPO, like the Samaritan's Purse and the search and rescue felt like just like you captured just like a moment in the aftermath of the floods, but I also didn't like feel anything super strongly about it.
I think it's a good point about the UVA one that, like it's a very important topic, like free speech on college campuses, like that is, and how it played out with pro-Palestinian protests. That was a huge story last year, and this is like a very focused look at how it unfolded at one university, and you know it is quite shocking for a university to like allow state police to come, you know,
Mace everybody.
manhandle their students on their campus. But I think to your point, like, what impression did it leave me with at the end? Like, did it change how I thought about it, or I'm not sure that it did.
Yeah, in a weird way, I thought it was going to be about the professors and the teachers stepping in at first, because that felt like the human angles. Like I think there was even text, right, of like professors stepping in. So I thought that was
like
where
what
it was
motivated
going.
them.
Yeah.
And like, obviously, it was like protecting the students and they value free speech, but like, and what?
In the caption, it mentions the professors in the first sentence, and maybe that's why you felt as though they would be more of a focal point, because in the first sentence, it says when the police dismantled the pro-Palestinian encampment, several professors put their own safety and job security on the line. So there was a focus
Then it felt
on
like an
professors.
afterthought.
It was kind of told from the professor's perspective to some degree, but I think it was like it's competing with the reporter's analysis or the reporter's play-by-play and the professor's perspective. And then there were some student voices, but it was mostly from the professors. So it was just it muddies it up a little bit, I guess.
And it was, it felt like it was missing emotion, even from the professor. Like he's standing there and it's just so dry. And like I want something to make me feel something, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
I also wrote abrupt ending. I don't even remember necessarily how it ended, but
yeah,
I don't remember how it ended either.
If you want, I can like replay the ending. But if that's if you want, I can like replay the last like 20 seconds.
Sure.
Okay. I'm not gonna play it with audio because I don't want it to conflict with y'all's commentary. But
Kids went to court.
oh yeah.
I liked seeing the aftermath of this unfolding.
The professor
it's the
meeting
play-by-
was like probably the best part of it.
Like the faculty senate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a weird like.
Oh yeah,
that to
it
be
does
the best
have
part.
an abrupt ending.
Yeah, and it's just like
court.
they went to
and
court.
And then what?
Charges dismissed.
Yeah.
And then I think it was them doing their obligatory, like, we also reached out to here, they didn't comment, and done. And again, to me, like I wrote, it felt newspapery in like we're reading a newspaper article and attaching video and sound into it.
Yeah, and I guess just like didn't really address like why this is so important to have this play-by-play of what happened and ongoing discussion about it. Like why should we all care that this happened at UVA?
Yeah.
Would you guys feel weird not awarding honorable mention with this one?
Like to any?
To any, yeah,
Oh,
just
yeah.
no honorable
I
mention.
think, yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think we hit the 3 that really rose above the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can skip it. All right. Sweet.
Can we take a quick 1
Yeah,
minute?
we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
we're back. We're gonna look at the culture, sports, and science presentation category. And as a reminder, I will just read the description. So this is a visual presentation, feature story about culture, music, film, art, fashion, food, travel, sports, science, and technology. And then again, let me just read what we're looking for in a presentation. Okay, so presentation categories are for visually driven stories that feature multiple elements such as text, photos, videos, graphics, illustrations, and animations. Entries will be judged on the whole experience, including journalism, storytelling, design, interactivity, and engagement. So we have, I believe, 5 entries in this category.
Yes. So I'm going to start off with this first story. The description here says Las Amazonas, an indigenous softball team from Yaxchula, Mexico, is spreading its message of empowerment and inclusivity around the world. And forgive me if my pronunciation is not great.
Yo desde pequeña me gustó. Ya trabajamos con ese de sol que te digo de las hortalizas, de limpiar las calles. Ya de eso ya llevamos como 2 años trabajando con de sol. Llegó un nutriólogo y el nutriólogo dijo, yo quiero que me ayude o que hagan activación física. Ya pasó como 3 semanas. Yo les dije, antes que llegue el nutriólogo así para la activación, estamos platicando así, le digo, ¿por qué no jugamos el béisbol? Yo desde pequeña me gustó. Ya salimos, corté el bate, así salimos a las 4, nos citamos todos allá frente al molino y allí llevé la pelota y el bate y entonces dice, ¿y cómo lo vamos a trabajar? Pues con las manos, pero no tenemos guantes, no importa, pero vamos a empezar así, empezamos a jugar así sin guantes, lo atrapamos solo así con las manos. Ya
Es una comida tradicional de acá de Yaxchuna y entonces se llama pebre, es pollo y la basecita es masa. Y entonces esta receta lo aprendimos pues de mi difunta abuelita, ella nos enseñó esa tradición, que no la perdamos. Es una comida deliciosa, una receta que no vamos a perder. Es una comida tradicional Lo
pusimos así, banco de semilla, porque lo prestamos y ya cuando lo devuelvan, si le prestamos 1 kilo, ellos nos van a devolver 2 kilos de semilla.
Si lo siembras en el mes de junio, ya a agosto ya lo puedes cosecharlo. Lo pusimos así.
Una, dos, sí.
Dale,
Por acá que le tires un poquito así.
Doble chocó allá. Hizo doble. Voy a tirarlo por allá.
Una, dos, sí.
Caché, Dani Caché, primera base. Primero, Ay, Caché, Dani Caché, primera base.
Mi papá no estaba muy de acuerdo de que yo siguiera estudiando. Siempre me decía que yo estoy muy grande y no me va a favorecer en el futuro. Yo tomé la decisión de seguir estudiando porque quiero ser alguien en la vida. No me quiero quedar encerrada en un cuarto de 4 paredes. Mi papá no estaba muy de acuerdo de que yo siguiera.
¿Y qué está bateando?
No.
¿Cuál? ¿Me puedes sentar acá? ¿Y qué está bateando?
No.
¿Cuál? ¿Me puedes sentar acá?
hay ningún bateando. No hay ningún bateando.
Desde hace 11 años fui diagnosticada de artritis reumatoide. Yo pensé que ya se acabó Daniela, no iba a volver a caminar. Pues sigo y el deporte, aparte que la doctora me dijo es muy sano, yo creo que te está ayudando mucho y como pues te gusta, te apasiona, pues es otro poquito que le das a esas ganas de estar bien. Desde hace 11 años.
Daniela con Chef, Shirley Met,
Pues más que nada emocionada porque pues igual ahí voy a ver a mi mamá y pues como ahí está, yo vivo con mis abuelitos y voy a tener la dicha de volver a vernos. Pues más que nada por el tema de la igualdad de género igual, porque antes en ese tiempo a nosotros, en mi caso, que cree que cuando yo estaba en el Alguien Yashuna, los papás o los hombres veían mal que una señorita estuviera jugando básquetbol o fútbol. Entonces, y ahorita pues veo que ya hay un cambio allí en Yashuna con respecto a eso. Y es muy bueno porque ahorita se fomentan muchas generaciones. En mi caso, pues mi mamá, yo y ella. Y pues igual futuros nietos, ¿no? Bueno. Y eso es muy bueno, ¿no? Para nosotros es un cambio que ya tenemos ya en Yashuna. Más que nada por la...
campo que grada digno y entonces más tuvo problema y Felipe meta el proyecto para beneficio de la comunidad. El campo que grada digno.
Se van a caminar un poco más, pero van a tener un acceso propio que les va a llevar a un pórtico. Ya lo sé, van a caminar un poco más, pero van a tener un acceso propio que les va a llevar a un pórtico. Ya lo sé, van a...
Is this the same one we looked
Yeah.
over as part of portfolio? Okay.
Yeah.
Should I read the description here?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. This one's from the Seattle Times called Forest Feud, and the description reads, "For more than a century, this has been a way of doing business in Washington, cutting forests owned by the state and today managed by the Department of Natural Resources. But in an era of climate warming and growing climate activism, there is a new war in the woods. This fight is not over old growth. The trees sprouted before 1850 and never cut since settlers came here. Those ancient monarchs are already protected. The conflict now playing out across Washington is over the old growth forest of tomorrow."
I just want to make a few announcements. So one of our judges, there's a conflict of interest, so she's just going to watch but step out when we talk about the projects. We also have seen this one already, so we can kind of engage with it as much as you guys want, like if you need refreshers. But we did see this in a portfolio category yesterday. So yeah, we might not be as in depth with it right now. Oh, I think you have to, yeah.
Yeah, I'll log in again.
Do you guys want to like just have it scroll through? Maybe we don't watch videos unless we need to go back and watch them during the
Sounds
end.
good.
Okay. Slash, we can look at our notes from yesterday because I took a bunch during this part of it.
I'm just doing a slow scroll.
Yeah, that sounds great. And if there's anything anyone wants to interact with, just yell it out.
Yeah. If you want me to replay any videos, look at any graphics, I can do that.
Let's see.
Is there anything anyone wanted to specifically look at again? I know you all spent a lot of time with this project because you also looked at it on your own.
Could we look at that one graph, the with the like, it was like the illustration graph with the pine cone? I think it's down further. I just sort of wanted to look at it here. Yeah. Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
So our third submission out of 5, the description for this one reads, evidence suggests the advanced driver assistance system was engaged during a fatal crash that killed recruiter Hans von Ohain in 2022. They had the login information in a different submission. I'm gonna try that.
Is this the Washington Post one?
Yes.
I have it.
I don't know the password.
Yeah, I know I sent this to you guys.
Right.
Okay, so. Sweet.
All right.
It is going to be confirmed crash.
Upper Bear Creek Road.
Oh, God. So it's fully engulfed and there's one inside?
It will not be out of fire for several hours. You know how Teslas are. It is going to be confirmed crash.
Upper Bear Creek Road.
Oh, God. So it's fully engulfed.
I started packing my car up just automatically, and he goes, well, you want to take the Tesla?
Partial statement that was received from the passenger was they were using a auto drive feature on the Tesla, and it just ran straight off the road, and the vehicle just erupted into flames again. So we're backing off for now.
Well, first I heard Hans say, oh, shit. He didn't even get shit out of his mouth. Right after that moment is where we made impact. And then the next thing I remember is waking up in the vehicle. So
Hans was proud to say he worked for Tesla. He very much looked up to Elon Musk, so much so that we were willing to support the company that supported us by buying their automobile. We wanted to take our baby home in a brand new car that is claimed to be the safest on the road. Now it feels like we were just guinea pigs.
Honestly, I shouldn't be alive. In my mind, I'm like, how did I get out of there? At minimum, I pass the accident scene twice a day. Sometimes it's more. It's an emotional battle, for sure. I'm glad it wasn't Nora and his daughter in that car when this happened, you know? So maybe I was meant to go with them that day. That's the thing. I've driven this thousands of times, and so did he. So these are the batteries, I guess, and I took this into someone at work that verified that. But I said it just looks like a bunch of shotgun shells. I don't know the number, but it was like they could fit like 10 power units in here, and now they can fit 1,000. So these things just become so much more energy that it's like, and why you need that much energy, I don't know. You know, I don't know why you need to go 0 to 60 in a second, you know. But that's what makes them do that, so.
This was the first fatal crash that I've responded to in that area. The Colorado State Patrol has the onus of answering questions to the family. I reached out to Tesla to see, knowing that part of what Tesla has is a immediate input between the actual telematics of the vehicle and also the Tesla servers. I was told that because of the remote location of the crash and the inability to connect with the actual cellular signal, there was no upload that actually showed evidence of this crash.
I have so many questions that are unanswered, and I want them answered. I am still paying storage every month, a fee to store that Tesla, a burnt piece of metal, just hoping, you know, a lawyer will come along, an expert will come along and look at that burnt piece of metal and try to find something. But if it's something, I'm gonna keep it. I always knew he wanted to be a Marine, which means 3 months of boot camp. He looks so handsome in this. The only communication we had during those 3 months was writing letters to each other. And those letters are absolutely everything to me now. Stay strong. I love you more than life itself. I have to see those words now because I feel as though I'm going to be fighting the big fight. I've never known a better human, and I was so lucky to find him. It was cut way too short.
Can you scroll up for just a second?
What's the correction? Reduces reaction time. Oh, increases reaction time. Okay.
I had to read it.
Does anyone want to like zoom in or see anything else in this story? Okay. All right. We can move on.
So the description of this project says, the sport is relatively young but fast growing, and the competition to win gold in the Paris Paralympics is expected to be tight.
So this is the same story that we saw the social video for.
Yeah, this is the full story.
Yeah.
So you have the audio.
Those wheelchairs look so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
So that's not a click-to-play video, that's just a header?
No, it's
Yeah.
just a embedded video, there's no sound.
Looks familiar.
Nice temper climate
Yeah.
when they're practicing.
True, true.
It's a good nickname.
I was thinking about what they call the one. It's called like pterodactyl.
Oh, I didn't
Like,
catch
that's
that
kinda
one.
Like it doesn't seem a little. I don't know. Is that scientific or?
Ectrodactyly.
Oh, sorry.
Mm.
Did you guys catch that?
Yeah, if you get to the end and you touch the ball on the ground, but that's also because I know
Oh.
rugby enough. But it was.
It's like a touchdown. You have to.
Yeah, but you have
Yeah.
to put the ball on the ground for it to count, as opposed to just like crossing the line. That's
Oh,
the
you
difference
have to,
between
like,
like rugby and
bounce it.
football. Yeah.
Okay.
You have to. Well, it's like downward pressure. Like your hand has to be
Oh,
on the
got
ball,
it.
touching the ground.
Okay.
Players carry the ball across the opposing team's try line to score. Both wheels on their chair must cross the try line.
Yeah.
So slightly different than actual rugby.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense.
Almost seems basketball-ish, except for that,
Mhm,
like
mhm.
with the dribbling.
Yeah.
But they do have to dribble.
They do dribble.
Dribble
yeah.
or pass in 10 seconds, which is also different than like normal rugby.
Rugby, you just pass.
Yeah, you can run forever.
Yeah.
There's no time limit.
Players can roll, bat, throw, or bounce the ball to pass.
I want to see more of the like metal extension picker.
Mm-hmm. That caught us, and you can kind of see it in some photos. Or I think
Yeah.
we can see it in some photos.
It looks like it. Yeah, like I'm assuming maybe that's
What's on
it.
the right side of that picture on the left?
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
But I want to see it in action.
That's
Uh-huh.
crazy. I know.
But it also looks like everyone has that. Oh, no, I see. Okay, that is the... But, like, those two are, I guess, two high pointers.
This looks very cool.
Just the damage on the wheels is crazy.
Alright. That was fourth, and now the fifth.
Yeah, so this fifth one we actually also already saw in the portfolio category. It's the 3 families trying to get IVF in Alabama. And we also watched the video, so maybe, once again, we could just do like a quick refresher.
I'm going to have audio disabled this time, since we've already seen the videos, and I don't want the audio to conflict with y'all's discussion.
Yeah, that's
And
fine.
do you want me to enable audio for
Yeah,
any
if you want to
videos?
see anything.
Yeah, I can do that one.
I think this was the one with the arrows on the side.
Wait, can you scroll like a little bit slower?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, sure.
Thanks.
So just a reminder of what we just looked up, especially for people tuning in. So it's at Las Amazonas, an indigenous softball team from Peru. Forest feud, Washington's fight over the old growth of tomorrow, the Tesla fatal crash, murder ball, wheelchair rugby, and the IVF struggles in Alabama. One of our judges is just stepping out. But yeah, how are y'all feeling? What rises to the top? Some of the new ones were kind of different.
Yeah. Definitely the Amazonas to me was a standout. I just thought it was very thorough. Like the scroll through, you were getting the chapters of the story. I felt like, in a way, it took away from like watching the full doc.
Yeah.
Because I felt like I knew so much about it.
Yeah, it felt like it was that you took a package script and then split it up into the 34 slides that are the sound bites and your lines of track, which was just different. different approach than anything else we saw, that's for sure.
It is interesting, like I just wonder how people engage with something like that differently than watching like a full video.
Yeah.
Can you scroll to slide 2? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There was no audio on this one, right?
There was audio, yes.
I think there's
There
just
was-
that track like the whole
Oh,
time.
I'm sorry, slide 11. I thought my 11 was 2.
I have the.
Oh, is the sorry.
De
I know
acá de
the-
Yashuna.
is the audio sync off at the end of this one?
Yeah, like the
Her-
audio is
her-
synced with the.
Her mouth, yeah.
Es masa. Y entonces esta receta lo aprendimos pues de mi difunta abuelita, ella nos enseñó esa tradición, que no la perdamos. Es una comida deliciosa, una receta que no vamos a perder. Es una comida tradicional de
Stuff, so
It seems to be synced.
Yeah, now
Oh, I
it looks
think
like it's
In the
synced.
beginning.
The beginning syncs. the ending
y la
is not.
basecita es masa.
Comida, she makes the duh part of comida. Like,
Lo aprendimos pues de mi difunta abuelita, ella nos enseñó esa tradición, que no la perdamos. Es una comida deliciosa, una receta que no vamos a
I'll like absorb it because I'm reading while images are moving, and I'm like fighting with do I read first or do I watch, and then I have to like watch it twice, and then you like start to hear the same thing over and over again.
I found myself by like slide 24 looking at the slide numbers.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
then,
really?
like,
Okay.
it felt long. Nothing to actually do with slide 24. That's a
Okay,
random
no,
number.
it's just
Of just like it felt like long and I don't know. I guess these are meant to be these are consumed by the people who like really care. Like all of these are not just you're sitting there scrolling at work trying to get through them. And maybe the Instagram brain rot side of it all has kicked in where I'm used to 10 slides max type thing.
Yeah, I to your point, too, like once it said go watch the full documentary, I was like, oh, this was already so long. I think it'd be more effective if this was like 10 slides and maybe broken up a bit more, where sometimes we're just living in the video and then we have time to read and then video.
Yeah.
Just like so it's more digestible.
Such an interesting tease though. For a longer documentary.
That's true.
Like spending that much time and effort and resources in what's effectively a tease is cool and admirable. Like
I do agree with you though, like the less is more idea, because the slide that did it for me, I mean, it was sort of the unfolding of how the baseball team came about and how they used to just they weren't allowed, they were like doing crafts, like, you know, the bee shot. But then them in their dresses on the baseball field, it just made me like want to root for them.
Yeah.
I thought she was gonna get hit in the head though, the catcher, because she's like jumping into the batter's path. Like if they had swung the bat, she's getting a baseball bat to the back of the head. But
I mean,
I think them in dresses next to full softball pants and jersey, like you
They're
see the difference.
representing.
You see the
Yeah.
stark contrast.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you see them alongside the other players.
Mm-hmm. It was really cool. It was cool.
I wanted to see when they talked about traveling and going to Mexico City and Arizona. I wanted to, and maybe this is in the doc, but I wanted to tease to be able to see them playing on these different places, even if it's really quick. And they do a little bit, but I mean, it does make me want to watch the full film.
Correct.
It's beautiful and the story is compelling and the characters are amazing.
One thing that also like stood out to me is kind of weird. So it's broken up with these player slides where all it says is like this person's the shortstop, this person's a utility infielder, but then it's not like like team founder. This one at least felt like we learn we get this slide to see who the team founder and pitcher is, and then we hear the origin story of how she founded it. But I don't think like that theme stayed through. It's not like every person like they use the shortstop to then tell us about this part. Like they're part of it, but then it just like balloons out real quick. Unless she is just the only one making uniforms and I'm just not catching it the first time through. Can you go to the next slide?
Mm-hmm.
Or yeah, then it goes to the food and it's a different person cooking. And then that's a different, yeah. So, and it wasn't like, It's almost like if I think they did 4 of those slides. They'd done 4 of those, and those 4 people were the 4 people telling us different parts of the same story. Then I think I like engage with those title slides more. But like, I don't think. What's the next slide? You want to keep
The
scrolling?
slide after this is about
Leadership. So it's about her. Keep going. Her going to school. Maybe I'm just wrong. I just didn't catch it the first time. It's a very real possibility.
And then his video was of Inadina hitting a home run 2018.
But
This
then
one
it just
maybe-
seems to travel. Yeah, sorry.
This one didn't as the only side that didn't have audio, so
Stood
which
out.
it doesn't need audio, but it did stand out.
Yeah. I also, it is cool because it is so different than any of the other ones we're looking at. Like the one it's most similar to is the IVF story.
With the scrolling.
With the
and
scrolling
videos
and
playing,
video
yeah.
and kind of constant.
Yeah.
But even in the IVF one from WAPA, like they do better. They not better. They use stills, whereas
Yeah.
this one, besides that
Yeah.
one slide, is all video. Again, just different. Not
Yeah.
That's not a good or a bad comment. They're just different.
I think it's for me too. It's I'm connecting with them, like just the expression on their face and just seeing how like joyful they are when they play, and then there's like a dog next to them when they're waiting to hit. And it's just this is like nothing I've seen before. So it's
Yeah.
it's like that novelty factor for me that like makes me
Like it.
more engaged. Yeah, and maybe that's just like outside the format. It's just the topic. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still do like Forest Feud. I think,
Yeah.
and again, we didn't watch the videos this time, but I think the in-depth of those videos, like the ability to tell one giant story through several well-told stories, is a really tough thing to accomplish, and I think it's done really well through this presentation.
Yeah, and maybe we could just remind for people watching, there were 3 videos in the story. The first one I think kind of is like an
First one's the overview.
but then there's the one called the Troublemakers about the older activists hoping to save the forest who are removing like the markers. And then the second video is about the people who work in the timber industry and kind of see it from a different point of view. So you get those like 2 sides in this one story.
And it showed such a unique balance by getting them to show that we talked about this yesterday. Everyone has the same like end goal. It's just how they think we should get there is so different. Like everybody thinks there needs to be trees in this forest. One side thinks that means leaving the trees up the entire time and never cutting them down. The other one's like, we cut them down, we replant, and we keep things moving and keep the life cycle going. And it just kind of showed 2 sides to the same issue for environmental stuff that was unique.
Yeah, this was by far in the portfolio. Like, I loved this story so much because it was so comprehensive, and I got to really dig into this one topic of these trees and the people who kind of surround.
And it seems like such a narrow focus, but then when you're watching these stories and diving through them, you're like, it's not that narrow. Like we're talking about pretty much one plot of land with one mill, but we're able to tell the story of the whole issue. Really well done there.
Yeah, this one just hits all the pieces. It's with the graphics too. It just has so much information, and it is long, but how it's designed and how it is ordered, it doesn't feel like I'm checking on where am I going to be done with this.
Yep.
And I think also at the end when you see the community members, the internship group, and that picture, every time we scroll through this, those images just bring stuff, because we see a lot of trees and it's a beautiful landscape, but then you see more of the people, and you see these people throughout, but I think especially seeing these images at the end, it just wraps it up. So
what was this photo about?
The
This
hospital?
Sorry to.
It was the money that is from the taxes from the mill is paying for expansion for the hospital.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I missed that.
Because that
Okay.
stuck out with me yesterday too. I was
Yeah.
like, again, it's just showing another side to it.
Yeah, the
that
human side, yeah.
There is some repetition
Yeah.
in like the photos and the cut lines and things like that
Mhm.
in the video, but then there's also like unique content for just people reading, not watching.
Mhm.
Which I also
Yeah.
thought was cool. And again, I'm kind of a sucker, I guess, for
No, I mean,
well composed full stories.
Mhm.
And it's just a different style of approach than what WAPA did in the next 3.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed.
Do y'all feel like this is like
It's a contender for sure.
It's a contender. I think
Yeah.
there's
It is
a
gonna be.
conversation with this one. To me, Forrest and Tesla were like my
Tesla,
top
yeah,
2.
okay.
That was where I was leaning.
Forest and softball were
Yeah.
mine.
Yeah.
With the close, I don't know. The softball is just it's like too long.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
too long, and it's the fighting, the words and images. But we can talk
Yeah.
about this one.
I wrote on every single video,
Uh-huh.
I wanted more.
Yeah.
And like we kind of get it a little bit later, but like
Yes.
I want more now.
Yeah.
Like I want my instant gratification
Yeah.
right now. Like I want to hear from this guy who was in the car crash.
I had so many questions while I was watching this, in like a good way, probably, just because I was like, what year was this? What has been like the safety mechanisms that have, like, where is the development of this story? Like, I
Yeah, the
truly.
story is
22, right?
2024, except he passed in 2022.
yeah, the crash
was
This
in
is 2 years
22.
after.
Yeah, and you know, when we look at when they break up the story into chunks, and then you're unfolding as you're scrolling through. I don't know if it worked for me in this
In this one?
situation, because it was like you. I was like, like this full story is so interesting to me. I almost feel like this could have just been like the moment I was thinking about it. Yeah, it could just be one video, and then the rest of this could be about, like, it's also about the other crashes that have happened, and looking at like I want to know like how many other instances have there been over time. Like I wanted a timeline or something.
And they have all the elements
Yeah.
of what I would think would make a good long form vid between all of the short snippets.
Exactly.
I just want to see it put together
Yeah.
in one nice little
Yeah.
package that I can
And maybe they
digest.
did.
And then
Yeah.
and maybe they didn't, they didn't
Yeah.
put it, but I think
Yeah.
like that should be there, even if it's at the end. Even if it's like, if
Yeah.
you made it down here, you get to see our full video. Like,
You made it all the
you
way.
made it to the
down.
bottom, here's your prize.
Yeah.
Like, I do think, and I'll kind of compare that to Paralympic, where like,
Yeah.
we know there's at least a vertical video that has everything put together.
Yeah.
And it's nowhere to be found in here.
Yeah.
Like, there's no horizontal video that is kind of all encompassing. There were no
Yeah.
sound bites in this one, right? It was
Yeah.
just moving.
Yeah, and we know that they exist somewhere.
We know that they all sound, and we have that really good moment that is still burned in my brain of like they're all guys with bald with beards,
Yeah.
and like put that in there. Like let me
Right.
feel that moment too.
Also, on the Tesla one, they do have more stories about this and the kind of progress that is made.
Okay.
There's a story about how his wife did end up suing Tesla
Mhm.
for the crash. Like, is Tesla liable? Like, why should or shouldn't be used?
Yeah.
So on
They've
and so
definitely
forth.
done their like homework
Yeah.
on this
That's
story.
true. Those questions are like in the rest of the stories.
I also, and again, I'll compare this one to the Tesla one. This
Yeah.
one feels like this is the Washington Post design,
Yeah.
and they've just kind of like put in photos and laid it out really well.
Yeah.
Whereas Tesla and IVF are both unique. Tesla is kind of the same design, just with a black background, I guess, but like, it's at least showing like the visual screen is telling me this is different from anything else you're gonna read today.
But it also had the video, so.
And it had the video. You're right. Yeah. But it's doing something to tell me this is special. Both
Mhm.
IVF and Tesla tell me like this is unique, this is different. Pay attention, just from the design alone.
Yeah.
IVF, I think, actually does that part better than Tesla, of telling me this is different. I'm gonna see something
Yeah.
different.
I would
Now
agree.
knowing that there is a video of all of this put together, though, again at the end, let me see the whole thing put together. But that's me. That's my internal bias, I guess.
Yeah, for Paralympics, I wrote that there's no audio, and it's like videos where you're looking to press, is there audio? So
Yeah, I feel like even when they're playing, like I want to hear.
The crash.
Yeah,
We
like
know
what
it
does it
exists.
sound like?
I think especially when with videos where you see an object bouncing that you know makes sound. Like, I guess for the sweat, it's like, okay, I may not need sound for that, but you know that there's a lot of sound.
This is a video, it's not playing.
Yeah.
Anything that moves makes noise.
Right.
That is like
Yeah,
something
like,
I
what
teach
do
all of
the
my people.
wheelchairs sound
Those
like?
wheelchairs are
Yeah.
making noise. That made a big noise right there.
Yeah.
You say the like sweat spraying thing, like does make
That still
that
does,
sprayer
that's a
is making
sound
it
effect.
the whole time. I'm like, let me hear that, or let me at least opt in to hear that. I do like in this one though. The one thing I did want to know, up above when they have photos on one side and video on the other, I thought that was kind of unique.
Yeah.
Right
Yeah, I
there,
think
like they
that
did
works
that
nice.
kind of consistently throughout
Yeah.
this piece.
Yeah.
And I thought that was kind of cool.
I think the story would have benefited from the auto play, just the auto audio.
Yeah.
I know sometimes people don't always like that if it's sound bites and you're like not ready for
Mhm,
that, but this
mhm.
is just like sound effects.
Yeah. Or I mean, what they've done in other stories too, where it's like you opt into the audio and it's playing. Again, give me the option to consume
Like
it.
this one, you guys sound on or off.
Right.
So you guys think
And then-
force and softball? Oh, sorry.
This is for Tesla. I also felt like I wanted more information. I thought that the videos leaned on the emotional side of like how processing the loss, which is really important. But I
Mhm.
thought that they kind of started to repeat without giving more information on how often are these type of crashes and what determining the circumstances.
Besides the state patrol video, that one was the only one that was information heavy.
And I did read in the text at one point that he was intoxicated at the time.
Oh,
I
I
was
didn't
like,
see that.
I was
Yeah.
like, that felt like that should be
Yeah.
more.
I felt like that was like a hidden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He was legally intoxicated. Later, I think in the story, it mentions that he and his friend were playing golf and they had multiple drinks. But he said that his friend said that he seemed sober. Like he seemed, aware of himself. Even though he was like, yeah, even though he was
All my friends when
He
we're
doesn't
out
remember.
drinking
Yeah.
seem sober.
They
Yeah.
both had been drinking, and autopsy found that he died of
Oh, shit.
0.26.
That's not a small number.
Still, yeah.
I
But
mean-
somewhere his friend said that he was like, yeah, he seemed fine.
I wonder too, I mean, I didn't see this, so I don't know if they go into it, but like, they're doing a self-driving car, so is the limit like different? Because
Oh, like
No,
the-
because at any
So-
time you got to be able to pick. Like
yeah,
you're still the
so-
driver. Yeah.
Yeah,
you still have to be
so
able to
it's
get it.
like, yeah, kind of interesting that that's like kind of deep in.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rossiter said he seemed composed and, quote, by no means intoxicated.
Okay.
But 3 times the legal limit is 3 times the legal
Yeah.
limit. That's a tough one to.
Um,
But like, at the end of the day, you're 3 times the legal limit or not, you don't deserve to die in a fire
No.
No.
Of
crash.
course
Like,
No, but I just would want some other information
Yeah.
to build, knowing like we're focusing on visuals, like and consuming
the
the
question
visuals.
we just asked, is there a different level between your blood alcohol content if you are in a self-driving car or a normal car? I want that soundbite. I want that in there, like that, and it might be in the text, but like I want the answer to that question in a video form that would then clue us into the like idea that he was intoxicated. Whereas again, us looking through the design and the video doesn't entirely do that. The answer also could be in here for all we know,
Yeah, it might
because
be
there's so much with the text. But
I am definitely in agreement with the emotional. It was like the emotional side, which I love. I always want that. The human side of the story, like how is she grieving? But in this instance with Tesla, it's such an unknown. Like, how can we know more about how these cars work and keeping it safe for everybody? And this was the first fatal crash, right, in 2022? That's what they said.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like, they
yeah,
did
well,
get
it says
into-
it may be the first, so.
which means it probably is they just couldn't fully get
Yeah.
on that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But in the full self-driving mode.
And but then did it say that it was full self-driving mode? Because isn't there
Well,
like
it
a
also
switch?
says it in quotes.
It says
Yeah.
So, I mean, I
I
think
think
it
they
was
said he had, like, they said that the buddy said it was in full self-driving.
like the car. Yeah, the car was in full self-driving mode
Yeah.
at the time.
Yes.
Right. but
That's what the
it's-
friend's saying. But
Yeah.
That's what
because
they don't know.
And we had they don't know because the cell service issue that the wife was talking about.
Got
Where
it.
like the car is constantly sending back and forth information, but because they were effectively in a dead zone, it like they didn't get the last report and then it burned.
Okay.
Was at least how I took that.
See
from
that?
it.
Yeah, I missed all that. Yeah. Okay. Because it was a
Yeah.
question for me. Did he turn it on or?
I mean, it
not?
says
The
that it was
friend said it
on,
was
but
on,
I
yeah.
think that the Washington Post, it's not like 100%.
Yeah, because there's not the
There's no
detail
record,
from
yeah.
Tesla.
So yeah, I just felt that I just wanted more. But I think those were also questions that are answered in other articles, maybe.
Sure. Yeah.
It's just this,
Yeah.
So out of these, you guys liked Forest Feud and softball as your top twos?
Yeah,
Okay.
I did.
I had Forest Feud in my top two as well.
Yeah.
Just Tesla Crash would have been there. And softball is probably 3 out of these in my brain.
And then, oh, I see, Tesla.
Tesla I think I would have Forest as 1, Tesla's 2, softball as 3 would be like my personal.
How does everyone feel about Forest Feud as one?
I
Is that
think
how
that's great.
everyone's leaning?
Yeah, it's really
Okay.
strong, yeah.
So at least we have a 1.
And you
Yeah.
guys both like softballs too?
Yeah, more than Tesla, I guess, is my, yeah.
Tesla's 3? I think, I mean,
Yeah, I'm good with that.
yeah,
So
I think that's it.
Forest Feud, softball, Tesla.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a honorable mention? Or skip it?
Considering, I think the Washington Post, the IVF one, which we didn't talk about too extensively, but
Yeah.
it was a really strong
It
piece.
was,
Yeah.
and
Which
we talked
one?
about it more
IVF.
yesterday.
IVF, yeah.
I always go back to this, and I like that there's no chunks of text, and you get
Yeah.
the full story with the very short text.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
interview sound bites carry the story forward. So
And again, if we are looking at what we've talked about, honorable mention is like a hat tip to something that's unique and different. What you just laid out is that IVF one.
Yeah.
And that is different. Where again, I think the reason why Murder Ball, while I love the topic and want to spend so much more time on that page, the presentation feels just like a little bit more than a normal story, as opposed to IVF is so different, so unique, so impressive. Murder Ball is just a really good topic and fun
Me
name.
too,
Right.
yeah, I agree.
But if Murder Bar folks are listening, the social video that explains how to play
Yes.
would shows the points, like
Uh-huh.
and
Yeah.
how to score. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm looking for. How
Yeah.
to score.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
would be a really effective social.
What's
So
the
are we saying IVF as an honorable mention?
Yes, I
Yeah.
believe so. Everyone's in agreement?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Yes.
Was the Simone Biles one? Was that Washington Post also?
Yes.
So they have the technology.
Instagram.
Just take your Simone Biles
Take the Simone
format.
Biles one, and maybe not watercolors because it's Murder Ball, but even just the sketching that they did with
Yeah.
Simone Biles one, like that would a wheelchair would look awesome in that style too.
Yeah. And it's like kind of, it fits the Olympic,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They kind of
exactly.
could have done that whole thing
If they-
again.
I think there's very few things where that like sketching style is
Yeah.
gonna make it look worse. Like that was just a really cool technique.
Yeah.
Going back to that video from yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, we completed another one.
Did you tell Lauren to come back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To sit.
Yeah, she can watch like as we watch our next round, but there is again a Seattle Times video in it. So we're next gonna actually go in the same category. We're gonna watch culture, sports, and science, but the individual videos. There are, I believe, 7 I wrote in this category. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. But they are a lot shorter than our last click to play video category. So yeah, let's just wait to see if Lauren wants to come back. And it's the same category, but I'll just read it again. So it features stories about culture, music, film, art, fashion, food, travel, sports, science, and technology. And this is the individual category. So they should be made by one person. Why don't we take like 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we'll wait for her, so we. Okay, we're back. We're gonna continue with the culture, sports, and science individual category. There are 7 videos in here.
Alright, so this first one is from the Seattle Times, and the description reads, when Angie Mosley started double Dutch drum roping with her friends during the pandemic, she never expected it to become her life's work. Now as the founder and CEO of Double Dutch Divas, she and her fellow coaches are bringing the joy of drum roping to Seattle communities as a way to get paid. There is a link here, and the link leads to a short story with the video embedded.
We're just judging the video.
Yeah, we're just looking
okay.
at the video, so.
Just want to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, soon as we say jump, you go, okay? Go! Go! Go, 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 go. All the magic, yes. There you go. Get it, boo. Get it, boo. Hey, hey, hey. Do it again, do it again. I didn't just wake up and say, I'm gonna teach kids how to double dutch. It just happened. Double Dutch Divas is a team-oriented sport, and we're promoting happiness to our community. It's part of our heritage, and now everybody does it, and everybody has fun. They know that Double Dutch Divas is popping, and we're the party starters. Before Double Dutch Divas was established, we was just a group of friends down at the pits, just hanging out. COVID happened, and I was like, I want to move around. I need to move around. I need to get up out the house. So I used to ask my friends, well, let's go double dutch. I would bring out the ropes, and everybody would come double dutch, and I'm like, dang, this is hella dope. People would be like, who are you guys? And I'm like, we're the Double Dutch Divas, but we were not no Double Dutch Divas at all. You know what I'm saying? But it sounded good. People would be like, you're a good coach. And I'm like, what? Cut that out. I'm just being me. All this stuff came out of the Double Dutch Divas van, and it goes right back in. The life of Double Dutch Divas. Thank you guys for having Double Dutch Divas here. My name is Miss Angie. I'm the CEO of Double Dutch Divas. I also work for Seattle Public Schools. We're gonna turn the music on, and let's get up and let's pop it. We're gonna double dutch right here. Say, I got this. Okay, go, go, go. Go faster though, not so high, not so high. Go faster. Boom, boom, boom. Go faster, boom, 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 boom. There you go. Good job. We are not just a sport. We're an enrichment program. We're mentors. We're the aunties. We listen, and we're genuine. Go, go, go. Go faster, go faster, go faster. Go, 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 go. Crisscross, put your hands in the air. Have a party. Yeah, yeah. Keep going, keep going. Yep, yep. They're kind of tripping off of the fact that I'm doing it. So they're so happy, and it tickles their tummy. Because then they start laughing. They're laughing out loud like you've told them a funny story. It's like a whole field trip for the people watching it too. And that's the thing about it. It's blowing my mind. There you go. Hey, 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 keep going. I love to see the accomplishment, the aftermath of a kid saying, I'm not doing that. I can't do that. I don't know how to jump rope. And then the aftermath, like, this is the best day ever. Look at each other's eyes. And soon as I say go, you guys are crazy. Tell each other, say, you got this. You got this. Yes. The business that you see today was gradually put together, and God put it in my lap and said, work with it. I needed a whole crew. I needed people that had my back. It was a lot of support from my closest friends. I'm the founder and CEO of it, but teamwork makes the dream work. It's a sisterhood, but it's not just for all women. Everybody can be part of Double Dutch Divas, no doubt. Go faster, go faster, go faster. It brings out the whole kid in me. I don't care who's watching me. Hey, 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 go, 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 hey, hey. We learn from kids and they learn from us. And then you guys gotta have a party in the room. Like, hey, 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 hey. It's way too fun. It's just too fun. You gotta wait in line.
description, but it focuses on Dylan O'Donnell, who brews his own beer and started brewing the beer during the pandemic.
Dylan McDonald lives in Salt Lake City, Utah. He's a curious guy, an amateur brewer, and has a master's degree in Middle Eastern studies. And it's possible that with the help of a few collaborators, Dylan has made something that no other human has made for hundreds of years. During the pandemic, he heard about a loaf of sourdough bread baked with yeast that's a descendant of a 4,500-year-old Egyptian strain.
And I was like, I wonder if I could do this with beer. And so I just started researching about yeast, and I was like, what's the oldest strain of yeast there is?
So he set out to work, and he found Primer's Heritage Yeast, an Israeli company that has isolated yeast cultures from ceramic pottery found from the ancient site of Gath.
The company of these Israeli scientists that brewed this beer with modern ingredients. They used this ancient yeast with modern ingredients.
But Dylan wanted to take it a step further.
I'm doing ancient yeast with ancient ingredients and an ancient recipe.
This means that Dylan is creating a truly unique beer to our time. But where do you get a recipe for a 3,000-year-old beer?
Ebers Papyrus. It has like 800 recipes, and some of them are really weird. Some of them are like, add the liver of a dog, and so I isolated all those recipes, and there's about 75 of those, and I took the top 10 ingredients. It told the amounts and the types of ingredients to be used, which is rare, right? So I knew exactly how to brew this.
So Dylan created a recipe using the ingredients that were mentioned the most.
Yemeni cedar honey, black cumin, juniper berries, Israeli golden raisins, carob fruit, Egyptian balsam fruit, the highest quality frankincense that I could get.
Even rare figs found only in Egypt. And so he began the process of making a beer from a strain of yeast 3,000 years old in his backyard. Part science, part creative act, Dylan painstakingly documented the process so that others could build on his work.
Luckily, that is growing here in Utah. Upon cooling, I added the Yemeni honey. This is probably the most important part. Oscar-worthy no. Let's see what this turns out to look like. My goal for this was to create a beer that others would be able to build upon in the future. You're never going to be able to brew the exact same beer as they had 3,000 years ago. But my hope is that I could get us one step closer. It smells like a sour. It definitely smells like a sour beer. Yeah, that's not bad actually. I'd buy that from the store. I wouldn't pay this much to make it again. In the middle of me brewing, I remember looking up at the sun and just going, 3,000 years ago, somebody else was doing this. Like, that's so cool. Connection that you have, that you want to give people this human experience and let them feel like they are a part of the past. And I feel like that's something that you can get with this.
Alright, and then this next video is also from the Seattle Times, and the description says, actors put on their scariest makeup and costumes in preparation to scare thrill seekers at Georgetown Morgue.
Everyone has very different levels of what is happy, but fear is so primal, it's so basic, and being able to express fear without putting yourself in danger is exhilarating. The fact that you're sharing a very guttural, basic human emotion, it's intimate. When I was 10 years old, I did my first haunted house. Once you come in, you're preparing for this incredible transformation. Every step of the way, you can kind of take on another layer that gets your headspace in the right place. There's different makeup artists each person can have a slightly different look, and it's important to trust them to bring the character out.
So I want her to look pretty translucent. That's why I have like all the different colors. Makes it seem like you can see veins of, you know, in different portions of the body.
I start to lower my brows. I start to hunch over a little bit more. I start to stretch, and I stretch with the intent of creepiness.
Okay, ready?
And that's the last steps that we can kind of do as a group before we go down and start scaring. My favorite part of haunting is the intimacy that you get to have with your audience. You get to see big, strong types cower in fear and scream like little girls, and you get to see little girls stand there and laugh in your face as if they were 6 feet tall. Even though everything's fake, how they feel is real. That fear is a very real thing. That is by far the most rewarding and incredible experience as an actress, to be able to make someone scream.
Are you okay?
I'm good. The big types screaming like a girl's meat. Funny aside story real quick. When my wife and I first started dating, it was near her birthday, which is October 29th, and I gave her the option on her birthday date to either go to a haunted house in Austin that's like one of the scariest ones around, or go play putt-putt. And I brought beer. I was ready to go play putt-putt. I thought that's what she was going to choose. She's like, cool, we're going to a haunted house. I'm like, oh shit, okay, what did I sign up for? So that was my fault, but yeah.
Did it live up to
haunted house person, but I am a fan of As If I Can Go.
Was it very scary?
Yeah, I'm holding her shirt the entire time.
That must have been a good bonding experience for you too.
It was, yeah.
Great for the
I had done a story at it before, and I did a live shot and got scared live during my live shot, and like that was the day before we went on our first date. She's like, she told me afterwards, she was like texting a friend, me like, I don't know if I can go out with this guy. Like, what is this? Like, and there was a little embellishment to it in the live shot, but I was like, I was not happy about that assignment. Anyway, it was she almost had second thoughts. I'm glad she didn't.
Yeah. That's very cute.
Alright, so our next description says, what is acrobatics? In Seattle, it's far more than a spectacle. Acrobatic Conundrum's new show, Threads, highlights the stitching that binds performers and audiences together. Quote, the performance is this kind of little window into this personal universe that they've created, and that feels very intimate and wonderful, said Carrie Crane, co-founder and artistic director of Acrobatic Conundrum.
In circus, people think of like Cirque du Soleil, and you have this image of the circus performer as being sort of like angelic or superhuman. It seems sort of unattainable, and what Conundrum does is combine that level of technique with intimate, personal views of performers. Even if the performer is up there just like having a catharsis, like it's almost like therapeutic for them, it feels like it does that work for the audience as well. We all get to heal together and process together and grieve together and all these things. The name Threads, it means the threads that make up our ropes, and it's also all these connections between us. I think about like mycelium networks in the forest. It's connecting the trees and the ecosystem.
Seattle is a big rope town for circus, which is really interesting to me because it's a kind of niche apparatus. Our process thus far has been coming up with questions for each part of the show. Things like, how do we find each other again? Who do you put your trust in? How do you remember people who are no longer in your community or who are gone? And there are like moments of tension and moments that are more awkward than others, or moments that we're like really focused on ourselves, but like we kind of break through that. The end goal is that there's this moment of hope of like, we really, really do find each other in the end.
The medium is sort of the message in a way, just like we're cooperating, we're figuring out how to gracefully work together as a group. It's one of the things I love about circus. It's not metaphorical. We depend on each other. We have to get our timing just right and listen to each other. Sometimes somebody makes the call, they say hup, and that means that we're all synced up, or we all take a breath together. And that feels really connecting to me.
I approach it in a similar way that I would with poetry. People read into things what they want to, and there's some amount of like wiggle room within that. And as long as we're getting like the general understanding and feel to our audience, I'm happy with that.
I feel like there's this kind of magic of mirror neurons where the audience also kind of gets grounded and feels what's going on for them too.
The description is, when Nancy started running, she had never heard of the World Marathon Majors. But when she runs the Boston Marathon in April, she will become the first deaf woman to do so.
There's always a fear of not knowing what's behind me, especially if you're running alone. Not be able to hear other people, cars, or dangers. I too like to run because I know I'm escaping from worries, stress, and it gives me a sense of peace and calm, and knowing that I'm taking care of myself. I started running 2005. I never heard of World Marathon Majors. I never heard of them. I thought I'll try. When I started, I got hooked. Knowing that I could be the first deaf woman to do the cumulative world marathons, majors, give me a sense of knowing I help the deaf community by opening up accessibility and showing that deaf people can do this. Knowing that I'm one of the few that can do a full marathon. I like knowing it's hard, but I can do it and I can finish it. My last race is in Boston in April 2025.
This project is from the Washington Post, and the description reads, the U.S. artistic swimming team last qualified for the Olympics in 2008. Coach Andrea Fuentes' direction has propelled the group back to the Olympic podium.
We are not made for land. We are more comfortable in the water.
7, 8. Same as the first one. 1, 2, hold, 3, and 5, 6. Wait,
I think the hardest part of our sport is the lack of oxygen. When you see us upside down, you don't feel what we are feeling, but imagine we don't see anything, we have to be in line, we have to be on count in the same angle, doing acrobatics, pushing one of our teammates without touching the bottom, and no breathing. This requires a lot of strength, but also cardio at the same time. With your heartbeat at 200 beats per minute, you have to hold your breath for 15-30 seconds. It's a million kind of movements that you have to synchronize with other people. It's very crazy, that's why we need to work so many hours a day. We practice around 8 to 10 hours a day. We qualified the team with Watch the historic moment, but now it's like not enough, no? Now we want the Olympic medal. We have a history of not being a sport very respectful for the athletes. In the past, the coaches have been very, very rough.
Something for a club.
We can have an athlete-centered system and have good results. The athlete feels my health is important, my emotions are important, my teammates are important. That's what I'm most proud of.
5, 6, 7, 8. A little half.
If you do artistic swimming, you love art and dance.
5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Expressing emotions and making people feel something, it's rewarding for us. I really like a system that's more democratic than authoritarian. It's much better 13 brains thinking together than one. We are used to repeat, but this time is competition, change, competition, change.
Again, Dan, you're there, but
Their ability to adapt has increased so much. We've been, since the first day, saying we're not gonna follow any trend, we're gonna create the trend.
yeah. And then the second set, middle. That's it.
And 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The pressure is like, We are working very hard to not only do our best itself in the sport, but also to fight for the values of teamwork, of changing the game, no? Of creating something that looks impossible.
One more time. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1.
Okay, our final entry category is by the Toronto Star, and the description reads, a behind-the-scenes peek at the control center trying to keep Toronto's blocked streets moving. Roger Brown, Director of Traffic Management for the City of Toronto, details how the city uses about 400 cameras and AI to help keep traffic moving.
Whether you walk, bike, drive, or take public transportation, traffic in Toronto has frustrated pretty much everybody at some point. And while it may feel like pure chaos sometimes, there is actually a dedicated team with the help of little AI who are squarely focused on keeping traffic flowing. And we got a behind-the-scenes look at where this all takes place inside Toronto's Traffic Operations Center.
So this is the Traffic Operations Center. We have this room staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We currently have roughly about 400 cameras within the City of Toronto. Oftentimes, some of the major incidents happen at 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning. This is the City of Toronto. What we're looking at here is our central traffic control system. What it does is it allows us to remotely see what every traffic signal in the City of Toronto is doing in real time. And it gives us the ability to go in and change the traffic lights to basically deal with the demands of traffic. We're pushing about 2,500 traffic signals within the City of Toronto. This system here basically gives us remote access to every single one. I can click on this signal, and each of our traffic signals have detectors that have the ability to detect vehicles to automatically do things. So for example, if there's a car sitting in the left-hand lane, the ability to allow that car to turn left, get an advanced left phase. If there's a pedestrian that's detected, the ability to do a leading pedestrian interval and give an advanced green for pedestrians. If we see transit through the detectors, we'll give transit priority. I actually have the ability to see in real time, second by second, exactly what the traffic light is doing. I could actually go in and intervene and make changes on this to see what's happening in real time as well. I also have the ability to see the data at an even higher resolution. These are real-time detections. And at this particular location at Yonge and Davisville, the LiDAR detector basically gathers all the information about cars, buses, transit, pedestrians, cyclists. The artificial intelligence behind the system has the ability to classify what it is it's seeing. The red dots basically represent pedestrians that are being detected on the street. The blue lines are cars. Yellow is the minivans or van pickups, that sort of idea. And likewise, transit and all sorts of other vehicles can be detected in the system. Obviously, any change that you make at one location has an impact on the entire corridor. So we have to make very, very conscious decisions about when we make changes to traffic lights. All these detectors are installed at the traffic signals themselves. And if there's basic variations or fluctuations that it experiences, it will automatically make changes on its own. Where we would intervene is if we see that traffic volumes are far greater than what the traffic light was originally designed to do, then we have the ability to make changes. Some of the core parts of the city where there's really, really heavy pedestrian traffic, and if we see a lot of the red dots representing pedestrians, we will basically flip the timing paradigm around to basically give priority to pedestrians. When you start getting into this sort of control on a corridor level, it literally becomes far too challenging for a human being to do it. And over the years, we've evolved, and now we're experimenting with this third generation AI, which is far more advanced than anything we've ever used before in the past. Now you're looking at transit schedules, now you're looking at transit demands, now you're looking at demands on the corridor and progression. We've basically touched every signal at least 2-3 times through the course of an entire year, changing the lights, changing the timing. Traffic variations and patterns change very dramatically. It's a bit of a balancing act, that on one hand you're trying to get additional green time for one movement, but now it's at the downfall of other movements at the intersection. I think the one piece that I love most about working in this industry that I never really anticipated going through traffic engineering school is the technology. And the fact that we have the ability to leverage the leading edge technology to solve traffic management problems.
Okay, so as a reminder, especially for people watching, where our first video was about double Dutch divas, second was brewing beer with 3,000-year-old yeast. The next one was about haunted house actors. The next about acrobatics in Seattle. The next was about Nancy, a deaf marathon runner. The next one was about U.S. artistic swimming team getting back into the Olympics. And then the one we just watched was behind the scenes of Toronto's traffic control center. And a judge just stepped out because of conflicts. Yeah, what's everyone thinking?
I think I've small issues with like most of them in one way or another. Like there's something that I'm wanting, and I can just kind of run through. Some of these are more minor than others, which is I think where we can kind of get through. But like Double Dutch, there was a couple focusing issues. I will say that's probably the one I have the least amount of like issues with the story as a whole. Home brewer, the first thing was track. It weren't really getting nats, and I wasn't the biggest fan of the amount of jump cuts because it didn't seem purposeful. Didn't seem like we were moving through time. Makeup was actually, I didn't necessarily have a critique on that one. Acrobats, I think there was like one wide shot. I wanted just a little bit more like context as to where we were, like see the whole auditorium, if they're like where they are. Like I just saw the stage. I just want like a little bit more. Deaf runners, I just wanted more, just period. Like it felt like we were building up and then it just ended. Artistic swimming felt a little one note for a 3-minute long video. I just need another voice, a little bit more in there. And then I don't know if Traffic, the video, elevated the content. It was just there.
Yeah.
So that's my kind of like run through on stuff, which I guess shows which ones I'm liking more.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I felt like with the Double Dutch Divas and Acrobatic, there was a lot more visual potential that wasn't tapped into. But I also know that's coming from cinematographer. But I feel like there's a potential to be so much more immersive. So even if we're not hearing from all of the kids playing the Double Dutch, like I think there was potential to get closer visually to feel them, get to know them a bit. And also with Acrobatic, I felt that, and wanting to, I mean, we saw the interviews, but I still felt very distant from them.
Yep.
The Morgue one was probably the most memorable.
Which one, I'm sorry?
Or maybe not the most, but the Haunted House was one of the most memorable, but I think it's topically, but it's just, I think the topic was so engaging, it kept me moving forward. The Deaf Marathoner, I really, really loved the beginning. I thought the editing with the silent running, juxtaposing of the cars was very smart, and I thought it started off really strong and ended so quickly. It looked like it was filmed in one day. The swimming, I felt pretty, I thought that was, you're right, it was like one note, but the opener was very effective. I thought there was a good visual variety. I liked her soundbite of 13 brains are better than one, and it's a team sport, and you see how much of a team they are visually. She's talking about them as a team, and that team aspect was reinforced both audibly and visually.
Yeah. I feel we did miss, like, there's got to be a moment with that team, though, and we didn't really have a moment. Like, the moment I remember is them all sitting on the bleachers eating in complete silence, which, like, I get, but you can use that to then show that still, but, like, it just kind of, like, was there.
The beer one, it was really distracting to see his mouth moving at the beginning but not hear him, just have the voiceover over him. And then the Toronto Traffic was wall-to-wall talking.
Yeah, that's what I wrote too. Yeah. I think what I have to add is like, I'll just go through it. Like the Double Dutch, the joy on the faces right away, just the kids jumping. I thought that captured like the essence of the piece, but also I felt like I was left with almost like most of these. I felt like there was something left to be desired, and it did feel a little bit repetitive after a while. Like I wanted to hear more and capture more of that joy from the kids.
Like that little moment between the two boys, like, you got this.
Yeah,
like,
that was
so
so
powerful.
cute.
Yeah, so cute.
Yeah, that was a really nice moment. The guy who brews the ancient beer, I thought that was waiting. I mean, I was thinking about what the payoff was in watching all of that, and it was really just watching him sip that beer and just like the look on his face as he's just surprised, like this is really good. I could totally, I would buy this.
Wouldn't spend this much money again.
Yeah.
A moment.
Yeah.
We remember that.
Yeah,
you know?
it kind of feels like a lot of these just build up to that one moment. It feels there's a limitation in time to produce something bigger, and maybe it doesn't need to be longer, but I'm thinking about it in terms of the arc. That to me was like the standout moment. And the concept was interesting, that he did all this research and that he had like read through these papyrus scrolls or whatever to learn what was being used at the time. The morgue I also felt was great because the music, it was fun, it was visual, and it dug a little deeper like than just straight like scaring. It was thinking about how people interact. It's about acting and
It's about human connection.
Connecting with people as you're playing these roles. The acrobat I probably liked the least, because I mean it was visual and beautiful, but it felt very repetitive to me. Like I appreciate the artistry and the athleticism that it takes, but I guess I didn't feel I took away much from that. And that Yeah, I just think visually, I sort of was just watching them on stage, coming in and out of the ropes, and nothing stuck out to me as far as like an arc. I did like the way the deaf woman, the intro, the way it was cut in the beginning, and the synchronized swimming, the artistic swimming is, to me, felt like the deepest story. I felt like, it felt like she had a full day where she got to watch them train and practice and then get in the pool. I appreciated the variety of shots that she got, but I almost feel like it needed focus in a way. It felt like she had all these different scenes that she wanted to include in the piece. Yeah. And it was all about the creation of something, right? The creating of this team. But it also seemed a little I liked it the most, but I also felt like it was lacking. I can't explain this very well, but I think for me, it felt like we needed more just in the water, more underwater, seeing the beauty and the artistry of it would have helped me. And the Toronto one, I felt like was a bit too explainer and wall-to-wall talking. So
it's interesting you didn't like acrobats, because I really liked acrobats, actually. I thought there was so much energy in the slow and steady movement that, especially coming off the haunted house, where the energy's there because there's energy there, but that one was so hauntingly just simple and slow and steady and just simple tight shots. There was a wide shot, even though my complaint was I wanted a wider wide shot. There was still just this strength, and we kind of saw them going through. The movie's almost, I'm getting caught up by the beauty of the movement than the story itself.
I thought with acrobatic it had the potential for a little bit of explainer, because I want to understand how you become that fit. What other weightlifting do you have to do? Do you do rock climbing? What else? Sure. I wanted a little bit of, because you're also learning how to tie these ropes but not get caught in them, and I wanted a little bit of
how does it
explainer, kind of in a fun, upbeat way. I thought that would connect too.
I thought there was a really cool part of the narrative of it all, though, the name threads, being the threads of the rope and the threads that connect them and the threads that connect them to the community, and just all of that kind of. I did like acrobats.
Yeah. And with swimming, to your point, having just more time with the visuals, the underwater visuals especially were so beautiful. I thought that had the potential for maybe 10-15 seconds of just music and swimming, and you're just kind of in it, appreciating the beauty.
I think my biggest complaint with swimming is that I didn't get to meet anybody else. We're spending 3 minutes and I get to meet the coach.
Yeah.
I don't know any of the swimmers' names.
Yeah.
I don't know any of their, not even their history, but just I don't know any of them. I got to see them do really cool movements, but yeah.
Agreed.
I think some of the best true connection moments came from Double Dutch in the Haunted House. I think some of the best moments were in those two. And the Deaf Runner, but I think the Deaf Runner, its faults almost are too big to look past. It starts off so good.
Yeah.
And then we're kind of going along, I'm okay, cool, we're gonna build something else. It's and then I run an April. Insulin.
Yeah. Well, it seems like at least there's ones that are kind of out, right? So Toronto, I think, seems like it's out.
Toronto's out.
Do you guys think
beer brewing seems like it's out. The beer.
The beer, yeah. Also with that one, there were some times with the beer one where the music was overpowering. It's hard to hear.
And the interview would talk like this, and then talk in the same sentence, and it looks like they spliced some things together.
Yeah.
Just different volumes, and didn't adjust those to be more of a match.
And then, is Deaf Runner out?
I'm torn with that. I kind of want to shout out how strong the opener is.
Yeah.
And I also liked hearing her voice softly under his translation.
But not at the beginning, which was what made the beginning work so well. We didn't hear her at all there, and the sound bites that they chose were like succinct enough. I wasn't, you wouldn't quite know that it was a translation. Later on, you could tell he was translating, but like at the beginning, it didn't feel like a translation. There was no delay. And then we find out that she's deaf, and then now we're seeing the struggle there. I think maybe not out, but I think like HM is it's like.
I think HM at best,
Yeah.
and I'm down to talk about it more.
Okay. So then, yeah, we have Double Dutch Divas, Haunted House, Acrobatics, and U.S. Artistic Swimming Team.
I would nominate the Haunted House as number one.
As first.
Just has the most.
Seems like everyone liked that one. Yeah.
And seeing the human side, like them doing, like I never thought about the fact they have to warm up.
Yeah.
Like, they're doing stretching and vocal warm-ups.
funny.
Like that was just a cool, like human side of the people who then get out there and aren't human. They have to act anything but human. You know, it was kind of cool.
Okay,
And
so
when
we have
she's-
a winner.
When she was stretching, she was like stretching too scared.
I know, that was so fun, like spooky stretching.
Yes. Wiggle the arms, wiggle the arms. It's like they're stretching, but still doing it in such like a not normal, like athletic way, but it works for what they're doing.
To get in
For the
character.
Again,
creepiness.
it was a human side.
Yeah.
You can see true human.
Okay, so we have a first. So now we're looking, I think, as second between Double Dutch Divas and Acrobatics. Sorry, and Artistic Swimming.
And artistic swimming, yeah.
My notes are so messy.
What are y'all thinking for a second?
Out of those, I would say Double Dutch. I thought Double Dutch and
Yeah.
just the true human connection that we get through those kids, through the moments. Just to kind of again say some of the issues, like there were some focus issues. There was loss of gnats at the end. Like we're hearing every moment, even underneath sound bites before, and then towards the end of it, like they're doing jump roping, and we don't hear it at all because there's like narration over it. And I was like, we had it before, and then we lost it, and I wanted to keep that throughout. Also sticking with the moment at the end, I thought was really good way to end it. She's jumping, she messes up, and then we just stick on a shot with her as she's in like, all right, you guys wait in line, you guys do it, and like it just kind of summed it up. I thought kind of nicely. It also did not feel like a 4-minute piece.
Yeah. I think my primary hesitation is like, where is it going? It didn't achieve an arc, I thought. Like there were those moments with the kids, but I was wondering more about why she felt led to do this.
She did in the beginning say, and I liked it, but I wish I had gotten more toward the end, sort of the tying it up. But she did say something like, I mean, was it like the exercise?
Like a COVID hobby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
she
then
kept
just,
up with it.
I think she said something about like health, or I can't remember exactly.
Well, she's talking about like, it's an enrichment program now. It's more than just the like physical act of jumping rope. It's getting people connected.
Yeah. So the community impact of this program, right? Like the why and.
Yeah. You do see.
But I don't know that the other ones do that either. Like.
I think that's the biggest fault with artistic swimming is it doesn't give us the why for anybody but the coach.
Yeah.
And there is one. Like everybody's got their why. Like there is a why there. And I just feel like that missed that part of it, for me at least. Which one would you guys put second? If you guys wouldn't put Double Dutch.
If I didn't do Double Dutch, I would do the artistic swimming.
Same.
Because I guess where I see Double Dutch, it shows the community impact, but we don't talk to anyone else. So I think in both of them, you're
They're both kind of like
primarily with the coach.
Yeah. You at least get the moments in the Double Dutch one that I think I'd like gravitate towards.
Yeah, there's more from the people jumping rope, and the artistic swimming is like more the underwater shots and the execution of that.
Yeah.
And it feels like there's a little more visual variety, but that's not necessarily something I wanted in that piece either. I don't know.
intro for Double Dutch was pretty nice too.
Yeah.
It's a little slow.
I wanted to see Angie.
but
We hear Angie talking.
honestly-
I wanted to see her talking as one of those early montage shots.
Mhm. And the triptychs were nice.
Funny, I would have flipped the. We lose the right side, but then she leans left behind the last frame that's still up. If you had just flipped that, where we lose the left side first, she then leans into the open space, and would have made it feel so much more purposeful on the editing side. But the triptychs were nice to then bring in the full frame interview through that, you know.
Yeah. I'm thinking about why on the artistic swimming, wasn't the coach saying that she is coaching because there have been issues with other coaches going too hard?
That was my takeaway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing it where it's still listening to the people, being people centered while still coaching them to be as good as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm kind of
I'm a little torn.
yeah. And you feel like your second would be the acrobats.
Would be Double Dutch.
Oh, Double Dutch.
Double
Okay,
Dutch.
okay.
Yeah. I think to me, Double Dutch and Haunted House were my 1-2, some combination of those two, and then acrobats, and yeah, artistic swimming were my next two. But again, if we wanted to have the conversation of is Deaf Runners worth an HM strictly for the opening, would be a conversation.
Yeah.
Which would be unfair to whichever one of these next two would get it, but it was the 5th strongest story, but one of the best sections of any of these. Actually, probably the best individual section of a story came from that Deaf Runner story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking ahead if we do Double Dutch and swimming as 2 and 3 or 3 and 2, and we do an honorable mention for Deaf, then acrobatic is not in at all. Do we feel okay about that? Potentially.
I mean, so wait, second is Double Dutch.
Second or third
third.
is swimming or Double
And then
Dutch.
and then
Would we be
Deaf
good
Runner.
with having acrobats not be anywhere? Which you said it was your least favorite, right?
the acrobats.
Yeah.
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 So I'm losing like
There's a lot.
Which
talking
sport?
about,
Which
yeah.
sport are we talking
Yeah.
about? Which ropes or people's
Yeah.
in pools?
Yeah.
Like to me,
Flipping around.
Acrobats to me is like water.
Yeah.
Artistry. Okay.
Yeah.
there were
Yeah.
similarities between acrobatics and swimming, which
Yeah.
just that swimming was better.
Mhm.
Like acrobatics wasn't memorable,
Mhm.
except in some of the visuals.
Yeah.
But then swimming, the visuals are better.
Visuals were
So-
better. Yeah.
So all right, well we have our top 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just deciding the order, I think, between
2 and
Double
3?
Dutch and artistic swimming.
I would say Double Dutch is mine too, for sure. I think that just, yeah, I like the sequencing, the kind of journey with her, and then seeing her at the end actually do it was cool.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, everyone agrees? Okay, so we'll do Double Dutch as second place, Double Dutch Divas, and then third place is US Artistic Swimming, and honorable mention is Nancy, the Deaf Marathon Runner.
Again, one of the, actually,
Yeah.
out of all the things we've seen, one of the best individual sections, even if the story was not its best.
Yeah.
And because
Agreed.
of that, I want them to take this.
Be memorialized.
Keep
Yeah.
swimming.
Yeah. Yeah.
Continue
No,
this.
that's really great. Okay, awesome. So now we're gonna take a break for lunch, maybe around 45 minutes or so. And when we come back, we just have 4 more categories to judge.
All right.
Okay, we're back and we're gonna look at portfolio individual online video, which is 4, no more, no less, stories of any topic by the same individual judged as a whole. There is no limit on the number of individuals from the same news organization that may enter portfolios, but each individual is limited to only 1 portfolio entry. And what they had to do was submit a composite file of all the videos, and it could not exceed 40 minutes in length, and I don't think any of these do. So just as a reminder, in this compilation of videos, there may have been videos we've already seen, so we'll kind of just scrub through them and say what they are if that is the case.
Yeah. Okay, so this first portfolio is from the Seattle Times, and you can see the project description here that lists the 4 videos. The first one is the Double Dutch group. Second one is the from Forest Views. The third is from the salmon story, and then the 4th is one that we have not seen before.
Yeah, okay, so I think, yeah, it's just that 4th one. Does anyone feel like they need a refresher? And I mean, we just watched Double Dutch Divas.
Yes.
But
Is the salmon one the like 10-minute one that we
Can we
rewatched
just
the second time?
go to that
yesterday?
one and kind of look at which one.
All right. As soon as we say jump, you go, okay? Back. It was a lot of stuff. Just
Yeah, so that's the Double Dutch one. Then the next one is the one about the timber industry in Elma.
Yeah.
And then, again, that's the timber industry. South Elma, small town.
Out here is going to be perpetually growing trees. Whether or not those trees are going to be used for harvest or ecological.
I'm in recovery from very, very extremely.
I export like a really long file.
Okay.
I think it's a 20-minute, yeah. Is that
So
everything?
I believe
Oh, no, that's the longer
this
standard
one is one that we haven't seen before.
Okay, so we'll watch this one first.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? It's Johnny. I can take you to the clinic, and then we can call some of these treatment centers. I'm in recovery. I'm in recovery from very, very extremely serious addiction.
Please leave your message for 2.
So this guy's getting his assessment, but he doesn't have the information I have to give him. There is this other kid that I'm trying to find today that I really want to find. From when I was like a child till I was 37, did not figure out how to address my addiction. So there's only one thing you have to do. No, answer the phone, man.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach.
Most people actually don't really pay attention to addiction until it comes into their world. When people overdose back in the day, it was a shocking event. It was a big deal. And then now people overdosing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, have it reversed and go on about your business. The death toll is the #1 thing that's just flooring and really hard to fathom. We're in a war zone, and these kids are in a war zone. They all know more than one person that's died. When it becomes commonplace for young people to die around you, that is not good. All these young people started getting high. It was kind of a party. Some of them were depressed, some of them were a lot of things, and it helped them feel better. And the party is straight up over. You know, nobody addicted to fentanyl thinks it's a party. Oh, this is from when I had 14 years clean and sober, and I have 24 now, so that makes it 10 years old. This is from my other client. Thank you for all that you've done through all the years of struggle. You're an inspiration and the bestest advocate you could ever be. Johnny, you're out of the world amazing. I need more, 3 more people like you in this world. This person made this, and she has probably been not alive for like 14 years now. My job before the fentanyl crisis was to focus on working with homeless youth who have addiction and helping them in all facets of life: treatment, housing, clothes, food. Every single thing you think a person would need, that's what I would try to do. And then the fentanyl crisis happened. We just started getting phone calls, and we ended up working with a lot of young people that were not homeless, that had homes, had houses, had family, and had early onset opiate use disorders. Somebody says, you want to hit this, they smoke fentanyl, it's 2020, 2021, and boom, like within 3 weeks they have withdrawal symptoms. Now I'm on a team called the Medication Assisted Therapy Team through Ryther. We pretty much take on as many people as we can who have opiate use disorder and are addicted to fentanyl, many other substances also.
Oh, she's at Orion, you're not at New Hose?
Now we're really using the injections, long-term injectables, Sublocade and Vivitrol. That's like a guarantee that you're not going to die that month. I have many other clients right now. A bunch of them are doing pretty well. But this is your time that you have with them, and it might not work out. They may die, they may live, they may find a very healthy life, they may struggle, they may stay homeless into adulthood. It makes me want to be intentional about the kids we work with and the young people we work with. This whole system is built around nonprofits trying to build a safety net. But even if you're given the money, where's the will to build state-of-the-art, healthy, safe treatment centers for young people that are accessible? Where's the will for that? We meet you where you're at, but we don't leave you where you're at. We try to stick by it. We meet you where you're at, but we don't leave you where you're at.
Okay, and then the next video is the video about the salmon fishers and the struggle of the Native tribe to have their right to fish.
Do you guys want to watch some of it, or are you feeling?
That's the almost 10-minute one,
Yeah,
right?
It was the
Okay.
archival at the beginning and then.
Yes, okay, okay.
Yes.
I just needed a refresher to make sure it was
Okay,
the
so
one I
you-
was thinking of.
you
I think
feel
I'm
good
good.
about
Yeah.
it, everyone? Okay, amazing. Okay, so we could move on to our second entry. I believe the beer video that we just watched in the last category is in this, but I think that others are new to us.
Yeah, this is Trevor Christensen's, who I believe is with Salt Lake.
I would describe the Utah dating scene as unique.
Rough.
I would describe
All right, I'm good. Thank you.
Is everyone good to go, or you need? Okay,
Mhm.
it
Yeah.
seems like everyone's good. All right.
Okay.
the Utah dating scene as unique.
Rough.
Interesting.
Difficult? Yeah, a little bit difficult.
There's kind of extremes. Like one side, it's like, oh, very religious, you know, they kind of like have their own little dating pool. But then on the other side, it's like not religious at all.
People usually like gravitate to people who are like them with the same values and morals and beliefs.
Moving into Utah, I've realized that it's kind of a big cultural bubble, probably because of like the strong LDS influence here.
It's kind of hard to find people that follow the same values and morals that I have.
A partner that I've been with for a couple of years grew up religious, and so I've been understanding with like unlearning certain things and learning things.
It does feel like the majority of people here are religious. I'm not super religious, but it can help to find people in your religion.
I don't know if you've heard like all the terms like Nick mode.
Nick mode.
Trying to satisfy like physical things, kind of just bouncing around rather than looking for something serious.
Seeing how people dress here, there's a lot more emphasis on purity culture. Okay, that was scary. I'm a Hindu dating in Utah, and that can be difficult. But like the person I'm dating right now has been really open about it.
It's definitely just a big, diverse group of different relationship ideas.
Calls the local police. Calls the local police. I've got the bombshell you've been waiting for. Samuel Bateman is a FLDS follower originally who started his own branch of the FLDS. He broke off and started his own religion. My name is Trent Nelson. I'm a photojournalist with the Salt Lake Tribune. I started covering polygamy in 2005. That was my first trip down to Short Creek, which is Hilldale and Colorado City, Arizona. When Warren Jeffs took over control of the FLDS church, things got a lot more strict. Jeffs also, as the leader, would arrange all the marriages in the community. He exhibited a high level of control over his followers. Jeffs was arrested in 2006 and never saw freedom again after a series of trials resulted in basically a life sentence in Texas prison. Samuel grew up in Colorado City. He attended Warren Jeffs' trial, and that's something he used to prop himself up a little bit. So despite the fact that Warren Jeffs is alive, Sam Bateman begins telling everyone who will listen that actually Warren, is now kind of immortal and speaking to Sam, and now Sam will tell you what you need to be doing in life. So Bateman amasses about 50 followers, and they call themselves the Samuelites.
That was rude.
Christine Marie is a woman who runs a charity, Voices for Dignity, in Colorado City, Arizona. Voices for Dignity became the place that FLDS members who still believe in Warren Jeffs and still follow his teachings could go for help.
Hey, can I feed the animals?
Esther Beislein is an FLDS member and works with Christine Marie and her Voices for Dignity charity.
I happened to be there when he showed up, and he was asking for some help.
Samuel Bateman was somebody who in 2019 was facing hard times. He didn't have a lot of money, and he was going through a divorce.
Kind of felt sorry for him, this poor guy doesn't have any money, his wife left him.
He was somebody who was getting help from Voices for Dignity, and so that's where Christine met Samuel.
One morning, Sam showed up and wanted to talk to Tolga and I.
Christine and her husband, Tolga Kadis, are visiting the group, are spending time with the group.
We got in the Bentley.
Christine is in the back seat with 3 young women. One is a child.
Sam starts telling us a confession.
And he begins to tell them about a religious,
ritualistic sexual abuse.
He felt inspired to direct his followers into.
That he had perpetrated on the females in the car.
Which really is just a sex crime.
Now I know for sure what he really is doing, what I had suspicions of, but no evidence.
A lot of people in town are suspicious. At this point, the local police department is fielding calls from residents.
I grabbed my phone, I started to record, and I just prayed that recording would work.
Sam goes on to talk about all the details of what he had done and directed to be done.
But I had to act as if everything was okay.
Calls the local police. She says,
I think I have the bombshell you need.
And so they reach out to the FBI. Christine is now an official FBI informant. And at this point, things really ramp up for her. The couple are spending all of their time with the group.
Christine and Tolga kind of started seeing that something was wrong, and so they started spending a lot of time there just trying to protect the girls and see what was happening.
One of the main ways that we were able to gather evidence was through video. Tolga had been working on a documentary and Sam wanted to be in it, so we just started filming.
It's taking all their time, morning, day, night. Followers are coming over, Sam's stopping by. It really becomes an all-encompassing thing.
She'd call me sometimes 1 o'clock in the morning and say, hey, can we go for a drive and talk about these things that we heard tonight?
Barbecues in the canyon of this man with his 22 wives and these children singing songs to him. Even things that seem innocuous are heavy to carry around when you know what's likely happening behind closed doors. Christine was always on the lookout for someone in the group who was having doubts, who could come forward and actually tell what was happening. It wasn't enough to just have these recordings because Sam didn't ever say what he was doing. In 2017, there was a wave of evictions. At one of those evictions, a woman named Julia Johnson was being removed from her apartment. This was a chance for Julia to meet Christine. Julia comes over with her 2-year-old. She has felt more and more disturbed by what is happening in the group. And Julia decides to go to the FBI. She goes in and tells them everything that's been happening. It's way more than Christine thought, and it's way worse. Christine had come out with a plan to isolate Bateman so that the FBI could arrest him. He had a small warehouse across town. They had him come over one morning to film an interview. And they asked him not to bring any of his wives so that things would be quiet. Sam came in with 3 of his wives. Tolga texts out the code that we're at the warehouse. There's 3 extra people here. He goes and walks to his camera, and right then he says about 25 FBI agents swarmed into the room. They picked up Bateman out of the chair he was seated in, put him against the wall. They got everybody kind of isolated and took him off.
I was uniquely placed because of my background, my education, and the trust that they had in me and the work that we had done with Voices for Dignity. I really didn't love doing that, but it had to be done, and I was the only one who could do it.
The evidence that these 3 people brought to the FBI helped prosecutors convict Bateman on criminal charges. Bateman now faces decades in federal prison.
Move on to the next one? Or sorry, to the next video.
Dylan McDonald lives in
Do we watch this one, or should I skip it?
I think you can skip it if everyone agrees. Yeah. We just saw this in the last category.
This was that I could get. You want to I feel like that's something that it would be more like.
So the video credit there and the video credit in the last one were different people. So that's Trevor Christensen. Can you go back to the video credit for the second story?
Yeah.
25 FBI took him off. Prosecutors convict Bateman.
Oh, I think it did say Trevor. Go back.
Oh, photography. So like the
Bateman now faces decades in
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
No, it's okay. That is confusing.
Yeah.
But where it is rare so that others could build and definition is give people. I feel like it's like a.
This is like a lot bigger probably. It would be more like hands and knees, maybe the size of this area right here, this little section, without this cutout, because you wouldn't have been able to stand up.
15 years ago, John Edward Jones lodged himself upside down in a narrow chamber about the width of a 5-gallon bucket. His 6-foot, 190-pound frame barely fit through the winding passages of the Nutty Putty Cave. He was looking for a route called the Birth Canal, which had a one-way crawl with a turnaround at the end. He instead found himself in an unmapped chamber, belly crawling deeper into the wrong passage, thinking he'd eventually get to a space large enough to turn around. Rescue teams would work through the night and day trying to free him. Hours of effort led to barely any progress. The closest that search and rescue teams came to freeing Jones was by rigging a system of pulleys that would allow teams to hold Jones' weight as he pushed himself out. As they tried to free Jones, the anchor rope of the haul system failed, snapping over a sharp edge. After more than 24 hours, just before Thanksgiving Day, John Edward Jones was pronounced dead. Brandon Koalas is a caver who was called to help with the rescue attempts and was with Jones when he passed away. Accompanied by his children, Koalas took Tribune reporter Julie Jag and me on a tour of a nearby cave similar to Nutty Putty and told us what he remembers from that time.
In a lot of cave rescues, you rely on the person being rescued to help out to some capacity. As soon as they can't help out at all, it becomes significantly more difficult. I've been out here several times on other rescues. By the time I'd get out here, they'd already have them out. Or if they were stuck, like we'd go in for maybe like 5 minutes and then they were out. By the time I got here, I think John had probably been in 12, 15 hours, which is a big deal when you're upside down. Like that was kind of the crux of this whole rescue. Because usually you have to be like consciously like trying to figure out how do I put my body, but he's upside down, he can't see his legs, he can't see his feet. Yeah, so he was face first down this tight hole. And so all I see is his legs pretty much. So Nutty Putty would be kind of similar, but like all the white would be off. Like it's all just like bedrock mostly in Nutty Putty, and then it's a lot wetter. So here it's like pretty dry. This is like a lot bigger probably. It would be more like hands and knees, maybe the size of this area right here, this little section, without this cutout. Because you wouldn't have been able to stand up. You're just kind of crawling on your hands and knees. And then there was like a little domey thing that opened up, and you'd turn around, and then it turned and went down 90 degrees through something that was a little tighter than this. So probably, I'm going to say something like where my arms are here, maybe about that size, and a little lower. And then after that, it got into like what you can see on the floor behind you there. It had to pinch down to about that size, right down there, but without the arch on the top, like cut off the wide part. And then you're just kind of belly crawling. I'm going feet first because I want to be able to get myself out easily. So, yeah, that feels like that's the back of it. So this is kind of wide and spacious compared to Nutty Putty, the section in Nutty Putty. And then it veers off. In Nutty Putty, the ground, like here, the ground is like dirt and gravel. There it would have been smooth rock. And at that point, John was in and out of conscious. He was hallucinating and all kinds of other things as his body sort of broke down. He was not responsive. And so I went down and I nudged him like, hey, John, how's it going? We're going to get you out of here. Like, don't worry about it. And talked to him a little bit, but he didn't respond. So when I went down there with him and was kind of working on the passage, I'm like, hey, John, are you there? Are you doing okay? And his feet started like kicking, and then he was gone. Yeah, and I didn't know anything about that, but I went out and I explained it to the search and rescue, and they're like, whoa. They're like, yeah, that's not a good sign. And so they're like, we think he's dead at this point, but we have to confirm it. So then at that point, it was trying to confirm. So I got back in there. I'm like, I'm not a paramedic, not an EMT. Like, I'm not gonna like make any kind of confirmation. So finally, like, we got a paramedic back there. He was able to go in head first to the little window so that he could get pulled out, and reached his hand down and was able to feel John and say that, yeah, he's gone. So he used to say, like, for the volume of people that came in here, it was only a matter of time before somebody got very seriously injured.
After the accident, the cave was permanently sealed with Jones' body inside.
cave diving case is probably the most famous. I've watched video essays on John Jones and what happened to him. How he was stuck upside down for like 20 hours and how they had to leave his body down there.
I've seen that graph of the head first
I've seen
thing on social
like
media,
his
but
feet sticking out of the hole, and that's all you can see of him. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's like my nightmare.
And I'm a little
I get claustrophobic if there's no wide shots in a package,
I was
let alone
getting
in a
claustrophobic
cave.
watching that.
Yeah,
Like,
that was
the guy's just like, I'm just gonna go in here. I'm like, why would you do that?
well, it's so funny. I'm just gonna go feet first so that I can easily get out. He's still struggling to get out. He's so exposed.
Why?
Stay out of caves.
Yeah.
Not for me.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yes.
Oh, goodness. Okay. So in this third one, I believe that the last one is the blind runner who we just saw, but I don't think we've seen the other three.
Okay. So this is from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, and it's Ellie Shallot's portfolio.
It's a pretty Christian area. It seems like a church on every corner. I was raised in a family where demons and angels and Armageddon was true. So when Anthony came to me and said that he was a divine prophet, that he was literally creating an army of warriors, I believed him. Maybe if I had one friend who would have just said to me, I know who that man is, you don't deserve that. He pulled me out of the crowd. He picked out that I was more shy, bashful. And so when he started talking to me, you know, he started saying things that really clicked. Things any 17-year-old girl wants to hear. Everything I did was amazing. Nothing was mediocre. He quickly made me very important. After my oath on May 5th in 2006, the training began. I was commanded to do things such as watch animes like Dragon Ball Z and Inuyasha, teaching me for the spiritual energy and hand-to-hand combat, martial arts. The two other members that I was slowly introduced to, the two other female members, were minors. I was immediately given the title of White Dragon, and part of one of the exalted duties I was given was to protect those two girls. And one of the ways I had to protect them was from their parents. Probably 6 months, maybe 8 months into my joining the cult, Anthony said to me that I had a second past life inside of me that was married to one of his past lives. To me, I didn't understand at the time really what polygamy was or how it would function in a modern setting. And so we were never allowed in the cult to actually get legally married because we could never be under the thumb of the government. After the 2008 arrest, Anthony was very high-strung, very paranoid. The article had said that a fight had occurred in which knives were apparently exposed and that the ex-member did get cut. Anthony, while outside speaking to the police officer, had told the police officer, don't you know who I am? I'm the leader of the Bonterre cult. It was very disruptive for him, being in handcuffs and in jail, and in an environment he had no control when out here in the normal world, he had several members, you know, obeying all his commands.
You have read this contract and you understand the terms of this contract, do you not?
This is Anthony Merciel signing the first line signature thing.
We had to move into this house and also sign lengthy contracts.
Randy, lovely witness, contestant number 2.
When the price is right.
Signing her life away to be a witness.
And we had to give up all of our personal information, our social security numbers. We had to start giving our entire paycheck with the paycheck stub as proof. So everything was very either, manically depressive, or it was just totally chill, and then out of nowhere, anger, violence, and explosions. The other members were also wearing quite thin.
I don't know what's better to do than listen to the holiest man on earth talk about the holiest man in the universe, but okay. Or prepare for not dying in a horrible war. I'd say that's pretty important.
That's because they don't believe that they're going to die. They don't think what I tell them is going to happen is going to happen. They believe it, but they don't understand their own mortality, despite the fact that they're protected.
By the beginning of 2010, his first wife was done. The pressure to fulfill the role of wife, when there was 2 of us previously, it was too much for me. There was several episodes of domestic assault and unwanted sexual aggressiveness. By October of 2010, I tried to leave. I drove away. I don't know, maybe 10 minutes had went by. I had realized I had nowhere to go. I had believed at the time that my family, hated me, that they would never help me. They wouldn't believe me, even if I told them the truth about what was going on. I went back.
Hi, I'm Reverend Anthony Merciel.
And I'm Brandy.
Let us pray. Speak, O Lord, and I shall listen.
He was really spinning the church to be a Judeo-Christian church. Those 4 years between 2010 and 2014, we were unsuccessful in finding any other wife, including any other member, actually. It was extremely taxing. In August of 2014, Anthony's grandmother took ill and had passed away. That is when Anthony had a mental breakdown. Anthony was yelling at me, and he came over and he kicked my laptop into my face. And it broke the laptop and bloodied my lip. With the 8 years previous of all of the violence and aggressiveness, it was the last straw for me. Anthony kept trying to reach out to me, attempting to try to get me to come back. I was over the moon and happy to finally be rid of that man. Then he just stopped. And so I would just occasionally check on social media, what's the church doing? After probably a year or 2, it just kind of went off the map. And so I just assumed that he had dissolved it and moved on. 10 years later, I had been notified that somebody was reaching out to my old phone number. I had reached out to the person who got my number after me. If they ever received a message or a phone call, see me like somebody who needed help, to let me know. It was Aaron.
I joined the cult in 2020, August of 2020. The name of the cult was the Order of the White Road.
Obviously, we're a Hermetic Mystery School, and what that basically means is that we teach Hermeticism and Neoplatonism, which reference to henotheism. In our continued study of the conflicts between ontology and imperiometric understandings of the world, we return in this section to a more philosophical examination of the universe by asking ourselves questions about the scientific theories of the Big Bang and quantum mechanics.
It was all Zoom classes that started out on the topic of philosophy and theology and how that related to the kind of wider occult magic ideas.
You cannot trust science. Totally.
You can trust science, but you have to exercise some philosophical sense. That's why we need the science before science to begin to look and examine science.
Going into 2022, that's when we started to learn about the mysteries, doomsday, apocalypse stuff, and that definitely kind of changed the character of things.
We are a secret society, but some things are kept secret to protect and some to hide. We are the former, not the latter. Right. So when someone applies...
A lot of the indoctrination process was pretty much finished, and I believe pretty strongly in a lot of the other things that the cult was saying. It was just one of those sort of eccentricities about the whole thing that it was like, well, this is weird, but I can take this. It was death by 1,000 cuts, basically, of my sort of faith in the cult. One of my other best friends in the group explained to me that she would be undergoing a kind of bizarre sexual ritual. She was doing it because she believed she was the chosen one, because she was told she was the chosen one. So I went up to talk to Anthony about this to see if I could convince him not to do it. So he showed me a contract that she would be signing called a sexual indemnification clause. I was so disgusted that that's where his head was at. And that was the last straw. That was the point where I decided I'm leaving and I'm going to do something about this. And so Brandy and I, among many others, decided that enough was enough.
So at the beginning of April, we started the social media campaign. That social media campaign led to an inbox full of people. People I never knew were affected by Anthony.
If all of this stops tomorrow, they'll wait a year or two, they'll rebrand, and they'll just start again. And they'll do it as much as they need to, as often as they need to, because that's what they've been doing for decades. I think a lot of the members that are in, because they gave so much, they feel like if they leave, they're going to lose everything. And so they want to try, the best way out is through, but that is just not true.
You might think something's off and you're not quite sure, ask for help. If any of them would have just told me, but they could see it on my face, they could see the abuse, they could see the sadness. Be that person that says, no, this ain't right. I do want to save people from falling for him, but I also want to save the people that already fell for him.
When I pulled that painting, I thought, well, I got really lucky. Immediately, what stood out to me were the colors and this really dramatic atmosphere. But then at the same time, there's all these super delicate features. I feel like every time I look at it, there's more to glean. My interest in floral design really is that it's creative, but it's also pretty technical. And you have all of these really artistic elements like color, shape, texture. And we both run Les Bouquets together. My mom started it, how long ago? In almost 20 years, really, yeah. Those are easy to take off. And I've been working with my mom more closely over the last 2 or so years. You know, my mom had been really not so subtly nudging me to take over the business. I just really didn't want to see it die. You know, I didn't want to like, okay, it's done. With a lot of reflection, I decided to go all in on the floral work. It feels good to take something that they've worked really hard to build and to continue that.
So like maybe cluster more of the same thing and then having more instead of spreading it out so much.
But I'll balance it back out when I
it's cool.
add some more roses.
It's really cool.
So I wanted to be involved in Art in Bloom after I went in the very beginning, but never dreaming I'd be in it. Yeah, but I've gotten 3 times really, really great pieces. Spot the best angle. And then when the opportunity to do Art in Bloom came up this year,
This cocculus, I think.
I thought I am committed to doing florals and taking over the business. I thought it would be a good moment to kind of bring Les Bouquets back into the conversation. You know, you had been so successful at Art in Bloom that I thought it was a good thing for us to be part of again.
I would maybe in there, like putting one down, going like there, and but
Or here, I think again the light mom is right here, so I kind of want to catch. And I really think that Art in Bloom reflects what we're trying to accomplish in our floral design. So really pushing the artistic side of floral design, kind of the ephemeral quality of floral design is something that brings a deeper meaning to the arrangement and to what we do, knowing that it's not going to last is sort of humbling in some ways.
Yeah. I love it. I think it's a great, one of the best things the Art Museum does.
Lefty's Bagels is a New York-style bagel that we co-developed and created for the St. Louis market. Bagel baking starts on, we'll call it day 1, where we mix the dough and form the bagels.
If you want to make an authentic, East Coast New York style bagel, you have to have authentic machinery that comes from New Jersey. It's really critical to making the right kind of bagels.
The bagels go from that forming process into our walk-in overnight. The next day, we'll call it day 2, is where we actually bake the bagels. We first boil the bagels before we bake them. It's done to the tune of about 60 to 70 bagels at a time.
Essentially, almost every bagel that comes out of our oven, at one point is handled individually. We, put a lot of time and care into making that bagel.
Yeah, there's no shortcuts to the process of what we're doing.
Part of why I did this, honestly, is selfishness. I'm not joking. It has a lot to do with me just needing a good bagel. Honestly, the very first time I ever made a bagel, I felt the calling. Then I started experimenting, making bagels in my kitchen. I wanted to start a business But I couldn't do it alone. I needed some help. And so Doug was the only one who was really willing, I think, to, go all in and help, do this together.
We both decided that we were going to partner up and start baking bagels on the weekends while we held down full-time IT jobs during the week. We were only doing bagels before, and now we've got the variety of breakfast sandwiches and the lunch sandwiches. And I get these comments all the time, we're so happy you've done what you've done. It reminds me of being a child. What you're doing here is so great. And it's that community and that camaraderie that the bagel has really created for us.
So I would make the argument that this is really a one-of-a-kind type of eatery or bagel experience here in St. Louis.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the last one was the blind runner. But let me double check. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so blind runner, we just watched that again in our last category. And we're on our final portfolio. I don't think that we've seen these before.
Yeah. The description just reads, in 2024, Reshma Kirpalani worked on a broad range of stories securing internet access for each.
Senators, if you will take up Senate Bill 254 on treatments for sex reassignment by Senator Yarborough.
If an adult decides to seek treatment with sex reassignment prescriptions or procedures, the PCS ensures that only licensed medical doctors and osteopathic physicians can lawfully provide such treatment.
Thank you for calling Spectrum Health. How may I help you?
A healthcare practitioner other than a physician who provides these treatments commits a first-degree misdemeanor.
This whole organization is structured as a nurse-led clinic. And it's always been predominantly gender-affirming care.
Good morning.
When the legislature passed 254, it felt like a dagger through the heart. I couldn't believe that it was happening.
In particular, the restriction was that nurse practitioners could no longer provide hormone replacement therapy for transgender people. Looks like we got a new patient on Denise's schedule today. Suicidal thoughts and attempts. It eliminated our biggest service line when SB 254 was passed overnight. You ready for it?
Yeah.
Let's make some magic happen, people.
Woo! Happy birthday, Lana.
Thank you.
I am checking for court documents to see if there's an update on Senate Bill 254's challenge. This would be a really nice birthday gift. I'm sure Lana would be excited. Nothing yet.
There's a very real possibility that the Orlando office could close as a result of SB 254 not being overturned. If Spectrum goes away, none of us really know what life looks like at that point.
It's unfortunate that I have to go to Georgia just to get my meds. You have to leave your home state just to get the healthcare you need in the United States.
You want a hug?
Like I do.
Can we hug it out? Yeah, come here. If Judge Hinkle says that this law is constitutional and it stands, just breathe normal first. I want to listen to your heart. The number of people who are without medication is only going to go higher.
How much more medication have you left?
Bailey's had just been delivering it without me even having to ask, but they just stopped. Like, the only thing I care about is getting my hormones, because I've been so consistent with it the last 5 years. I just don't want to be off it.
Within a matter of months, we will actually see crisis on the ground.
Chin up, my dear. Take care for now. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my, he was, oh my God, I don't know what to say to him.
Who is that? No way.
Yep. It's a couple of months before I started my transition.
With so many of our staff being trans themselves, I've wrestled with, should I have closed the organization? Because I worry that my team has been subject to this front row trauma. It's definitely been difficult because, you know, I love my team so much. They work so hard. They're such good people.
Happy birthday, dear Lana. Happy birthday to you.
In almost every aspect of my life, I'm impacted by SB 254. I'm very much struggling with my estrogen supply. I have another refill left, and after that, I don't know. I did not get what I wanted for my birthday, sadly. I wanted a ruling from Judge Hinkle today. More than anything, just an answer would be nice.
Are we ready to move on to the next story?
Kita como ilan bakang do no ba. Bakang do como te va se maintenant.
Haïti pas de danger dans gens que les vins danger connaît. J'ai travaillé dans un club football en Haïti et puis j'étais un coach dans un club football. C'était un plaisir pour moi lorsque je toujours venu garder mon cap travail et que les activités que je mené. Donc connaît les vins plus mal que j'étais avant.
Months of chaos and raging gang violence came to a head today in Haiti.
The violence has paralyzed Port-au-Prince, a hellscape now cut off from the outside world.
Maman était rentrée dans le programme humanitaire là, I-134. Maman habite exactement de Port-au-Prince. Dernière fois que je dit maman, c'était avant hier. Je toujours espéré que tout le bagage allait bien pour lui, mais je ne suis pas étonné tout si je me dis un bagage mal arrivé, parce que je connais que j'ai une situation pays. Pas de monde qui pas peur activité ça, parce que pas de monde qui parie pour mourir vraiment. À chaque fois que vous avez un coup de tiré, c'est soit vous rentrez dans la caille, c'est soit entrer dans la cabane, ou mettez un côté pour mettre en sécurité parce que vous ne connaissez pas exactement quelle activité qu'a mené le docteur. Moi, je vis ici, là, moi, tout l'âme, moi, tout l'esprit, tout été en Haïti. Donc, je suis toujours fermé avant que je me tende maman. Mais je viens sentir feeling pour me vivre, c'est après que je finis de les bonnes nouvelles que je connais tout le bagage bien pour lui.
Kita como ilan, como dormir, como lever un fort.
think of abortion as a woman's issue, and abortion does weigh more heavily towards women for a million obvious reasons. But men need to be involved in the conversation. Okay, if we go around the corner here, we'll be good. This is striking at our ability to have families when we want to have them, the way that we want to have them. Well, let's just see if Maria's here. And because so many of us are not thinking about it, yeah, no luck. We're not making informed decisions about it. We don't necessarily realize what's being taken away from us. All right, we are not having great luck on Maple Street. It fuels the work that we do here in Mi Vecino. Abortion is on the ballot in Florida this year. If that was on the ballot today, would you vote in favor of it, against it? Would you be undecided? I'm not ready to render an opinion on that one.
But in my estimation, the word abortion should be dropped, and the word murder should be put in its place.
As an organization that empowers Latino communities,
El Señor Jesús.
Sí, correcto.
I look at things that are happening in the legislature, and it motivates me to go just have a conversation with their voters, and maybe their voters don't fully agree with the things that they're doing.
So, cuando tú estás votando, ¿va a decir sí o no a ese mandamiento?
Si cuando lo lea completo, porque me tengo que ilustrar para ver si tomo la decisión de sí o no.
Okay. Gracias, que pase un lindo día.
We can choose to live with this abortion ban for the next few months until the election and overturn it, or we can live with it from now on. And that's a choice that all of us are making. Latino men in Florida are the ones that Democrats have given up on and Republicans are assuming they have the support of. Gracias, Lizzie. I very much am the profile of the voter that both parties, neither one really cares about us or understands us.
How was your? Good?
Sí, muy bien. I do go to church. I do read the Bible. I do pray. Es muy bien. And the birth of my son changed my life in the most meaningful way. I can't imagine not having him. Mine's a little bit more cooked than yours. Yeah, mine's a little more cooked than yours. So at this point in my life, the idea of having abortion is not something that would sit well with me personally. Yeah. But again, that's a choice for me. It's not a choice that I should be making for other people. And I've worked really hard for a really long time to be able to provide my son a life and a childhood that I didn't have, where he would have choices, but the world will take those choices away, just like the governor is doing right now from people. It's enraging. So this year, Mi Vecino is mobilizing Latino men on behalf of women's rights, which is just one of the many fights for our collective rights. Over 70% of the support that we've gained for the ballot initiative have come from Latino men.
No creo que sea algo normal, tú sabes, que sea legal, que tú sabes que decidan por tu cuerpo, que decidan por ti.
That means that we've talked to them and they have committed that they'll come out and vote in favor for this.
Para que venga la criatura, sufrir, mejor que
se realice el aborto.
Exactamente, se realice el aborto, porque sufriría menos.
If the work that Mi Vecino is doing is able to scale up and expand, Latino men can absolutely be a decisive component of securing this ballot initiative in November.
¿Te puedo dar la información para registrarte a votar?
But you've got to go talk to them.
Okay. Muchas gracias, que pasen un lindo día.
We've had good people that started this fight that I just became part of. Oh, hi, I'm Alex. I'm with Mi Vecino, sorry. I mean, we're just talking to people about just issues that are affecting them, their families, communities. And I truly feel that this is for my son's future. It's gonna be that way. And even though I'm only playing this itty bitty part that I have to play, I will play the hell out of it.
I never thought politics would come between me and my son.
This is the most aggressive and comprehensive effort to confront a foreign
200,000 dead from the coronavirus.
I thought he was going to be more sided towards me. And when he wasn't, it was like, why?
It caused a lot of tension and some fighting.
I had raised my voice a couple times. I think I even hung up on him once.
I feel unlistened to or untrusted.
Like he doesn't think I'm smart. This was the little boy that I carried all around, and he was my sidekick. It made me angry that he seemed to be like on another side of me.
Ithaca College 2024 graduates.
I grew up very much so Republican, sign in the yard. My parents made me watch the election on TV.
And Governor Ronald Reagan, the Republican Party's candidate for the presidency.
I mean, growing up, I was definitely set down what I called the alt-right pipeline.
I always followed whatever my parents were doing, but I didn't realize it was happening.
As I got like a cell phone and access to the internet, a lot of those beliefs that I was learning at home were like solidified.
Trump is red and Hillary is blue. It's like a heat map. It represents the anger all across the United States with Washington.
So growing up and in my early to mid-teens, I would personally classify that as a form of indoctrination, just because looking back at it, I kind of see how like systematic it is.
My son Mike, he didn't go to boarding school until sophomore year. And I could tell by meeting the teachers that it was very liberal.
I wouldn't say necessarily that the course material was liberal or left-wing in nature, but the culture and environment that was there, yeah, kind of, it had an effect of me turning liberal. You could probably say those things, yeah.
So, as far as indoctrinated, I would say yes, that's where it began.
By the way, open your schools. Everybody open your schools.
Protecting the health and safety of the American people is the most important job of any president.
And the shutdown now.
Our views on COVID and former President Trump really changed. And there was many topics that could get kind of heated.
Right now, let me see your other hand.
I was extremely hurt when he said he didn't like law enforcement officers. I was a law enforcement officer for 17 years. I thought my kids were proud of me, and it just broke my heart.
I personally am glad that I was guided to a lot of left-leaning, left-wing politics. Growing up, like, we all view our parents as like knowing what the right thing to do is or what the right thing to say and believe is. But truths have to be sought, and I weigh the different opinions, and the left-leaning views I have now, I do believe to be like objectively correct.
The distinct pleasure of asking our candidates to come forward and receive their diplomas.
Here he goes. Politics should be kept away from the schools. I totally think if he hadn't gone to that school, he would have just think the same way I do. That's him. But he's become his own person, and I have to accept that because I don't want that to have an effect on our relationship, mother-son relationship.
Michael Kenneth Lindgren.
At the end of the day, she treats me with a base level of respect.
Come here, Mikey. Oh, my little boy.
And she is present in my life.
So proud of you.
I think being present and caring to a child is an indicator of a good parent and probably a good person as well.
Okay, that's the end of our last portfolio. We just watched a lot. I'm thinking maybe we could take a few-minute break. Yeah. Maybe 5 or 10-minute break, and then we can come back and talk about it. We're back discussing the portfolio individual category. We had 4 entries in this category, and each entry had 4 videos, so I'm just going to kind of go through them just like as a refresher of what we watched, because it was a lot. So the first entry, which was from the Seattle Times, the first video was Double Dutch Divas. The second was the video about the timber industry in Elma. The third one was about the long time youth recovery. And the fourth one was a voice for the salmon. And so we had seen the other ones before, but the new one was the youth recovery video. In the second portfolio, which was from the Salt Lake Tribune, the first video was about dating in Utah. The second was about like Warren Jeffs and Samuel Bateman and the FLDS. The third one was about brewing beer with 3,000-year-old yeast. And the fourth one was about the cave rescue. Our third portfolio, which was from the St. Louis Dispatch, the first one was about the Bond hair cult. The second was about the florist. I think the program was called Art in Bloom. The third one was about the bagels, about Lefty's Bagels. And the fourth one was about the deaf marathon runner. And then the fourth portfolio, which was the last one we just watched from the Washington Post. The first video was about gender affirming care and the decision in Florida. The second one was about Haiti. The third one was about abortion on the ballot. And the fourth one was about politics, like dividing families and the mother and son having different political beliefs. So it's definitely a lot, but just a reminder, in these categories, in the portfolio categories, we're judging as a whole. So you're judging like the whole package, not just like single videos. I know it's a lot to digest.
I think for me, the standout is, can I like just Seattle Times? Just technically and editing wise, it's so clean, it's so beautifully shot. I never feel like I'm bored. I feel like there's a purpose, like with every sequence. And the one that we had just watched today with the fentanyl, the addiction counselor, that also felt really meaningful because you're following him. And I mean, I love the story. And so I don't feel distracted ever by like any technical issues. I feel the story is like well told. The sequencing and editing feels very good.
Speaking to that one story that we just watched too, we talked about the deaf runner, that like opening segment that we love so much. A version of that was done with the phone in the beginning, and it sets off this whole uneasy feeling that you kind of live with, but like in a comfortable way, if that makes sense. Like it's setting up this kind of uneasy tension that carries through the piece in a really thoughtful way.
Yeah, I love that.
I would agree. I thought the fentanyl one was a really effective character, and you just felt like you were right there with him. I did note, like maybe 40 seconds in or so, I was like, if that was too much driving, or not enough variation of like hands and face, and like looking out on the roads, cutting to something else. But I was still there with him.
And if we go back to the timber one that we watched yesterday, like the notes I wrote were great voices, great balance, shows they see the same issue, community impact was in there, tied it all back. Like the things that we praised that whole presentation on, a lot of those compliments go back or directly contributed to that timber piece. You know, a lot of that balance and how they do so much with that one piece is because of that timber story that's part of this portfolio. I agree with you. I think that one stands out. And I think the Washington Post one also stands out. Those were the two that stood out to me the most.
Yeah, like again in the Seattle Times, the salmon and the timber, you see the process of time and people,
Mm-hmm.
the impact of this topic
Yeah.
across a large period of time and community.
Yep.
In the WAPO, I thought the edits were pretty tight and overall steady and good.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes technically, like the text would come up and I wouldn't have time to read it before it would go again. Like the definitions, I wasn't able to finish the definitions.
Yeah,
in the
I couldn't
last
read
one.
it.
Oh yeah, in the politics.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the moment someone.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes now with the internet, text is on shorter because people can just like pause and
Yeah.
read. But and watching like this, it's obviously a little different.
You know, that portfolio kind of grew and kept getting better and better each story we watched. My least favorite was probably the sex reassignment clinic. I was confused for the first little bit of it. I was trying to figure out what we were talking about and why we were supposed to be talking about it and why we need to care about them. But even that story, as we watched it, got better and stronger. I did note there was one part where the doctor is getting emotional about, should I have shut down this clinic and saved my people like this heartache as we're trying to figure this all out, and then the music comes in real heavy. And I know we've had a discussion about music before. I felt that one, like we talked about these uncomfortable feelings, like I just wanted to sit in that one. Like I wanted to sit in that silence with him, kind of like we did with the doctor who was talking over Zoom, and you get the sigh, and then she starts to break down and cry. Like we just got to sit with her in that emotion. I wanted to sit with the doctor in that emotion, not have this classical music build. But still a really strong piece there.
I really liked in the second video of the series,
The Haiti one?
the Haiti one, where the mom calls and there's this question of what happened. I did get a little confused as to where he was. I thought for a second he was in Haiti when he was talking about the violence in Haiti.
Yeah.
But the setup with the call felt very I just loved that introduction to the piece, because it really set up like what's going on, what's changed in Haiti, why is she concerned, why is she calling.
And then sitting, he sat there calling, and it just rings and rings and rings.
Right.
And we're sitting on the phone was what I wrote. And then the very end of that piece, the tension's paid off, because it gives the slow text, and I'm like, oh fuck, she died. Like no way she died. And then it's her talking, like it's this sigh of relief and this tension that just pays off with like the end of that story, that gives you like this sense of relief, because like you're worried about her, you can't get a hold of her, and you feel that just from watching it.
There's a specific moment at the beginning where it's a tight on his face with the text of her phone call, and that editing worked really nicely to bring them together.
That entry throughout, there's these really beautiful tight shots of faces where we only see like half of them. Like really purposeful, these tight shots. We see it in the last one too, with the mom and son, and we definitely see it with the abortion. I wrote that he's taking a sip of coffee. It's kind of a throwaway shot. It's like it's kind of the lull of that story, but it's this beautiful, well composed. You take a screenshot of it, print it up on your wall. Like it's that type of photography in there. That was just really, really cool. That guy was also a really interesting character.
Is it the Haiti?
In the abortion one. Haiti
the
was
abortion
too.
one, okay.
The abortion one I thought was a really interesting character. He sees all the sides of it.
Yeah.
So complex.
Yeah, and it's a complex issue. So he gives us a true, I don't know, reality of what people are feeling. And those real combos in that one too. That makes that a strong piece.
All the stories in the WAPO felt like stories. Like I felt like some of the others were like thesis statements on things, right? And I felt like with WAPO, it's like the payoff. Like you're waiting for something, it sets it up in the beginning, and you're following someone through a journey, and then the ending is what you're here for it. So I thought the storytelling was really well done, very structured.
Yeah, and then the last one on the WAPO, like we were saying, it's just a very interesting angle and play of the mother and son. Their willingness to even be in the story and be honest, and just the duality of holding their different perspectives, and how much they're close to each other at the end, and then like elbow helping each other.
That was sweet. That was a nice moment at the end, because I was like, I didn't know how it was gonna end.
Yeah.
Like, are they still? It
Yeah, do
seemed
they
almost
talk?
like they
Like,
hadn't
yeah.
talked or something.
And they're both interviewed in the same
Yeah.
scenes separately.
Yeah.
And it's not till the very end we see them together, and it's like,
Yeah.
even if they disagree so much they're not in the same interview shot.
Yeah.
They're still there at the same scene at the end.
Yeah.
Like, it was a really good way to sum that whole story up.
Mhm.
Also, it was a really good gut punch with like her being like, it hurt me when he said he hates cops.
Yeah.
I was in law enforcement for
I
however long. I'm
know.
like, holy shit. Like, that's just, again, it's
Yeah.
that gut punch feeling, and like,
Yeah.
that piece was so unique in such a cool way. And we were talking during the break, like, how do you find that? Like,
Yeah.
do you luck into it? Do you go searching for it? Like, I'm curious on that. It was really, really, really strong.
Yeah. It's just the originality and the creativity
Yeah.
of these, all of these, I felt really shone,
Mhm.
really shine through. And I was gonna also add the maybe I was just gonna add the fact that the intergenerational play between the two. It's very relatable, I think, because everybody during, when you have to like talk to your family members and if you don't agree, like there's just this tension. So to be able to see it play out in this really positive way, that he's like, I still respect my mom, she respects me, and they come together at the end, feels very very universal.
And to me, the difference between the WAPO one and the Seattle Times one, Seattle Times, every single piece of that has moments, has characters, has a story arc. And I think some of the WAPO ones were very just like, almost like art school type, like they had something to say and they said it in a really impactful way. It was really good, but it's like, one comes more to like the basics of documentary storytelling, news storytelling, were so woven throughout the Seattle Times entry. And the WAPO one is kind of this like newer style, for lack of a better term.
The one thing with the last one about the family, the visuals being about COVID, and then they're talking about different political perspectives. I thought they were going to talk about COVID, and then we never did. And not that we need to, but it set my mind in one direction, and we didn't go there. So it's like I would have either come back to that or maybe used more neutral visuals from the beginning.
I think it was because that was such a divisive topic.
Yeah.
And a health issue became a political issue real quick.
Right.
And that probably spurred a lot of their disagreements, or at least maybe when they realized,
Yeah.
oh, we don't think alike anymore. So I wonder if that's where it came from, but you're right, it didn't play out. I'm interjecting and trying to guess where that was.
Any thoughts on portfolio 2 or 3 from the Salt Lake Tribune and St. Louis Dispatch?
I think the Salt Lake Tribune had some really nice, like the interview frames were really nice. For the dating one, I noted that the interview frames were really beautiful and very fun, and then they felt claustrophobic. I was like, first minute is great, and then I was like, okay, I need to like widen out or show me something else.
Which is funny you say first minute. I wrote this would have crushed for a social video.
Yeah.
That would have done so well
Okay, 'cause it
in
was
a
just the
vertical social
interviews,
media.
yeah.
It's just interviews. It's all living with them. Like, you do that as a vertical frame, and like that's an awesome video.
Yeah.
It's not. It's still an awesome video, but like
Yeah.
I think its platform
Yeah.
should have been.
Yeah, and it was pretty short. So
It was,
feel
and
like-
maybe it was. It could have been. It could have
Yeah,
been Facebook
true.
exclusive. But
True.
to me, that's a vertical video
Yeah.
screaming at you to happen. I liked it
agree.
though. I did like it because it was so different too, especially coming out of the Seattle Times entry. That is much more traditional and rooted. That first story was like, okay, things are gonna look different,
Yeah.
and that's a good thing. With the FLDS story, it almost felt like it was trying to mix two different styles into one story. Like we kept going between this more documentary and interview style, and then here, let me bring you along the journey as the photographer who witnessed all this stuff happen. And I don't know if it hit the mark for me. I think you could have started it off with this more, let me bring you along the story, but then once we got to kind of the meat of it, I wanted to, like the lady in the purple jacket, like I wanted to hear more from her. I think she could have carried a bigger chunk of that story.
Yeah.
There was a lot of like interplay between what she was saying, I think it was her, and the reporter, right, the photographer. And I wrote, I felt like the techniques got in the way of the storytelling. Like I felt like there was this like the idea of like this beautiful shot of the photographer looking into camera, telling you a story, mixed with, like you said, a different style.
Yeah.
That made me feel like I was being pulled in and out of two different storytelling methods, and it distracted me from appreciating like the actual story. I also I like lost where I was in some ways. Like I couldn't get a sense of where I was when I was sort of in that interview shot and then being pulled out, and then I just felt claustrophobic.
It was abrupt.
Yeah.
When we would go back and forth.
Yeah, a bit jarring for me.
And there was a lot of jump cuts, which sometimes I think can work, but I think there was too many here that I would have advocated for a second camera for the main interview. And also, there weren't really any moments of digest. There was like the text slide, and then the title slide, and then a text slide with drone shots, and otherwise it was just like talking, and there was a lot of info. So.
I think it would have benefited from a lot if they had the archival. Like it would have benefited from.
Like she mentioned, I had this recording on my phone, and I was like, we're gonna get to see it, and then we never get to see it. And it could be in a police investigation, FBI could have it and not release it, whatever it is. But like, I was waiting to hear that recording of something real mixed into that. And I thought the cave story was really interesting. Brutal facts, said so casually too, because like if you're a cave explorer, whatever their name is, like they're so used to this, but like I'm like, you have no room to breathe. Like that's incredible. Like you're on your head and dying from the inside out. Like that's, he said it in such a casual way. Like I'm talking about sports and he's talking about a guy dying. Like I thought that was really interesting, but it's reality. I thought that was a really cool way to capture that. And I love the section of him describing the size of the cave while being inside of it. And his hand, like letting that moment breathe. We talked about digestion in the last story we were talking about. That one, there was time to digest and understand like, oh, this is a small space. So I thought that was a really, really cool story too.
Did he say before he was being interviewed, sitting on the rocks, and he explained that he was upside down? Was that the first time he said he was upside down?
I think they showed that like graphic. Okay. And they showed that like he went in head first, and then the graphic shows him upside down. Okay. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I might have.
I wasn't totally aware, but also same. I wasn't sure if I missed it, but I think you're right. I guess what I didn't realize was like that there was no room for him to turn.
Yeah.
It was a half line
did
of
say
like,
that in the graphic.
there's only one, there was, he thought he was going down this one, and there was a turnaround, but he went down a different path.
So I guess they like, it was like alluded to.
Okay. Alright. I mean, that might have just been
No,
me,
but
but I was like, that making that clearer earlier was at the stake more.
And if there's multiple people having the same question, it means it probably wasn't the clearest, even if somebody did catch it, you know. Or I'm reordering things in my mind to make it make more sense.
No, I think I was the same. I think I did see that.
I mean, for me, this is not really like a critique in the video, but like, it seems like he wasn't really there for that long. Right?
In the hole?
Oh, inside.
Yeah, like, and then he died. Like, how long was he trapped?
12 hours?
It was
like so it wasn't even like, I mean, of course, it's a long time to be trapped in a cave.
But you can't breathe.
It wasn't dehydration, it wasn't hunger, it was being upside down.
So that's like, that's just like a wild fact to me. I thought it was like days, you know? And then when they were like, oh, it was only a blank amount of hours.
Because when they say, oh, the rope snapped, I'm like, okay, rerun another rope and like put something on that sharp edge. It sounds like there wasn't time to do that, which is crazy.
I would imagine he would suffocate.
Yeah, I guess it was so tight.
Yeah.
And he's upside down.
Yeah. And it's a catch-22. The more people going in means the more oxygen they're breathing.
Yeah.
I wonder if there was, well, no, because there's no way to get to him, but like, they could have handed him an oxygen thing, but that's, now we're getting into rescues of
maybe
caving.
this would be to explain, but I wonder if this is a time where like a doctor or something, so to explain what medically is happening when you're upside down for that long.
Yeah, because even the guy was like, his legs were shaking, and then he was like, I didn't know what that meant.
Yeah,
like he died.
If we could have gotten to the paramedic that went in after, like that even would have been elevating. I could imagine, like, you gotta be a special paramedic if you're also okay with diving into caves like that. It looked like it was not a short trip down there.
Yeah.
Couldn't be made.
This one made me, I mean, this one was the most visceral for me.
Mhm.
Like, I felt uncomfortable
Mhm.
thinking about what it would be like to be
Mhm.
that guy. And I liked that it was shot so wide when when you saw the cave rescuer, because
Yeah.
it at least gave me like a break to
Yeah.
breathe, because
If that
this
was
one
shot
was
super
uncomfortable.
tight, that would've
Yeah,
been-
that if it was tight, I would have felt even more
Yeah,
claustrophobic.
it's such a subliminal thing, but
Yeah.
it could have very well been purposeful to
Yeah.
give us that space to breathe.
It was nice.
Yeah.
Brief thoughts on St. Louis Dispatch?
And then, can I just make
Oh,
one
yeah.
This is really nitpicky, but I noticed in Bateman, and in the cave, there's a section where they have a collage of an image on top of it. Looks like a night sky. And I just noticed the repetition of that in both videos.
Interesting.
And it took me out of it. I didn't think the night sky went with the visuals of the rest of the story. I noticed in both videos.
Okay.
You know, I just
Yeah.
the repetition.
Wait, that was in this video and a different one too?
It was in
Okay.
the cave video and in Bateman at the times when they had a photo up, and then it was the background.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Interesting. I didn't catch that. As far as St. Louis Dispatch, I thought it was a really good entry. I think the flower story and the bagel story lost me as far as impact. I was left wondering, so what, at the end of both of those, especially compared to the weight of the other entries, top to bottom. Like, I guess the dating story in the St. Louis one, but like, it was short. Whereas the flowers and bagels were these kind of longer stories that still just left me wondering, so what, at the end of it.
With the flowers one,
Yeah.
I was questioning the connection from the picture,
Yes.
the painting to the flowers.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
understood. I was like, okay, the flowers are in a museum,
Yeah.
but what does a specific painting have to do with
So,
her?
and this is again, I don't know why I have weird connections. So I live 2 hours south of St. Louis in my first market. Art and Bloom's like a big thing. Each bouquet is designed after the painting.
That's what I was assuming as well, but they definitely did not, it wasn't clear.
I didn't
beautiful,
get that.
beautiful shots of that painting off the top, though. I thought that was a really cool way to
It was such a cool intro.
Yeah.
And I was waiting for this
Mhm.
connection piece, and I never got that.
And you kind of get the shot at the
Yeah.
end where it's the flowers racked to the picture, but if you don't know, then
I saw it in the background.
Mhm,
I just
mhm.
didn't. I just knew the flowers were in the same room as the painting.
I
didn't
think
really get it.
this one, and the same with the WAPO entry, had some individual frames that were beautifully
Yeah,
shot.
yeah.
Like the texture on the macro shots of the photos on the carpet in the Cold Story.
Oh yeah, that was nice.
Such a small thing, but like
Yeah.
so fine of detail and like
Yeah.
beautiful, beautiful shooting.
Yeah.
The Cold Story also started to drag a little bit for me. But, and I wanted a little bit more from the resolution.
And I thought that while I liked the cult story, like it started to drag, and I thought it could really be edited down like a lot, because I kind of got lost in the story. It felt like a thesis. Like I was thinking, okay, like I like starting with this woman. She's the character, and it ends nicely with her talking about wanting to help people in her position. So like those, it was strong. But then some text, like a lot of text got like mixed in there. I liked the graphic treatments, but there was so much text sometimes that I kind of got lost. And yeah, a lot of explaining things that felt like could have been taken out. I didn't need to know all the details.
I also wanted more file or archival video. Like we had that one cell phone video of her signing, and like that again, another moment where it's like signing her life away as a witness, and it's like they're saying it as a joke, but they don't realize like that's literally signing her life away is what that seemed like that guy was trying to do with those contracts.
Yeah.
And that was like, I think that was the only like archival cell phone video from like inside during her time. I wanted more.
Yeah.
They probably didn't have it, but I wanted more.
Yeah.
And early on, I did think it was pretty solid pacing, considering it was sound only.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't really these nap pop
got
moments,
creative,
but like it was moving and it kept that same pace. It just kept going for maybe a little longer than I'd like.
And then on the beginning, the shows the Bon Terre.
Yeah, Bon Terre.
They showed that mural of that before they explained what it was.
Mhm.
I would have maybe flipped the order. But I thought the archival photos and the papers using those details really helped move the story along.
Do you guys think the order is the order that we talked about them in?
Yeah, it seems like everyone's feeling Seattle Times first, WAPO second, and then I think the big question is, do one of these two place as third or not?
I think we have a third and an honorable mention. I think we have all four. All four are deserving of some level of credit and praise in my mind.
I would agree.
All right, so what is the third?
I think so.
Tribune, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so third place is Salt Lake. And honorable mention, St. Louis Dispatch. Everyone agrees with that?
Yes.
Okay. Amazing.
Now we just need a San Diego story, and I can tie in the fact that
I
I'm in
know,
San Diego.
every place you're like, I know.
Every place you've lived
Austin,
in or
and
been
then
to.
Bon Terre is actually in, like it was in the viewing area I covered.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so.
So that's where they design the art, the flowers. They design the flower bouquet based off of a painting.
Yep, it's a big thing.
Once a year they do that?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I mean, the flowers were so beautiful. Like,
And if you look, the colors all match. Like there was a little bit of pink in the photos, as well as pink roses. Like, but again, I want her to tell me that, not just me to figure it out.
yeah,
Right,
you shouldn't, right,
we
you
lost.
just because you know that.
Just because I lived in Cape Girardeau, Missouri for 2 years doesn't. Yeah.
Okay, well, we got through another portfolio category, which is amazing. So,
I can text Lauren to come.
yeah, I mean, it's up to her.
Okay.
Let her know. She may be sitting in
Is
another
she in the next
division.
one? Oh, she's in the rest of them.
She's in all of them.
Got it.
Or like the Seattle Times.
Okay.
And since there's, whatever.
She's the rest of them.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll continue. So we're now continuing. We're going to look at the news and issue individual category. And I'm just going to read the description once again. So this is serious stories about national and local news events and issues such as climate change, immigration, healthcare, education, economy, gun control, abortion, infrastructure, politics, and policies. And this is the individual category. So these are entries, made by one person. There's 8 entries in here. We have watched a lot of them. A bunch of them we just watched in portfolio, so we'll kind of just announce what they are. If there's any though, even that we've already watched, if you want to watch it again or watch a part of it, just let us know.
Yeah. So the first one here we already watched is from Seattle Times, and this is the video about it's called The Troublemakers, but it was the older activists that were hoping to save the legacy forests.
Yeah, so do you guys feel good on this one? Okay, yeah. We saw this in the presentation.
Okay, this one is new.
Okay.
The description of this one says, Austin is the second worst city in the country for housing voucher holders to find a home. Oh, and Jessica Vasquez's landlords decided not to continue their contract. That was the world she was forced to navigate or go homeless.
I've been here for a week. I backdoored 3 days straight till 5 in the morning putting my house together. I did it for my kids. I did it for my sanity. I wanted to feel home. I wanted to feel at home, and if I would have let the depression get to me and all of the things that I had to go through to get here, I'd probably be still sitting in boxes. So this moving process has not been fun. It's been quite depressing. At one point, my speech when I was looking for an apartment was, "Hi, my name is Jessica Vasquez. I'm on Section 8. I'm a single mother of 3 kids. I'm a non-smoker, no pets. I'm very clean, been at my job for 2 years." That sucks, that I had to sell myself to be able to get a place to stay. But I had to do it. There's not a lot of apartments or places that want to take Section 8. I did not want to move. This box is annoying. I don't know how to get into it. I've been a resident for 8 years at my apartment homes. I considered it my home, not just a place to rent. And this year, I was told that they would not be renewing my lease. There was no specific reason given. It's just, we're not gonna renew, and in the state of Texas, they have that option. If I did not find a place, I would have lost my voucher. No more Section 8. You would be homeless. It's not like I can walk into anywhere and be like, "Oh, hey, I like that apartment. Can I sign it?" Like a normal person. Say that again? You call, and you call, and you call. And about 50% of them tell you, "No, we're not taking it." And then the other 20% have a waiting list. You have to meet certain requirements in certain apartments. Some apartments telling you that you still have to make the 2 times the rent or the 3 times the rent. Now, how does that work for a person on Section 8? Some apartments will not accept you. Your voucher amount is a certain amount. You gotta have the deposit. Section 8 doesn't pay that for you. Plus your movers, that's a lot right there. Once you find a place, they have 15 days to approve it. This I can take. I couldn't have 2 inspection packets out. If it's not approved, there's no backup plan. They inspected my unit, I believe, the 28th, and I moved in on the 31st. I'll unload it, just push it over there. Those were the most stressful 3 days of my life. I did not know where I was gonna go, what my options were gonna be, or what I was gonna do. I'm exhausted, like I'm literally about to want to cry and give up, but that is not an option. I had so many little breakdowns that I had to really, like, at one point focus and tell myself, I got this. Welcome to another issue. I was blessed to have a place and that we weren't left on the street. He's driving from Buda. I'm thankful for the program. I just want to bring awareness how hard it is with this program to move. A lot of it is them trying to get, higher rent. We can't do that, so we got to go. Where do we keep going? We're kind of just throwing away Austinites. My dream house is to have a really nice backyard. I love to do art. I want a little art studio. I want to be able to get up, have my coffee, and go do my art. I like to be like the community mom where the kids come over and they have snacks, and to just have something that I can call mine, that nobody can come and say, hey, we don't want you here this year, you gotta go, or something where that you can know that it's permanent and that it's yours.
Okay, the next few videos, this one we just watched, it's about the man who moved from Haiti, whose mother still lives in Port-au-Prince.
Yeah, so we've just watched that one.
The phone call one?
Yes, the phone call one. I think the next one is new.
Yes.
Okay.
This one, he is from the Washington Post, and the description reads, Haitian parishioners from Notre Dame de Haiti Catholic Church in Miami express frustration and hope amid escalating violence in Haiti.
Oui, qui j'en ai? Ok.
En Haïti, pour moi, on a parlé là, pas de personne monde qui sait parce que
the country just cave in.
Yo là devant la porte la caille.
we are all Haitian. So what happened to my brothers and sisters out there, that affect me so much.
I have children in Haiti and I have properties in Haiti.
C'est de l'eau nanger ou même qui boit ici on va vivre tout. It is dead. Everything broken, this broken.
The only thing that's going to solve the situation in Haiti is us, Haitians.
C'est pas un bagay kounya. Ça fait longtemps et ça a passé à préparer. Si dirigeant nous yo, si la yo qui t'a dirigé pays a, si yo te prend à temps, jan situation et jodi a, li pa t'a privé comme ça.
Américain pour aider Haïti, pas gen l'autre monde encore non?
We've been having international aid since the beginning of time, and that's never solved the situation in Haiti. With the government of the United States, please. I don't mind that you are helping us, but listen to us at the same time.
Exactement.
Why don't you accept what we're telling you that we want and work with us?
We pray for a Haiti where people can live with dignity and can be respected by others. We also pray for justice, peace, and unity among all.
Moi-même, moi aimé Haïti, donc quel que soit Jean lié, m'a toujours allé.
To let her be safe there, okay?
You're just thinking one day you might receive a call, something happened. That's a call that you don't want to receive, but
Okay, be safe there.
if nothing is done in that country, my God.
Okay, and then the next one is from the Washington Post about Mi Vecino, who were trying to court Latino men for support on an amendment to protect abortion. We just watched that one. The next one is a video from Washington Post. I believe this is from a portfolio or maybe a presentation that we watched before about the death of Leonard Miller, who was a policeman who was killed in the line of duty. We watched this yesterday.
Does anyone feel like they need to rewatch this one? It's only 2 minutes, if you don't remember, or we can maybe scrub through so you get, because there was a few videos in there. I just want to make sure everyone knows like which one it is.
I think it'd be helpful to watch because there were a few and I don't know
Yeah,
which
exactly.
one.
Okay, so yeah, let's just
This
watch
might be
it.
good to help
It's
us
only
not-
2 minutes.
Not be confused between all of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Michael Travaglia and John Lesko became known as the Kill for Thrill murderers.
Officer Miller was shot and slain by these individuals.
Their sentence has always been death.
Initially, I was in favor of the death penalty.
In the beginning, yes, because the hurt was horrible.
At that time, that should have taken place.
But we've been waiting for 45 years.
Michael Travaglia died Monday of natural causes.
And John Lesko is still on death row.
Yeah. This is pretty much the start of it. I just think that our justice system has gotten soft. I couldn't even give you the number of appeals that these individuals has filed. Every appeal that they have made have been denied. Court's decisions have been upheld. You know, let justice be served.
We live in a society where we are to love and forgive, be faithful to our God. So I forgive Michael Travaglia and John Lesko because I believe that Leonard Miller would forgive them.
Being a person of faith, it's hard for me to say somebody should die. So, yeah, I've changed. I've changed.
I mean, it's not easy, but I now believe that a life sentence without parole is in order in this particular case.
Put him in that 6x6 cell and close the door. Get him out of the limelight. He doesn't deserve it.
I just think that needs some closure on this. I really think the death penalty should be carried out. Yes.
Closure may come on its own if John Lesko would pass away in prison. That day will come on God's terms and timelines, not the courts, not Lesko's.
All right. The next one is from the Washington Post. We just watched this one earlier. It was out about the mother and son who had disagreements on political views. Do we need to watch this one again?
I don't think so.
And then the final one we also just watched about there's a clinic in Florida that provided gender affirming care that was being impacted by a new state law.
Quick question. The Mi Vecino, which one was that one again?
That was the abortion on the ballot with the guy going door to door.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just watched the one.
Yeah. If you pull up the thumbnail. What is the thumbnail?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's not the guy, but
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But that's the guy
He's
who's
wearing
saying,
a
I need to
blue-
make my own opinion and I'll do
Yeah.
my education.
About
Yeah.
Latino
So,
voters,
get
right?
Latino voters to vote on the.
For women.
Yeah.
Abortion rights, yeah.
Okay, so just as a reminder, everything that we are going to be judging, especially for people who are watching, because some of them we did not watch. So the first one was the video. In the presentation, it was called The Troublemakers, about the legacy forests and a group of Washingtonians, mostly retired, that are taking matters into their own hands to try to save the forest. The second one was about the Austin housing vouchers. The third was the one about Haiti, where her son left, but his mom stayed in Haiti, and there's the phone calls. The fourth one was about the Haitians in Miami, who are also talking about what was going on in Haiti at the time. The next one was abortion on the ballot, and the man knocking on doors and talking about even his own complex feelings about abortion. The next one, we just rewatched this one, should Lesko get the death penalty, that we had previously seen in a long form. Then politics dividing families, the one with the mother and son having different political views. And this last one was about gender affirming care and the Florida law. I'm waiting on the Florida law to see what the outcome is.
So 4 of these were the 4 that were in the portfolio, right?
Yeah, so the abortions on the ballot was,
abortion and
yeah.
mom and son.
Yeah, so that was pretty
That's
much
funny.
someone's
That's funny.
portfolio, yeah.
I wanted to make a note about the John Lesko video. I'm glad we watched it again because on its own, I didn't think it stood on its own without the context of who he is.
Yeah.
And then when he said, I think I would forgive him because he would, that didn't land for me because there hadn't been that setup of what kind of person he was.
Whereas in the presentation, like that was what you brought up, like
Yeah.
landed so hard.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
It's almost the inverse of the IVF stories.
Yeah.
Where I
Yeah.
felt separated didn't hit as hard for me, but put together it hit harder.
Yeah.
And this
Yeah.
is, it doesn't stand alone. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I really liked the parishioner piece, the Haiti parishioners. I thought that was a really nice standalone. I learned a lot just through the voices of the parishioners talking about Haiti's dead, it's only going to be rebuilt by us, by Haiti's. Why don't you listen to us? Like these very strong
The
voices in the
distrust
church.
just smacks you in the face,
And that 80% of the capital is run by gangs, which I don't think I realized how much that Haiti had just
I didn't even
completely
catch that stat.
disintegrated. And so it both had the human elements that drew me in, and just because the characters were so strong, I felt that made that piece really, really great and really nicely shot too.
And I thought the setting of the church was a nice, gentle setting to contrast with the violence and
Yeah,
all the
definitely.
imagery.
And there was good history too, with just looking
Yeah.
back on what has happened.
Well, I like that one. I still think I like the phone call Haitian story better.
Yeah.
Maybe less informative, but just the emotional impact of it and just sitting in that tension really stood out to me when we watched it just a little bit ago.
Yeah.
And I also don't want to lose sight, because we didn't watch it. It was the first one that we
Right,
Troublemakers.
Yes, I
We
know.
loved that
I
yesterday,
loved that one
and I don't want to
yesterday.
lose sight of that one.
Yeah.
In our conversations. And the other one I marked was the political views family. I think that was really unique and really special too.
Yeah, the political views one rises to the top for me.
Yeah.
I think it's the most complete story.
It takes us on a rise and a fall for sure.
And the troublemakers too. With the Austin housing, I wanted to know who the guy moving her boxes was, because we saw him so much.
I think just because she said she needed to hire movers, I'm assuming it was just like a mover.
Okay.
I liked being in her home at the beginning. I thought it was really nice editing. There were some more traditional tight shot transition type things in there that were really, really cool to see. There was a weird audio drop at some point. And then I just wanted it to kick into another gear, take us to another level, or give us another voice or something. Just in the terms, I think it was 5+ minutes. It felt a little one note.
Yeah.
Especially compared to some of the other ones that we're comparing it to. You know, on its own, solid, strong piece, but.
Between troublemakers and the politics dividing families, do you feel like one of those is
Can we just the first minute of Troublemakers again?
Yeah, because I'm almost wondering troublemakers, how it will stand on its own.
Yeah. I mean, we could watch.
Or at least do you want us to just tap on the table when we feel like we have?
Yeah, or just you could say whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. I forget how long.
So do you want to go to the one on the left and I'll go to the one on the right? Sure. Okay.
You hope because what's the alternative to hope? When I get the call for something like this, I'm ready to go. It keeps me alive. There are some things more important than just obeying a law. We've got to do something to save the planet and save these forests.
When you see pink, just pull it off. Road markers, survey markers for road construction, which these may have involved, those come too.
Okay.
Okay?
All righty. We are in the Unit 5 of the Doc Holliday timber sale. It's a legacy forest, beautiful and dense. We are here to remove the survey flagging so that DNR can't sell it. The group that originally organized it is called Troublemakers. We're really worried about these forests, and we have folks from 20 to 84 with us. It's very hard going because there are no trails and the ground is very uneven. That's what an old growth / legacy forest is like.
I grew up here, and my great-grandfather, George Shaw, was a timber cruiser for the Simpson Timber Company here on the Olympic Peninsula. And I can guarantee you the forests were a lot deeper back then. That was over 100 years ago. Look at the moss. The trees are just covered with moss. It's so beautiful. It's really just a treasure. And it's also so crucial for our environment because we know that the climate is changing. It's changing right here.
They're an instant carbon catcher. We don't need any technology. They're here. They're the best. They'll keep going. Why not save them?
You absolutely did.
One small
Pride of
snip
place.
for the tree.
Pride of place.
Hopefully one saved for the forest. This is too important. These trees are irreplaceable. Feels like we're on a mission and we're doing it bit by bit. We gotta hope that it is gonna help change some minds and put a little pressure on the right people.
I'm a plant person. I'm a horticulturalist. And I quiz myself. I go, okay, that's sword fern, that's elderberry, that's western red cedar. They're going to make, I think, 2 to 3 roads coming in here. And it looked like from the map, they're going to come from that direction. So, you know, they're just going to charge through there with a bulldozer and make a road so they can pull all this stuff out of here. So we'll make it a little more difficult. You got a pocket? The goal is to have them step back a little bit, and they're going to have to redo it. It's going to slow them down. More time for protests or legislation or people in different positions in the government getting elected.
Sorry, DNR. Not sorry.
I had to think about it. I mean, because it's a serious thing, you know. You think twice about removing a survey marker, but that just underlines how important it is for people to be standing up and acting to defend these forests. They can't speak for themselves. We have to speak for them. Lisa and I and several other people went to every county commissioner meeting, pleading with them. Unfortunately, just speaking at public meetings and just voting, as important as that is, it's not enough.
This isn't just justice for trees. I mean, they're going to call us tree huggers, but no, it's for people, it's for humanity, and it's for the people that live here.
We may have missed a handful of flags, but we basically got them all. So this forest has, you know, a few more weeks, months, years, maybe, you know, in perpetuity, who knows. All the little creatures in here get a little bit of a reprieve, at least.
Does it feel differently when it stands alone?
I still love it.
Yeah.
I still love it. I do think it hits a little differently, like it compared to timber, like the two of those together make such a really strong, powerful, like overall story. I think timber, when you look at the community touching of it, stood better as a standalone story. And I still love this. Like, that's not saying I don't love this. But I think going into it, I would have said this was my favorite. And then Haitian Phone Call and The Political Family Views were kind of like second, third in my head. I almost wonder if one of those jumps ahead now.
Ahead of Troublemakers.
Yeah, I still really like Troublemakers too.
I love the strength of the characters in Trouble. I think that's what sticks out to me is how eloquently they all can talk about what they're doing. So I can connect. Feel like I'm rooting for them because of that they're all older too, and they have this like mission. I love that.
And the last text slate of that, like some of these we're going through in the last text slate almost feels kind of like a throwaway. Like we had to include this last part. That had purpose and meaning and changes what they're doing. It's not that they're just going out there and doing it.
Yeah.
They're going out and being like, we did this. Here are them.
Yep.
If you'd like to arrest us, here's all the names of the people you want to, but like we did this, and we want to let you know that it's going to be more difficult. Like they're taking credit for it, and it's like almost the civil disobedience and kind of the
cheeky way,
as opposed to just like this is the next part that happened after I shot my video, so I don't have any video to cover.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
It's subtle enough to you
But
see that the impact that they're making is sort of like we're doing this defiantly, but also we want you to know that this is also, you know, she says we're not just doing this for the trees, we're doing this for people.
Yeah.
Which was so poignant.
Do you guys still like that one then?
I do, but
I'm torn between Troublemakers and the politics one. I mean, even though with Troublemakers you're all in one place, you're following them on a journey.
Yeah.
Whereas with the politics one, it's pretty interview heavy. and it's more of a reflective piece. So I would be okay with politics second, troublemakers first. If that's
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you said the politics differences second.
Yes.
And then which one first?
The first
Troublemakers.
one. The first. The one we just watched, yeah.
What do you guys think about the Haitian phone call for third?
Could I watch it just one more time?
Yeah.
It's gonna be different in
I think
context,
just,
stimuli
yeah.
versus.
I just don't think I took it all in.
Can we watch
first
the
time.
third one?
This one with the
Mhm.
man with the
Yeah.
phone call? Yeah.
C'est quoi la vraie cob là?
Non, c'est une étiquette à l'aise. Et où décacheter ça? Et où décacheter ça? Ça tourne.
Kita como la background do no ba. Background do como tu vas c'est maintenant.
Haïti pas de danger dans gens que les vins danger qu'on J'ai travaillé dans un club football en Haïti et puis j'étais un coach dans un club football. C'était un plaisir pour moi lorsque je toujours venu garder mon cap travail et que les activités que je menais. Donc Kounia les vins plus mal que j'étais avant.
Months of chaos and raging gang violence came to a head today in Haiti.
The violence has paralyzed Port-au-Prince, a hellscape now cut off from the outside world.
Maman était rentrée dans le programme humanitaire là, I-134. Ma maman habite exactement de Port-au-Prince. Dernière fois que je dit maman, c'était avant hier. J'ai toujours espéré que tout le bagage allait bien pour lui, mais je ne suis pas étonné tout si je me dis un bagage mal arrivé, parce que je connais que j'ai encore une situation pays. Pas de monde qui n'a pas peur d'activité, parce que pas de monde qui parie pour mourir vraiment. À chaque fois que vous avez un coup de zame tiré, c'est soit que vous rentrez dans la caille, c'est soit entrer en bas de nous, vous mettez en côté pour mettre en sécurité parce que vous ne connaissez pas exactement quelle activité vous menez. Moi, je vis ici, là, moi, tout l'âme, moi, tout l'esprit, tout été en Haïti. Donc, comme toujours fermé avant que je me maman. Mais je viens de sentir feeling pour me vivre, c'est après que je finis de les bonnes nouvelles et que je connais tout le bagage bien pour lui.
Pite como ila, como dorme, como leve encore.
I like that so much more on second watch.
Yeah, I didn't notice that there was that flashback too.
I noticed the flashback, but I didn't put together. The beginning is him giving
the
phone to her, and then it's him trying to reach her, him trying to reach her, him trying to reach her, and it ends, and then comes up with that end slate of we finally get the voicemail. And the flashback in there again after the second time he tries to reach her and can't. It's like all the memories
The feeling
flashback.
of, yeah,
The editing with
fear.
the gunshots and other things like that, like
Yeah, her dancing to the gunshot vision.
Yeah,
her
I feel
dancing
like-
gunshots ended, you know.
Yeah, there's a real like artistry to it. Yeah, it's good. Definitely. So
Do you feel good with that being third, or do you want to look at that?
versus second.
That's where my brain goes.
Can we
Like,
watch?
I like
Yeah.
I like
do you
that
want to
one
watch
so
the
much.
Can we watch the politics
Yeah.
one more time?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. This one. Yeah, I believe. Yeah.
I never thought politics would come between me and my son.
This is the most aggressive and comprehensive effort to confront a foreign virus.
200,000 dead from the coronavirus.
I thought he was going to be more sided towards me. And when he wasn't, it was like, why?
It caused a lot of tension and some fighting.
I had raised my voice a couple times. I think I even hung up on him once.
I feel unlistened to or untrusted.
Like he doesn't think I'm smart. This was the little boy that I carried all around, and you know, he was my sidekick. It made me angry that he seemed to be like on another side of me.
Our Ithaca College 2024 graduates.
I grew up very much so Republican, sign in the yard. My parents made me watch the election on TV.
And Governor Ronald Reagan, the Republican Party's candidate for the presidency.
I mean, growing up, I was definitely set down what I called the alt-right pipeline.
I always followed whatever my parents were doing, but I didn't realize it was happening.
As I got like a cell phone and access to the internet, a lot of those beliefs that I was learning at home were like solidified.
Trump is red and Hillary is blue. It's like a heat map. It represents the anger all across the United States with Washington.
So growing up and in my early to mid-teens, I would personally classify that as a form of indoctrination, just because looking back at it, I kind of see how like systematic it is.
My son Mike, he didn't go to boarding school until sophomore year. And I could tell by meeting the teachers that it was very liberal.
I wouldn't say necessarily that the course material was liberal or left-wing in nature, but the culture and environment that was there, yeah, kind of, it had an effect of me turning liberal. You could probably say those things, yeah.
So, as far as indoctrinated, I would say yes, that's where it began.
By the way, open your schools. Everybody open your schools.
Protecting the health and safety of the American people is the most important job of any president.
And the shutdown now.
Our views on COVID and former President Trump really changed. And there was many topics that could get kind of heated.
Right now, let me see your other
I
hand.
was extremely hurt when he said he didn't like law enforcement officers. I was a law enforcement officer for 17 years. I thought my kids were proud of me, and it just broke my heart.
I personally am glad that I was guided to a lot of left-leaning, left-wing politics. Growing up, like, we all view our parents as like knowing what the right thing to do is or what the right thing to say and believe is. But truths have to be sought, and I weigh the different opinions, and the left-leaning views I have now, I do believe to be like objectively correct.
The distinct pleasure of asking our candidates to come forward and receive their diplomas.
Here he goes. Politics should be kept away from the schools. I totally think if he hadn't gone to that school, he would have just think the same way I do. That's him. But he's become his own person, and I have to accept that because I don't want that to have an effect on our relationship, mother-son relationship.
Michael Kenneth Lindgren.
At the end of the day, she treats me with a base level of respect.
Come here, Mikey. Oh, my little boy.
And she is present in my life.
So proud of you.
I think being present and caring to a child is an indicator of a good parent and probably a good person as well.
Does that help? Make it harder?
I liked it more this time.
I liked it more the second time too.
Yeah.
I caught the COVID thing that you were talking about. Like
Yeah.
she says, COVID and Trump
Yeah.
split us apart. So it kind of they're going back in time and then coming right back to it. I still think I like the phone call better. Just the feeling throughout the entirety of that, especially on the second watch, was just like so tension and we get that payoff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like sitting on the phone and then getting the paid off tension of okay, she finally called back.
Yeah.
That'd be my vote. I'm also not mad if we go with the political one at 2, because it's really strong. Those are 2 really, really, really strong. That and Troublemakers at 1 too, but like all 3 of those, if they were first place, would be more than worthy. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. No, they all rise to the top.
Yeah. So how do other people feel? Haiti or
I mean, I like Haiti more after watching it the second
Yeah.
time. I think it leaves more of an impression on the second watch than the political one did. I want to hear more from her son. I realized there was more of a slant from the mom more than we did from the son. I would want a little more. But I think that the Haiti one being so short packed in a lot of tension.
It's like quick, but
quick
feel
and
it.
memorable, which is a feat in and of itself.
Yeah.
So Haiti second.
Do you agree?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think so. They're so close. I think yes. They're all. Yeah.
So Troublemakers first, Haiti second, political divide third place. Okay.
They're honorable
Haiti
mention.
wrong. Okay, and then is there an honorable mention? So what's left is the one about Haitians in Miami.
In the church.
At the church, abortion on the ballot when he's going door to door, and the Center for Gender Affirming Care.
And Let's Go.
Yeah.
In Austin Housing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and Let's Go. But I kind of crossed that one out. It seemed like you guys weren't feeling that one, or Austin. But maybe you think they just are honorable mentions.
We have them in other categories. What do you guys think?
I mean, I still liked the Parishioners, the Haiti, Miami, but I'm also not. To me, it stood out. It's well produced.
Of the ones left,
Good
I
for
agree.
Of the ones
If we want to go with an HM.
All good?
Yeah.
All right. So then the one with the church and Haitians in Miami will be our honorable mention. Awesome. That was a big category. No.
Two more.
You
more.
wish.
2 more. Oh wow. Okay.
2 more, but I think they won't be that bad. How's everyone feeling? Do you want a little break or continue?
We could do one more.
Okay.
Sitting here.
I don't think it'll be bad. We're gonna do race and identity presentation. It only has 4 entries, and one of them we have seen. Another one we saw the video.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen the presentation. I'll just read the thing, the description. Race and identity. Okay. Any story that examines, celebrates, or sheds light on race and identity in America. Identity is a broad description that includes but is not limited to race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, immigration status, disability, and age. Stories about social justice issues could fit into this category. Breaking news stories related to these topics, such as a single event protest coverage, would better fit in a news or a 24-hour category. And then just a reminder that we're judging these as a whole package.
One of these is Seattle Times, but she could come back in for the viewing, right?
Yeah, does someone want to text her and just let her know?
I'll text her.
Yeah, and I also don't think these are as long as we've seen in some other entries.
We have seen this one.
Well, we saw the video, yeah.
Oh, and we didn't
Yeah. But it'll be interesting to see how it looks in this format.
Yeah.
just get started, and if she comes, because the first one is the Seattle Times entry anyway. So this one is how the Bolt decision 50 years ago remade the Pacific Northwest fishing. So we have looked at this project. It was in the portfolio presentation. But maybe we could just scroll through again.
Yeah.
And there is a video in here, which I think we've seen a few times, but if anyone feels like they need to rewatch, we can rewatch it.
Alright, and then, so that was the Bolt decision. The next one is called 5,000 Miles, 8 Countries, The Path to the U.S. Through One Family's Eyes.
Mira Henry cómo tiene los pies. Mira los míos. Hailey, para tus pies. Pero mira los míos. Mira los de Henry. Samuel.
No, él dice que es de oro.
Él es de oro porque él no se dañó los pies, pero Josué sí. Mira Henry cómo tiene los pies.
¿De cuántos países ha pasado esta niña? ¿Cuántos países ha pasado esta princesa? ¿Cuántos países ha pasado esta bebé? ¿Cuántos países? Ha pasado Chile, Perú, Ecuador, Colombia, La Ceiba, Panamá, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras. ¿De cuántos países ha pasado esta niña?
¿Qué le pasa, vale? ¿Estás loco?
¿Dónde vas tú corriendo para allá? Doble loca. Ven acá. Ven. Mira esta, iba corriendo que está grave atrás de un no sé qué.
Mamá, déjate la raya. ¿Dejé la raya? Sí. Sí. ¿Qué vas a hacer? ¡Mierda! Toma tu guante, mami. Toma este guante, toma. Jálalo.
¿Y el otro?
Ya te lo doy, cálmate.
¿Y este guante
Toma. Dame. Esa vaina está húmeda. ¿Y dónde está Samuel?
Aquí está.
¿Qué le pasa, vale? ¿Está
New York City has spent more than $6 billion over the past 2 years to shelter people arriving from the U.S.-Mexico border. immigration shelter story. And the next one, we actually saw a video of this one, and it says, "A pageant queen took her own life. Her mom continues to write her story."
So far, so good. I probably haven't watched this tape in 10 years. Chesley did not pass away because of lack of love from her family. She didn't pass away because she was so driven. She passed away because she was battling a mental illness. And that mental illness won that time around. I did not grow up when I was younger dreaming of being a mom and married. Like when I was younger, I wanted to be a career woman, and I thought, you know, when I reach a certain place in my career, then I will adopt a little girl. And you know, I met the older kid's dad and had Paige. The second I looked in her face, like I knew that was my calling. You know, the bigger my brood got, the more I fell in love with them. So they really are the air that I breathe. Chesley obviously was a very fast runner. And even though she could run and beat me by 5 minutes, she would always run beside me. She would never leave me. After Chesley's first attempt, she committed herself to taking better care of her mental health. I think sometimes there's a myth that if you have so many things, or you're a great person, or you're kind, or very religious, that you couldn't possibly be battling a mental illness. Almost like you can wish it away or think it away or just power your way through it. There are times when you are, unfortunately, battling something that you did not create in yourself. And you need people to acknowledge that so that they will extend you grace and kindness and encourage you to get the help you need.
Much more than the video story did.
And also
Didn't talk about it at all.
We've talked about one long form, splitting it up. By splitting it up, we're getting more of what we asked for yesterday. We want to know more about her. And just even in these three short snippets, we got more about her.
In the opener too, you saw those videos of her.
Yeah.
I was like, where were
I was
those?
thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I was like,
In this
where are
article,
those?
they described how, this wasn't in any of the videos, how her mother received her box in the mail from Chesley, and it was her belongings, and she texted her saying, first I'm sorry, but until you get this, I won't be alive anymore. It makes me a little more sad to write this because I know it will hurt you the most.
Oh my god. How did they leave that out?
So much more of an impact.
She had jumped from the 29th floor of her
Oh god.
building.
Jesus Christ.
I get that, like, capturing that in a video interview can be really traumatic for, you know, to like have the mom like explain it or whatever. I feel I could see that being a challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
There's also comments from friends and coworkers here that also were not in the words in the video.
I also feel like the reporter who wrote this did a different interview than just the one that we saw on camera.
Yeah,
So she'd be like, I already talked to him about it, I don't want to talk again. And it's like,
Right.
but it missed out on the video yesterday.
Oh, and we get images of her interviewing people.
Yeah. Again, what we were
that was
asking for
something
yesterday.
we
Yeah.
said was missing.
Lauren, are you actually judging now?
No.
No, I'm not.
Oh no! Oh my gosh! No, she's just talking.
We're just
we're just watching.
I'm just watching.
When Chesley left her final message to me and talked about the loneliness, I don't think that there were some people who quite understood what that meant. And so I'm going to read her words that she shared in her book. My loneliness had little to do with physically being alone. I was rarely alone while I was traveling and speaking and doing interviews as Miss USA. It had more to do with periods of genuine connection. I could be surrounded by crowds of people in a massive room, yet feel drained and lonesome. I hated the monotony of small talk about the weather. So even when I was having a conversation with a person, I didn't want to feel like someone was absently hearing me talk. I wanted to feel reached. I wanted to share space with someone who just got me. I feel like Chesley has left an amazing gift in sharing her story and being transparent and vulnerable about what was going on in her head, and I hope it continues. I feel like Chesley has left an amazing gift and sharing her story and being transparent and vulnerable about what was going on in her head. And I hope it continues to inspire people to talk openly about mental health. If they identify themselves in that book and they're thinking, this is what I'm thinking, this is exactly how I'm feeling, I hope that they begin to build their own support community, which would include a counselor, which would include perhaps talking with people close to them about what they need and what's going on with them. I've been overwhelmed with gratitude for the people who have shared with me how much this story, Chesley, and this book has meant to them.
They're so saying that.
Oh, so much about that yesterday.
The last submissions in this category.
Okay, do you want to take a break before we talk about it? Or do you want to just talk about it?
Talking break?
I'm okay with talking break.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so one of our judges is just exiting the room because of a conflict, so she's not going to judge the category.
Can you just kind of quickly scroll through Bolt again? It's been 45 minutes since we've seen it. My brain is like mush. Yeah, I just wanted to were there any graphical elements that they brought in? I know they did that in some other ones. Or was this a lot of
I think
video,
it's just the
photo?
No,
Okay.
it's just photos, videos.
And then the one
some archival photos.
10-minute video. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So just as a reminder, what we looked at, the first video was the Bolt decision. The second was 5,000 miles in 8 countries, the path to the U.S. through one family's eyes. Then sheltering people from the U.S. Sheltering people from the U.S.-Mexican border, 8 months inside New York City shelter system. And the last one that we just looked at, a pageant queen took her own life. Her mom continues to write her story.
Could you remind me the category?
Yeah, it's just race and identity.
Okay.
Presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I could read it again also if that's helpful. So, a story that examines, celebrates, or sheds light on race and identity in American life. And then identity is very broad and not limited. It includes but is not limited to race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, immigration status, disability, and age.
Thanks.
So I know that was a lot, to take in. But did any particularly stand out, or maybe even the opposite, not stand out?
The migrant journey one, I was so engrossed in it. I mean, it's literally a journey. So I'm hesitant to say, well, we took us through a journey more than the others did, but it was literally a journey. But it was just such a complete capture of what they found. And there's so many moments where you think oh, it could be over now, but then there's a new chapter and then another one. And I thought that was just really completely captured.
Were all of those photos their there were some really high quality.
There were some that were theirs and some.
The one of them crossing the border, I remember, was super high quality. Did they find them at the border?
Well, it does say that the times connected with them at different periods.
Yeah, but I thought it was once they got to Texas, but maybe it was Mexico is when they first connected with them. But that photo,
that one,
to me, is so high quality. It's not a cell phone.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
I have a feeling, because I feel like this is common enough now, that they met with them, gave them a phone to document their own journey.
Yeah.
I felt like some of the cell phone video, it just felt like it was sort of intentional that they would be documenting their own journey along the way.
Yeah, some were obviously that, for sure. But I do think that the journalists met up with them,
throughout.
Yeah, throughout. Even though it doesn't, differentiate.
Conference in Mexico City.
Even that one definitely looks like they did not take it.
Yeah.
It looks lit. Yeah.
lit enough,
What
but
did
and the dog's out of focus, so it's not gonna be a cell phone in low light.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does say in the beginning that like the journalist reported from Mexico, Texas, New York, and Connecticut.
That makes more sense.
Okay.
I was just wondering where they start. Like the high quality photos are so well blended into
Yeah.
the cell phone,
Mhm.
which worked really well.
And then even though most of there's like similar size, but the way it's laid out, I like the
Mhm.
variation in size, not so much in size, but in like placement.
I was gonna say, if you're using size, the New York shelter story, having those big
Mhm.
videos that take the full screen and are breaking points in the story, I thought was a really good way to do that.
Mhm.
I don't think we've really seen that where it's not a clip play video, just a video that's automatically playing,
Mhm.
no sound, but just gives us a breath in between some of these bigger sections.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, was this intended to be on your phone only? Because this whole thing was in a column, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But like you, I felt the most engrossed in this story because of the like going from place to place. And I feel like I got to know the family as we were going through the journey, when they're all on the train. And
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and then you read so many people, like all of the people that like lost limbs on the journey. Then there's like the season of like snow. I don't know. I just felt I was
Mhm.
with them.
Mhm.
Like it worked really well. The imagery, the videos, and the text.
And you connect to them, you get to know them. Obviously, the subject matter helps that we get to know them, but
Yeah.
and then in New York shelter, that would probably be my complaint. Is like I don't. Granted, if we read it,
Yeah.
might have a very different point of view. I didn't feel like I got to know any one person or any one group or any set
Yeah.
of people. But it was an encapsulation of 8 months from different shelters. It's hard to have one common thread character.
It was like a classic photo essay. The
Mhm.
other one.
That one was interesting because that was all about how people are blending into the city. So they like had these shots of the city just seemingly very normal, and yet you're like kind of taking a peek underneath the surface of what's actually happening with all of these migrants. Yeah.
Yeah. The last one we looked at, I think, is the craziest because we've seen the long form video and then getting to see it broken up was so much more impactful than before. We actually got to know her as a human more through photos and click to play video.
Right. Was that in the portfolio? Or no, that was in the race and identity.
Yeah, it was in
video.
the race and identity video.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, like we were just talking while watching, like that goes more into race and identity than the video
Yes.
did.
Yeah. 100%.
But I could see if you're entering this into race and identity for a presentation, you're like, oh cool, then this is my race and identity video.
Yeah.
The long form was
There
the
you
same
go.
topic. And then I actually think out of the fourth bolt probably fell the most flat. Just looking at the presentation.
Yeah.
Its video is the strongest out of any of those.
Yeah.
But the presentation as a whole, even compared to some of the other Seattle Times ones we've seen, fell a little flat to me.
Yeah, in terms of it being really cohesive.
The photos in there are really nice. Like those are the archival photos. Again, the new sweatshirt, a good bolt is a dead bolt. Like I will remember that image for a very long time, especially because we've seen it 12 times now. But as a whole, the top to bottom presentation did not stand out as much as I think I thought it would.
Right. I think for me, my top would be the path from Latin America.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Seems like we all agree with that. Yeah.
Followed by a toss-up between. I
Yeah,
thought the
what's
second photo. I mean, I liked
The
the
8
photo
months
essay.
in
It
the
was long.
shelter.
It just felt like it felt long.
I think it's a hard one without reading all of it, but
huge,
I found myself just like wandering mentally during that one.
Yeah, it's very long.
But that's not as much. It has more to say about me than that.
I mean, they
than the
do
piece.
delve into just
Mhm.
because I read it.
Yeah.
Somehow. But it
Yeah.
does delve, in each section, it does delve into either a person or a family.
Good, good.
Yeah. But like, I think what makes it harder to follow is like you're meeting one and then a new one. And
Yeah,
a new
it's
one.
jumping
Whereas,
in
yeah.
each location. It's like a different little vignette, I
Yeah.
guess. What were you thinking, Jessica? You were like, it's a toss-up between that one and
And the Chris,
Yeah,
and the
the-
Chris Lee, yeah,
beauty pageant.
yes.
Queen.
Could we scroll through the final pageant one again? I just want to.
Yeah.
Like, I remember the videos. I just want to take in the whole design.
So I did not grow. Chesley.
We talked about this yesterday, I think, but like it feels like their standard layout. Whereas the New York Times, even as simple as having those video take up the entire screen and like no sound, nothing, but just like forces you to stop and look at something. And they did with photos too, with just video.
And with other New York Times, when I wanted more video, but the two videos they have are beautiful. The silhouette of the building with the one person in the room, and then the other silhouette, or the shadow of the green tarp and the people playing behind.
I do wish there was like a clip to play video, but that again could be my bias kind of coming through.
Yeah,
being more video centric.
I wish there was more video too,
But this again, presentation design things jump out and hit you in the face more.
Let's stop on that video, because I think you all had a reaction to that.
And that was one of the first reactions, like this whole weekend, where we literally was like, whoa.
Yeah.
All had the same.
Yeah. And then the other.
Yeah,
the other one was like lower. It was lower.
Is it like with the one with the fence and the shadows?
Can you go
It's
back?
kind of close to the end. This is so long. Yeah, is it this one?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's in the
Oh, yeah.
Nope,
No,
keep
no.
going.
I think it's in the refuge on Randall's Island section. Yeah, I think it's still further.
This one, yeah, this was very cool.
It's very clever.
With the shadows behind the fence.
Yeah.
I like that the foreground was included. Like, it would have been beautiful just the green with the tree. Like, that would have been lovely too.
Yeah.
Again, if we're talking like immigrants, they're integrated in the city. They're in the shadows of the city.
Yeah.
It's very meaningful.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel like if this had like three more moving images, it would have tied it together better.
Or
But
each section had, like you said, they highlighted one soundbite from each of them. Also would elevate it even more in my mind.
But taking in the presentation as a whole, this is more memorable to me than the pageant.
Okay, so are we thinking second place? Everyone agree on that? Okay.
Do you guys think pageant and bold is worth
What is this
third
one?
NHM?
Can we scroll through bold again?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, sorry, let me, So then we were thinking this shelters one was second.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna look through the bold decision one again.
Some galleries, some photos. It's that one video, not multiple sound bites like we were.
Yeah, I'm torn because it's like I don't think these were necessarily thought out as a presentation. It's like the format.
That can you go back to that is I like that though. Like off the rip. It's a really nice big bold header with a really cool image.
Yeah, this image is amazing. I think every time I see it,
Mhm.
there's like so many elements that are working.
And again, we didn't watch it, but the video in this is one of the best ones that we've watched. But I guess I don't know how much video, quality of video, if there's
I
one.
mean, it's
is
part
as-
of it, but
I don't know. If, yeah,
But
I don't
it's
know
not
if
the
that
only
carries
part.
as much
Yeah.
as like having multiple in a situation like this or in a category like this. Yeah, once we get past the header, it does feel like kind of here's our standard layout. We're just embedding more than we would normally do in a singular piece.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Same.
some variation in size of images. There's the video.
Mhm.
There's, I think, a bit more design in this than in the pageant, but the pageant one is also much shorter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the video that's
It's that same 10-minute video.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the video is really strong. And I think the video, well, we haven't read it, but the video, the race and identity comes in more in the video.
I think
Yeah.
it comes through even in the design here with all the art, like the
That's
old
true.
video, old photos.
That's true.
Because that's the race and identity part. Is this decision 50 years ago truly impacts how they're fishing now
Yeah.
and why they're fishing now? And even when we watched that video the second time, now knowing more about the Bolt decision, that like opening soundbite of just like I used to cry when my parents would go to work at night, and it's because
Yeah.
that's the only time they could.
The WAPO one does have that video header that
Uh-huh.
is moving.
Uh-huh.
So it is like slightly elevated.
That's true.
That, yeah.
It does make you stop.
And
we
again,
have those flashbacks.
we want like that was what we were asking for yesterday.
To know her.
Is to know her, and I feel even through that no
Yeah.
sound, that shot right there,
Yeah.
especially.
Way. Yeah, this one was focused on her and her life, and like the struggles of being a black woman who has to be strong and on all the time.
Yeah.
The video yesterday was centered around her mom
Mhm.
after,
Mhm.
in the after. So I feel like this had a lot of elements to it that I liked. I wish it was brought out more in
Yeah.
the presentation of it. I like these videos too, but I don't feel like they stand out in
They work again. They just worked better in the short snippets
Yeah.
in this case, and they added to it. There were
They
were
did
things
add.
that we didn't know before.
right.
Where are you leaning?
It's hard. It's hard. I feel like the pageant one is a more obvious like choice for content, but not for design except for the lead.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, both of the two that are left have more video than, like, I'm thinking we chose two very similar stories for first and second
Mm-hmm.
that neither of which have much video or much movement.
And this is not an answer. This is just another observation. Like the Washington Post one has more video, less quality. Seattle Times one has much higher quality video, just less of it. We just have one. But it it won a category, right? Sorry to ask for a very hard thing to.
It did.
It won a category, yeah.
The portfolio individual, the Seattle Times won that one. Also, I think it won something else.
Did the fishing one win?
I don't know if it won.
I guess I don't know if
Singly.
it matters
It may-
either.
It won the race and identity individual. Yeah.
It won what?
Race and identity individual.
Oh, the video.
The video did?
Oh yes, it did. It's in first.
So I haven't read the pageant story, but I'm thinking of race and identity, and in the Seattle piece, the video definitely goes into that story
Mhm.
and the juxtaposition between then and now
Yeah.
in a in a complete story. I don't agree, given we haven't read the whole pageant story, but the videos didn't go into that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it was the text that highlighted that. So maybe
I'm just thinking of the
category.
topic of
Yeah.
the category. And now I'm thinking of 1 and 2 being such similar stories. I think for me, the pageant one is an honorable mention. I'm rethinking the second migrants being second place. But I'm weighing 2 different things, being presentation quality or like content of category.
Quality, yeah.
So what do you think?
Yeah, you're right.
I think 1 and 2
But
go ahead.
they are similar, but they still hit on different aspects of the.
I think also
race
what
and
we've
identity.
praised them for too are 2 very different things.
That's true.
They're like similar subject matter, but like execution, 2 very different reasons to be first and second. So I think we can feel comfortable placing those 2 first and second.
What were you gonna say?
I just don't know if it matters, like, just because the subject matters are similar.
Yeah.
You're judging it based on the whole presentation, and just because they have similar topics, I don't think that should be your only reason for moving something,
I would feel comfortable with the 1, 2 we have, bolt 3 pageant.
Me too.
HM.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, everyone agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we have, Bolt as third, and pageant as honorable mention. Beautiful, and let's take maybe a
15-minute break?
because we
What's the
have
category?
1 more category, but it's a portfolio category. So we'll just take
And it has 3 entries.
yeah, we've seen some of them.
Okay.
But yeah, let's just take
15 minutes?
15 minutes.
Cool.
Does that sound good?
Yep.
And then we'll be back for. Okay, we're back to judge our final category, which is portfolio team. We have 3 entries in this category, and each entry is comprised of 4 videos. Again, we've seen a lot of these videos either earlier today or yesterday. So if we've seen it, I'll just announce what it is. And again, if anyone wants to rewatch something, we could do that if you need a memory refresher. So the first entry, which is from the Seattle Times, we've seen the first one, which is about the Oso landslide.
Is it the monument one or the like
Can you just
environmental
play it
one?
briefly?
Yeah, it's the monument library, but I can play it again.
911, what's the emergency?
I think later in the day yesterday.
The next one we haven't.
Yeah, the second one we haven't watched. The other one is the Double Dutch Divas, which we watched earlier today, and then A Voice for Salmon, which we have also watched yesterday. So the one we haven't watched is teaches about risk. Wait, yeah, a man in a mental health crisis dies in a Yakima County jail.
Okay, I'll go ahead and say that one.
He said, "Could you please help me get out of here? I really need to get out." Now I said, "Well, today's Thanksgiving. Give us a couple more days." And then he got really quiet and he said, "A few more days." I was like, "Yeah, but hang on tight. We'll be there, okay?" And then the phone just went silent. He really loves his mom, and she just wanted help. And the last thing she wanted is that for him to die in there, for people to kill him.
In 1983, we left Vietnam. We were okay family. He very good boy. He studied good. Before he go to Europe, he said, "Mom, I want to study good, and when I graduate school, and I get a good job, and I bring you to the whole travel in the world." That's what he say, you know.
He graduated UW just like in 2 years and a quarter. Like his mental health really started in his 20s. But then just a series of other things has happened. I think that it really amplified his condition more. You know, his job prospect was just gone. All those years that he put into education, trying to get the job at, and then so with that combined with a little mental health, but the medication was just not consistent. November 18th, he had a mental break that night.
I lived with him for many years. He never picked me up or anything. But that time, he can recognize he said I'm a ghost.
He said his mom was a demon, and that basically she killed all the people in this world.
He kicked me in my leg 3 times. My friend neighbor called the police. I think that they take him to the hospital. I didn't intend to go for him to go in jail. When one day he called, and on Thanksgiving Day, I couldn't talk to him. When he called my phone, and I gave to her. And then Friday, he died on Friday morning.
According to their story, they're doing a routine transfer to a different area. One of the officers came in and asked him to basically get out, and then he, from his gestures, I can just tell he's like, "Well, what did I do?" You know, he clearly looked scared. And then just moments later, then that's when the pepper spray came out. He was handcuffed, and they put a hood over him, and he was also knee striked multiple times. He was on his stomach for what seemed like quite a while. And then next minute, he said that he was not breathing. Think about any of us, you know, even we're healthy or not, I don't think anybody could have a chance to survive through that. He tried really hard to be a good person, you know, and knowing like the fact, like one, you know, he had mental health problem. He's weak. He's he's not a violent person. And then when you see them violently die in a situation like that, uncalled for, it's just shocking, it's hurtful, it's lots of anger. The last thing any mother needs to know is like when you ask for help, the people that's supposed to help him is ultimately the one that sends you to his death.
He's not here with us, but he can feel when the other world. He can feel what we did for him, we do for him.
You can't help to think about every day that if they'd done differently, he still would have been here with us. He was supposed to be with us for Thanksgiving. Being the last person that he pleaded for help, I want to put him to rest. I want the world to know that we have a broken system.
Okay, the last two videos of that portfolio were the Double Dose Divas and then the Voice for the Salmon. So we have already seen those.
Yeah, do you all feel good? Do you want to look at anything? Okay, I think we're good to move on to the second entry.
Okay, so the second portfolio is, the first video is one we watched, I believe it was
Earlier today, I
Mhm.
think.
this morning. Yeah, this morning.
No,
Sorry.
it's hard to remember.
About the St. Louis police, but then these three last ones, I don't think we've seen before.
Yeah, so we can go through them.
Yeah, so I'm going to play this first one, and the description says, "We investigate an effort to provide low-cost health care in jails and explain why it's stirring controversy."
I have exercise bands. I try to stretch it out as far as I can, and I do about 30 of these. This is helping my shoulder out, my nerve damage throughout my arm.
Doug Buchanan lives in constant pain. In November 2016, a spinal infection left him nearly paralyzed, and he has slowly been regaining mobility ever since.
All my medical records, oh my gosh, I've tried to save the best of my ability. And I started out with one here, and this is all my monthly pain medications to this day.
How he got this way is currently the subject of a lawsuit in federal court. He had been in a serious car accident and was still recovering when he wound up in jail awaiting trial for a larceny charge. When you first went to jail, did you have any idea who ran medical there?
No, ma'am. I never even knew or heard a name of Turnkey until after I got away from the jail.
Turnkey Health Clinics is a private company that handles medical care for jails. Medical records show that when Doug started to experience severe pain, he looked to Turnkey nurses for help.
First day I got into the jail, I knew from the time I got there something was not right. They gave me a daily medication, 1 tablet of naproxen. By day 6, I lost feelings in both arms, and every day it was a little worse, a little worse. I asked to see a nurse, I asked to see a doctor.
Were you able to talk to anybody, ask for your family to try to intervene and get help?
On the video call, I asked my brother, I said, Stan, I said, look, they're not going to get me any help.
Oh, God.
Hey, Stan.
What's up, man?
All right, man.
Man, you look like you're beat up, man. What's wrong?
I'm in bad shape, man.
Huh?
I'm in bad shape. I can't move my neck, I can't lift my head. I'm all messed up. I've tried to see the doctor every day since I've been here. They put me off and blown me off every day. I can't even use my left arm. I'm just about to lose the use of my right hand and my right arm. So I'll be a total freaking invalid. I gotta change hands. I can't hold this arm up no more. I felt like it basically was my last chance for a cry of help to somebody who knew me. All right, I love you, Stanley.
I love you.
Bye.
Bye.
About day 11, I knew I wasn't going to get any help and I wasn't going to get any better. I felt like I was going to die in jail. When I finally urinated on myself,
medical records showed that Doug's heart was racing and his blood oxygen levels were dangerously low. A turnkey nurse called the off-site doctor again. Only then did he order that Doug be taken to a hospital.
Let me take my shirt off and show you guys. Okay.
Doug was rushed into emergency surgery for an infection that had developed between his brain and spinal cord. The doctor who operated on Doug wrote that it was the time spent in jail, with his condition going unrecognized and untreated, that led to his near-total paralysis.
I didn't know if I was going to be able to walk again.
Doug sued. The case against the doctor who worked for Turnkey is ongoing, but an appeals court said that any negligence could not be linked to a specific company policy, so the case against Turnkey was dismissed. Turnkey says it provides quality care for the more than 20,000 people housed in jails where the company has contracts. But our reporting unearthed company practices and policies that have endangered people in jail. We teamed up with The Frontier, a publication in Oklahoma, to look into Turnkey. The company's pitch is simple and attractive: good medical care for less money.
So Turnkey promises to keep costs down, and one of the ways they do that is they promise to send fewer people to the hospital. And I'm looking at some bid documents from a county in Texas where Turnkey won the contract.
They're saying, oh, we reduced hospital stays by 77%. So that means they're sending fewer people to the hospital. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't need to go.
Mm-hmm.
Another way Turnkey cuts costs is by staffing jails with less qualified nurses who aren't trained to assess illness. Turnkey says that more qualified nurses and doctors are on call all the time. But what happens when the staffer in the jail doesn't know to call for more help? That's what happened to Marconia Kessie.
So Marconia was in jail in Cleveland County.
He was overdosing on drugs, and the Turnkey medical staff at the jail thought he was faking.
Yeah, he's seizing again.
Marconia was left in a cell for hours until he was found dead. Turnkey settled a lawsuit with the family for an undisclosed amount. Marconia's was one of dozens of deaths that have happened under Turnkey's care. Even some law enforcement officials have sounded an alarm. We obtained an email from a sheriff in Texas who was voicing concerns about people in the jail not receiving proper medical attention, especially people struggling with their mental health. Turnkey's medical director said in a statement that they provide the highest level of care for the client's budget. Jails are often on the front lines of the mental health care crisis. That makes it especially dangerous if medical staff at the jails aren't properly trained. In November 2022, Shannon Henchett called 911. Shannon was a mother of two. She ran a popular bakery in town. But for weeks, her mental health had been fraying, and the 911 call was a sign that she needed help.
Shannon, you're under arrest.
I'm not under arrest.
You are.
I will be in here until this store closes. Nope, ma'am, please tell them.
Stop.
She was arrested for improper use of 911 and locked up in the county jail, where medical records show her condition quickly got worse. Turnkey nurses noted that she was lying naked on the floor of her cell, incoherent, talking to herself. It took 10 days before an off-site doctor consulted on her care. Shannon's family had hoped that she would be transferred out of the jail and into a mental health facility.
It was hell on earth. I sat here day after day, waiting for a text, calling people, asking people. Nothing's been done again. We're still trying. And it was heart-wrenching, terrifying, nauseating. Just a sick feeling. I just had a feeling
that something was going really wrong.
Normal Police Fire and MSTAT, Stephanie, help you?
Yes, ma'am. This is Lieutenant Moore at the jail. Can we get MSTAT started this way? CPR in progress. She's not responding, unconscious, no pulse.
the evening of the 7th, she was to be transported for treatment the following morning. And she passed away that night.
Who do you hold accountable for her death, and who do you blame?
Number one, I blame Turnkey Health. Flat out. Look at all the deaths.
Shannon's family filed a lawsuit against Turnkey and county officials, alleging that Turnkey's business model gives it a financial incentive to deny care. The company did not respond to our questions about Shannon's death or the lawsuit. In court filings, Turnkey's lawyers argued that the lawsuit failed to reach the required standard of evidence because Turnkey's actions hadn't caused wanton infliction of pain and weren't repugnant to the conscience of mankind.
This was my girl's place of business. This is where she loved everybody in Norman, and everybody loved her. She used to have a sign that said the Cookie Cottage. She sold out every day that she was open. Very proud of her. I'm so tired of people being looked down upon because they have mental health issues. No one would have been thrown in jail if they had cancer. I'm a cancer survivor too. But people are being thrown in jail and into horrible situations every day because of mental health problems. But anybody can have this happen to them. So everybody better just say, but for the grace of God, go I.
Okay, the next video is the description reads, we spotlight the efforts incarcerated people are making to have their convictions reviewed based on the now discredited science of hair analysis.
So we're going right now to the scene of the crime.
Yes, we are.
Have you been back there?
No, I have not.
Derry Nelson didn't live on Lamont Street for long, but the block has had an outsized impact on his life. In February of 1985, police found the body of a man named Robert Nichols at a home here. The murder was eventually pinned on Nelson, who was sentenced to 42 years to life in prison.
Familiar? Not really.
Not really, no.
2 years ago, he was exonerated after spending almost 4 decades behind bars.
So you lived here for 1 month?
Yes, about a month, about six weeks. And that was it. Wow. Heck of a thing to come back to a place like this.
There was little to no evidence tying Nelson to the scene at the time of the shooting, but investigators had found a hair on Nelson's coat, as well as multiple hairs on the victim's clothing.
They got an order, when I say they, I mean the government, for me to take 20 strands of hair out of my head. I had to pull 20 pieces, not big sections, it couldn't be broken off. The root had to be showing.
Did they explain why?
They said for hair analysis.
Nelson soon learned that it would become a crucial part of the government's case against him.
They had a star witness. He was an expert, they called him, by the name of Michael P. Malone, who worked for the FBI. He said that he tested my hair and it fell into a certain category of 1 in 5,000, and I was at 1. And I couldn't say, he's lying, because how can I disprove science? How? I'm not a scientist. I don't even know the things that he said he does as a profession. I can't combat that. The lawyer couldn't either.
Inside Story reached out to Malone multiple times. He didn't reply to requests for comment. Expert testimony, like the one used in Nelson's case, grew in popularity in the late 1970s after the FBI published a manual outlining how forensic experts could match hairs found at crime scenes to suspects. At the time, DNA analysis was not yet possible, so other forensics, like hair comparison, were heavily relied upon in the 1980s and early 1990s. The FBI even set up training courses for local and state investigators to use it around the country. But as hair analysis spread, so did concerns with its reliability, including from within the FBI itself.
All these sort of pattern analysis forensics have become questionable.
Renee Ebersole has been reporting for years on the government's widespread use of the now discredited practice.
In the early 90s, an FBI chemist named Fred Whitehurst started asking questions and raising issues at the FBI about sloppy work and about testimony that he thought was problematic. And he elevated his complaints to the Inspector General. And that opened up some investigations into the FBI crime lab to see what was going on there. And they found problems. Most of the hair analysts, their testimony was flawed in 96% of the cases that were reviewed.
When these analysts are expressing certainty about these comparisons that is not backed by science, what sort of things are they saying?
They would say things like, it's very rare that I can't tell the difference between two hairs from two different suspects. And this was a script that was used by the FBI.
In 2000, the FBI changed its hair analysis policy, limiting it to preliminary screenings and requiring that it be backed up by DNA testing. The agency has also since admitted that there were foundational problems with the practice, namely that you cannot match a hair to a particular person. But the FBI never notified defendants whose convictions were affected by hair microscopy. Today, that work is being done at the state level. In Colorado, the state's Bureau of Investigation, or CBI, has partnered with the Corey Weiss Innocence Project to review 51 cases where hair analysis was used to secure convictions.
He wants resolution in his case, but he's getting more zen about it.
Judd Loans and his team at the Innocence Project are currently focusing on 5 of them.
We began pouring through those cases to look for ones where the hair microscopy made a difference in the case and the defendant had a strong claim of innocence. And from that group of cases, we're litigating in court and, when possible, negotiating with district attorneys for DNA testing.
When you say made a difference in the case, what does that mean?
Oftentimes, that hair is the only physical evidence in the case, and so it ties the whole case together and makes a conviction much more likely.
One of Loans' cases is a high-profile 1994 murder.
Tom and Christina Holler had just gotten home when 2 men approached them demanding money and their car keys. One of them shot and killed Tom Holler. Also in the alley where the Hollers' car was found was a white T-shirt on which there was a hair.
2 people were convicted. One of them, Stephen Harrington, largely based off of hair analysis presented by 2 experts who had been trained by the FBI.
So this is one of the supervisors in the CBI lab back in 1994. And he's testifying, this hair is unique. Based on this uniqueness, I would find it highly improbable that this hair could have come from anybody else in the random population. And that's the strongest conclusion I can make as a hair examiner in this particular case. And then the prosecutor asks him, have you ever had a stronger finding than that? Answer, no, I've never had a stronger finding than that, highly probable.
Highly probable is just so imprecise.
Yes.
Harrington has spent the past 30 years in prison. The first 15 of those were in solitary confinement. He's now at Sterling Correctional Facility, a couple hours outside of Denver.
This is a free call from an incarcerated individual at
Sterling Correctional Facility. You may start the conversation now.
Harrington, who's always maintained his innocence, has long questioned how the hair could have been tied to him.
When they took my hair, I'm thinking, shit, you know, this is gonna help me. And feeling like, okay, well, let's test the shit, you know, get on with it, you know. That's what I felt then.
Right, you must have been like, all right, this will show that it's not mine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I knew it was bullshit from the gate, though, man, as far as bullshit goes. You know, I'm talking about back in the 90s when I was, you know, facing a jury and they blowing the shit forth. I knew it was bullshit right then. You know, I've been living with it for the last 30 years, you know?
Harrington and Loans are currently waiting to conduct DNA testing, which they believe will show that the hairs used to convict Harrington aren't actually his.
And I've been living with it, you know, reaching out everywhere that I can, calling people, writing people, trying to tell my story, man, you know, looking for someone who would listen.
Do you feel like you're being heard now?
Yeah, I definitely feel hopeful with the Innocent Project. You know, I feel like I do have a team of people that's, you know, determined to get my truth out there. That feels good.
For Nelson, who was released 2 years ago, the fight isn't over yet. He still hasn't been compensated for the 4 decades he spent behind bars.
I just kept fighting and fighting, and I'm still fighting.
What are you fighting for?
That people know the truth about what happened to their loved ones, and the disparity. How when you go in a courtroom, you can be lied to by people who look a certain way and have a certain educational background, and it's okay for them to lie to you. Nothing happens to them.
There's still people who
right now.
Yeah, who are in prison fighting for release, whose conviction was
and
based...
nobody knows the truth. Their mothers heard in court that your son's hair was at the crime. It wasn't your son's hair, ma'am.
I think that was a walking soundbite.
Who's it?
That guy was he was a walking soundbite.
Mm-hmm.
Like he would say stuff and then end it with such a poignant thought. It was,
Yeah. This next one is from, I believe, the same series, and it's also 10 minutes, and the description reads, America's prisons are facing staffing shortages. Inside Story reveals what this means for incarcerated people, their families, and the corrections staff with making prisons run.
I have a question. Sorry.
I might have the same question you do, so go.
Is it the length question?
Yeah.
Like,
I thought 10
in
was our...
video portfolio category, why are some of these more than 10 minutes?
Yeah, they shouldn't be.
Portfolio 2 category?
Can you just double check that it's not 35 seconds of credits?
Yeah, I can.
No, it's not. Okay.
And then the other one was 12, that first one?
Oh, that one was 12.
It was 12?
The jail health? Can you go back?
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't catch
This
that.
one was 9. This one was 10.
Oh, 1039. I'm sorry. I thought it was 12.
10:39. Okay.
And then this one was 9.
Okay.
Yeah, let me confirm, but I think they shouldn't be longer than 10. Even in this category.
I guess I was like, why didn't we see these?
Early.
Like, news and issue and stuff. But
Yeah.
You, like, literally cannot upload something
Yeah,
longer
no,
than 10
like
minutes.
the rule of the whole division is that videos with a runtime exceeding 10 minutes belong in the documentary category. And I would take that to mean even in this. But
And that's gonna raise our
yeah,
mark
maybe
and
we
get
could
in.
pause and I will clarify. we're gonna continue watching the videos from this category. Yeah, they're okay to keep in for now.
Okay. So this is the last one, again, about prison staffing shortages.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey, Ben.
how are you?
I'm alright. Yourself?
I'm okay.
Sounds like you're on your way up there.
I am. Did you sleep okay?
Owen back there?
Yeah, Owen's coming this time.
Oh, that's cool.
Are you excited?
Always.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Okay.
Hopefully I'll see you guys at 1, okay?
Okay, babe. I love you.
Alright, I love you too.
Thank you for using GTL.
My name is Santia Nance, and I'm the fiance of Quadair Patterson, who's been incarcerated for 15 years. Falling in love with someone in prison, definitely very hard. Short staffing has always been a problem at the facility that my loved one is at. When there's short staff, then the phones don't come on, or guys aren't allowed to go to the kiosk and email with us.
Prisons are built around security. So if you don't have enough correctional officers, you're not going to have people transported to get health care. You're not going to have people being able to get outside to get fresh air. You're talking about people's lives who are changed on basically every level you can think of.
When was the last time you went to visit? I'm trying to remember. Was that about a couple months ago, maybe?
Yeah.
I know we were supposed to go one time and then we didn't because it was canceled. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. I was very sad because we didn't get to go in after a long time of not seeing him because, you know, it takes an hour to get down here. And we only come down here like barely.
I think we're gonna be able to go today though. We should be good because
Yay.
I haven't heard anything, but I know he's gonna be happy to see you because it's been a while.
Me and Santia were forced to endure the unexpected visitation restriction, but this story is not uncommon. Guys, mothers, fathers, you know, that have been turned away. And, you know, it's really messed dudes up. The uncertainty of being able to have that visitation has made them a little more, you know, edgy.
Since 2019, the number of people working in state prisons has dropped by about 10%. And that's significant when you think about what's also happened in the number of incarcerated people. And that number is now over 1 million people inside. So when you have too few staff for the number of people who are inside prison, you're setting yourself up for some potentially really big problems. We came across a case in Missouri where someone pulled their own teeth because they were unable to get to a dental appointment because there weren't enough staff. In Georgia, a dead body was left in a cell for days undiscovered because there weren't enough staff paying attention. Often we think about incarcerated people and their families and staff as being sort of on opposite sides of an issue. When it comes to short staffing, I think it's really interesting because in many ways, this is an issue that they're united around.
When you're short-staffed in a prison, there's always that slight chance that you're not going to go home. Working multiple hours, multiple days a week, past your 8 hours, it could take a toll on your mental health and your physical health. You're not sleeping, you're drinking too much caffeine, you're not taking care of your basic needs. When you're working double shifts all the time, it takes a toll, not just you personally, but it takes a toll at home.
Test tomorrow. Now you have to curl your hair. Pictures.
At times I feel like I'm missing my daughters grow up. Sometimes when you get mandated, you're saying goodnight to your family over the phone, and you won't see them for up to 36 hours because obviously when you get home, you're just trying to get as much sleep as you possibly can. And you miss those birthdays, and I've missed dinners, I've missed plenty of events that I wish I could have been there.
Why are you crying?
I just need to cry for a second. Don't you cry sometimes?
Come here, come with me for a minute.
It's just hard because when he says he's coming home at 2:30 and then he doesn't call me until 2:50, then I automatically panic because you never know. I try not to think of it, but sometimes it's just tough. It's hard. He thinks I just brush things off, but I don't. I worry.
So when you think about how this affects staff, we're not only talking about correctional officers. We're talking about the people who work around correctional officers, whether that be nurses or educators.
Chapter 13 notes, recovering from the war.
Hold on. Let me get my notes out. Hold on.
What's the Cold War?
Russia and the U.S.
Okay, the two post-World War II superpowers.
They fight for other countries.
Proxy wars, we call them. Yes.
My name is Dr. Paul Brockman, and I am a teacher here at Salida High School, but formerly I was a teacher at the Buena Vista Correctional Facility up the road in Buena Vista, Colorado. I've spent almost 30 years in education. It was the most teachable group of people that I think that I've ever worked with. Guys in a prison are people on the very bottom rung of society, and if you're willing to just reach out and lend a helping hand to them, they're so responsive. At the facility where I was working, they were getting to the point where they couldn't even make minimum staffing for the guards. They would shut down my classroom and just be like, hey, you're gonna be a prison guard until we say you're not anymore. And sometimes that would be 2 or 3 months that I would be then all of a sudden thrown in as a prison guard. That meant just I'm all of a sudden walking tiers and doing head counts and trying to manage guys during free time and overseeing the chow hall during lunch and all that kind of stuff. I'm not a very good prison guard. I'm a terrible prison guard. I have no desire to be a prison guard, and I don't have the mental faculties to be a prison guard. You'd start shifts with 5 people short, and we're already on a skeleton crew, and then 5 people don't show up. And the worst part of it was for the guys that were in the prison, then that means like 24-hour lockdowns for them. If the prison staffing isn't at a level that allows them to be out of their cells, then they just keep them locked down all the time. I finally got frustrated enough that I just quit doing it. See you guys. Nobody's valuing education there as an important piece of these guys' rehabilitation process.
So I think there's sort of 2 buckets we think about when we look at solutions to this problem. The first one, and the one I think that is most obvious to people, is you increase staffing.
If prisons want to move forward with getting more staff, they need to pay us more money, give us safer working conditions, and actually support the staff members that work in that institution.
Prison guards are designed to keep people in a bubble, and teachers are designed to help people chase their dreams. If you paid them more so that you could be more selective about who you choose, then you could choose to select people who are more empathetic and educated more in what's going on with these guys in the prison.
The other bucket that I think is essential that we talk about is you can decrease the number of people who are in prison, so you need fewer staff.
Visitation is so important. Just having that contact with him to know he's real.
How'd you feel when you saw him?
I felt happy.
Yeah?
What about you?
I felt great. People should care about the stress of the incarcerated population and the people that work there, because everybody in the United States is really 1 or 2 steps away from somebody who's incarcerated or somebody who works in the prisons. We are a country that kind of locks people up and throws away the key and really don't look back at who these people have become.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
When I was about in the car, I felt something on my neck, and then when I wiped it off, it was a ladybug. And me and Mom think that it's good luck for you.
Absolutely.
Because you should get out soon.
Definitely good luck.
Okay, that was the 4th video for Inside Story. And then the last portfolio is from the Washington Post.
I could go through them quickly. We've seen most of the videos. The first one is more than a week after Hurricane Helene devastated communities across North Carolina. Search and rescue teams look for missing individuals. Maybe just play it briefly to give like a reminder of which video, because I think we've seen a lot of Hurricane Helene videos.
It's only 3 minutes. It's only 3 minutes.
Do you guys want to watch it?
I kind of remember it. A quick
just
recap would be nice, but.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the Washington Post.
We're on Mount Mitchell, where Buck Creek experienced flash flooding and some landslides. Here, the whole tree slid out of the hill, root ball and all. Sadly, we recovered a victim here 2 days ago in the debris.
Cool. The second one in this portfolio is the political divide with the mother and son. So I feel like we are very good on that one. There's this video we have not seen. It's very short, so we could just watch that quickly.
Yeah, the description for this one reads, Washington Post photographer Devin Botsford covered the Trump rally shooting on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. Here's what he saw.
MAGA means Make America Great Again, Joe.
Individuals after Hurricane Helene. politics dividing families, the mom and the son, Trump getting shot, that social video with, that we just watched, and then the last one about gender affirming care. And just for everyone who's watching, a judge stepped out because of conflict.
And so we're judging time, we don't take time into consideration, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess it fits.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. So we have 3 portfolios. What are the dots?
So the second one was St. Louis Dispatch, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I
There's
don't-
definitely a collaboration. I'm confused. I'm
So
slightly confused.
my guess is it's Inside Story in collaboration with the Marshall Project, and in the first one of that entry, they interviewed the St. Louis Dispatch, or the St. Louis Public Radio person as like a source. Like they were, I don't think.
In the first video?
I think everything but the hair one, we don't actually see the like people producing those videos.
Yeah, there are no credits, but I mean,
Oh,
that's
and
fine.
the one that goes to Oklahoma.
We
She was the
shouldn't have to know, like it shouldn't matter
Yes, yeah.
where it's from. So I'm honestly, I don't know. It doesn't say. Yeah.
It just seems like there was the one that was from St. Louis Dispatch, right? The first one that we
I
had
don't think
watched.
it's. I don't think it's from. I think it's
Dispatch.
just in St. Louis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. And
Yeah.
then the rest is sort of.
It's
a package.
Yeah, they.
Okay.
I mean, they went all over because there was that one.
Yeah,
in
it was
Missouri,
Oklahoma, Colorado.
Oklahoma, Colorado,
And then I don't
another
know
part of
the-
Missouri.
Yeah.
Air analysis was DC.
Yeah.
Prison shorting stoppages, I think, was Missouri and Colorado.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I would, to me, it's almost like WAPA, where it's like they just have a nationwide.
Yeah.
I think it's just confusing because we saw so many from the Dispatch, and then this one
Yeah.
is in St. Louis, but
Yeah.
it does
Okay.
not say. So
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I just assumed it was. Okay.
Do we want to talk through them chronologically?
Sure. Yeah. So we could
Sure.
do first one, entry 1 from the Seattle Times
Seattle
first.
Of those, the Oso monument was like the my favorite of the 2 different Oso landslide stories we saw this weekend.
Yeah.
That was when I started out with the 911 call.
Yes, that
Kind
was
of
great.
told, it talked through 3 people and then talked back through those same 3 people. Really good structure in that one. We've talked a lot about the Salmon story. That was really, really strong. And about the Yakima County Jail added a completely kind of, we had, environmental, and now we have like a criminal justice-y story in there. And Double Dutch is obviously a very fun, but like important story there too.
The Yakima story, I found the archival to be really helpful. It was hard to watch, but it drove the story forward. I felt like the reveal of his death came really soon. I would have wanted to kind of draw that out a bit. Yeah, it's good range overall.
Yeah, really good range. Agree across all the stories. The Yakima death, I had a very visceral reaction to watching. And I
From
really
Street
wanted to know what happened in the end, like what they talk about fighting for, like what happened. Like, did they sue the corrections officers? Like, what exactly happened? I had a very strong reaction to that. So I would have wanted to know, but yeah, the access was great.
Access was great, clean and simple on the edit. Again, we've talked a lot when we talk about Seattle Times stuff. The technicals aren't getting in the way.
Exactly.
Whether they're trying to be too flashy or
Never
or any
gets-
mistakes, like they're
Yeah.
you don't have to think about the technicals in any
Exactly.
part of it.
Yeah. It's a very clean edit.
Yeah.
Yep.
The criminal justice group.
Series, yeah.
While all criminal justice stories
Yeah.
also I think showed kind of a range, showed a difference there. I think the first one, the one that we didn't just watch right now, that one I think some of the technicals got in the way, but the next 3, I don't think
There
it
wasn't
really-
like anything that you could pick out that was really.
I thought they had some really cool treatments for documents to make them interesting
Yeah.
and visual, and we all tried to cover documents, and like there's only so much you can do, but they had a really cool visual treatment on that. I did write in there, and it was a longer piece that they cut down to try to make some level of time. Did we lose sight of the first guy we talked to? We get to meet this guy who's on pain medication because he got hooked in jail, and then we moved to Oklahoma, and then we don't ever go back to our pain med guy, and we lost sight of him.
And we don't know if that was originally in the edit, and maybe it was cut short, but we're only have what we have here.
And it's like they used him to start talking about turnkey, and then went to another turnkey death. Whereas they might have been able to just start with that turnkey death, like the Cookie Queen story is a crazy one. Again, don't know if it was longer or not, but for what we had, video on screen, we lost sight of the guy. We never went back to him.
The bulk of the story always felt very strong, like the way the plot unfolded. But like what you were saying, it never went back to the original character. I felt in the last one about the staffing shortage, it was, you start with the mom and the kid driving, calling her partner in jail, and then in the end, they're just back in the car. And I guess I didn't understand,
they called him again.
They called him again, but that was it. Like, I just,
I
felt no closure. Like, they were just sort of used to like enter the story and then kind of like exit. And I didn't feel like it served a purpose, and I don't know if that was because something was cut out or most of them felt a little abrupt.
The same compliment I give to Oso Monument, though, I do think fits with the prison staffing shortages. We start with them, we might not get the best closure with them, but we end with them, and we went the correctional officer, which I think was a really important, really interesting voice that is often left out of this, you know, and they did a really good job with the Marshall Project reporter, I think, where they used her to help some of those transitions where she was like, people think it is guards versus prisoners, and so often it can be, but in this case they're on the same side, and then we immediately go to a guard, and it's like, okay, that's a different, unique angle. Then we get to the teacher who, crazy story in and of itself, but then we get back to the guard very briefly, get back to the family again very briefly. I feel like it was almost tacked on, afterthought, not necessarily a full revisit with them.
The amount of people they have in each one, you don't get that the handoffs are very smooth. And I like how often the handoffs come through a verite scene, especially with the teacher in the classroom, that just like immerses you in a moment, and like then you feel ready for an interview again. And also I wrote down that having the officer in there was really effective.
They also, getting out of the family that was going in to visit their loved one in the jail, the reporter started talking while we still see them get out of the car and get into the prison, and it ends with the door closing behind them. It's almost the same as like a J&L edit in audio. Like, we started to hear the next thing before the last thing was finished, and then we got to move on. So it helped that like smooth, seamless transition.
And the driving, the mom and the son, I took it as them driving to the visit, but then they couldn't film the visit, and they're leaving the visit and driving home. I still would want more, though. Like, don't just bookend the story. But
I wanted more but I felt like there was some intimacy there that we could have dived into, but like, was it going to be specifically about this guy? So maybe it set me up in a way I was expecting it to be deeper with their story.
And it made me very curious, and like, he's been incarcerated for 15 years, they're engaged. Like, how did they meet? Were they engaged before he went, or
in
did
the
they
photos,
meet
at least, they had to have met and been dating beforehand. Like, they had photos, or they were dating and then not dating, and then who knows what happened. Who knows?
Yeah, but it would have been great to dive into that
To
a little, have that moment to humanize him beyond the
more than just her say. It's really hard to fall in love with somebody when they're in jail.
Right.
Yeah.
Dive into
What do you
Like,
mean?
what is that?
Yeah.
I know. Tell us more.
And then the WAPO entry. I remember Search and Rescue we thought was kind of just fine. Like, we felt a little lacking, wanted to focus more on maybe who they rescued.
The woman,
more just on people rather than like the function of it. Like, it was just kind of like, here's how we do what we do. But it felt like it was setting up to be like the emotional side of it. It didn't necessarily hit that.
Agree. Yeah.
Mom and Son, obviously, we liked a lot.
To me, holistically, WAPO as a team portfolio, like each of these videos seem like they could have been one person, and I don't know, WAPO does not rise as much as the other two.
I agree.
There's like a big gap.
I also am mad we didn't see that reel in social.
Yeah, do you guys have thoughts on?
Because that,
That's
I've seen the reel before.
I mean, it might have been submitted and
that's
Mm-hmm.
true.
rise.
That's true.
Unclear.
I think it is a
Or they
crazy
might not have
angle.
submitted
The
it.
Simone Biles.
It's such
No.
what?
Which reel?
The reel that we just watched? The
From the
president
Washington
Oh,
Post.
yeah,
assassination
yeah,
thing?
yeah, why that wasn't on social.
And I was like, that's not in social, and it could have been, you're right, it might not have made it.
I thought you were saying why Simone Biles' reel wasn't
Oh,
in the portfolio.
no.
I mean, that too.
I just think that was an insane reel that we just watched. And such a cool, like, I don't know. I know at my station we talk a lot about like internal, external marketing and talking about like the why we do things, like telling the viewers that so they understand the decisions we're making, and like something like that is exactly that. It's like, here's how he physically covered this, and there were bullets flying over his head and he just kept shooting. And he kept shooting photos and moving around, and like, that's insane. So I thought that was really cool, and a unique style for an entry like this. But I agree with you, I think WAPO fell below the other two.
I would agree. Yeah.
So what are we feeling like as first placer?
Who wants to speak first? I really like the range of Seattle, but I think the in-depthness of the others rises for me.
Jessica, what do you think?
I think it's, I have recency bias because when I see something, I'm like, that is so, I have this like feeling, and I've been watching, like, if I had just seen all of them more, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like, all of them in this moment.
We had rewatched those, insane as.
But I do think that for me, seeing Turnkey, seeing the flawed hair analysis, like that was so striking to me that I hadn't heard about that kind of, like all of it was very investigative, which was a totally different style, and I'm sure had a lot more people on production for, but yeah.
In and of itself, shows just a range in the types of stories they're able to deep dive in one singular topic, and then get the amount of voices they got in each topic.
Yeah.
So does everyone agree as a number one?
Entry number two.
Entry two, we don't know who it's by.
The unnamed.
Police investigations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there crime sources in there?
I think so.
Sorry, which one?
Yeah.
Which one is number one?
The second entry.
Okay, the crime source?
Yes. Sorry, I couldn't.
We're all calling it different names.
Okay, perfect.
I also originally had STL, and then I'm like,
I know,
dash
me
Marshall
too.
Project / Inside Story. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's also fine. It's
I know,
not the
it's
name.
all of them. It probably is. Okay, and then for two,
Seattle.
Seattle.
Do we feel like these four are worth third from WAPO?
Yeah, so I think that's the harder question, possibly. Is it third or not placed?
And this is, from all the things we watched over the last 2 days, I actually don't think this is their strongest four. Which I think is interesting. I think they had, like,
They had stronger.
gender affirming care was one of my least favorite from the last portfolio we went through.
Like they don't have the Haiti one that we all really liked.
That, like, I still have
Yeah.
chills from how they produced that. And same with Helene Search and Rescue. Like, we didn't.
Yeah, that was
The
a
other
bit odd.
Helene,
Yeah.
where you get to know the person, whose remains they were finding.
And again, the reel I think was an interesting approach. I don't know if it shows as much like depth of reporting or anything. That's hard to do that in a social video that type. I think it's really interesting access that I'm like, even if we don't praise it for this, more of that is better. Like, that's really cool content to continue to turn out as news organizations.
I wonder how much he wore. That's because he's wearing a GoPro, right?
No, it's actually those Ray-Ban glasses.
Oh.
Yeah, I read the story.
I was wondering that.
I remember that real quick.
Because I was like, how is he
does he record everything and then it just like?
I don't know. Either he was already recording or you just literally touch it or speak
Which
to
might
it.
be why there was the gap in between. He might have been thinking, oh, I'll do a real, here's what my day looked like, and then ended up being much more.
They're really cool. I actually was like, I want to get those like for my job. I think it would be cool. Like perspective.
Also, and again, this is not the social category, but we talked a lot about like virality and being able to share stuff. Like my sister sent me that reel. She is not in news. She is like unaffiliated to any sort of like news thing. She's like, how crazy is this?
Right.
So yeah. But I don't
and
know.
I guess I don't know that they probably only wanted to choose one social, but the Simone Biles one, to me it shows team better. I'm assuming that there's a different person who did the graphics as opposed to who filmed Simone.
Yeah, I would assume so.
But I get they're probably trying to choose one social, maybe.
To me, I don't know if these four rise to a third place, which is unfortunate because they have four from this weekend that I think they could have put together. That could have rivaled first or second.
I agree.
It's a hard thing to say, but.
Is that universal? Or universal, not three. Okay, so we have a first place and a second place.
Okay, and there's no third place?
No third place.
No honorable mention. Well, there can only be an honorable
We can't
mention.
do an honorable mention. Yeah, unfortunately.
Honorable mention, I believe, is only.
Yes, you have to fill all categories. Oh, not, you know.
Lost lots before.
Okay, that's our last category. Y'all did it. We're done.
Yippee.
So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Oh my God.
Let's go outside.